Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I think that as a parent now, I'm grateful for support more than I was before.
I filled out that form not knowing what I was doing. I am very, very grateful that I did it because it's really helping me a lot.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades.
Well, I was a new mom and I had no experience taking care of a newborn.
There isn't like a book on how to raise a kid.
We come from like a lot of family history of, drugs, violence, alcoholism, so we didn't want our daughter to experience any of that.
The thought that a parent was supposed to be loving, nurturing, supposed to be there for their kid, provide food, shelter, joy, and going in, becoming a parent for her, I had no clue how to provide that.
Cómo pensar educarla, cómo educar a un hijo porque pues nosotros nunca, es la primera vez que íbamos a ser padres.
What I think parents should know about home visiting is that you can learn a lot of new things and tips and tricks, how to take care of the baby and what to do, and if you're, stuck in a routine and everything being monotonous, like they give you new resources and new tools how to handle parenthood.
It was nice to have them kind of guiding me. Even though I was not a first-time mom, I felt like a first-time mom.
It totally blew my mind over time. So much information that I had no idea about. She was straightforward when, teaching me this stuff and answered any of my questions. It's just a really positive experience.
What I think that parents could benefit with the program is just having someone here for you, especially for first-time parents. It can be very isolating and it can be very lonely, and having the home visitor changes that and it feels very good.
For me, having a home visitor is like having a second mom there.
A lot has changed. I'm definitely more knowledgeable taking care of her, and I know that anytime I need advice or help from somebody, I can just call her.
It's just that little positive nudge to, hey, I'm noticing something, let's find a way how to change it. And she's like, you know what, Amanda, let's pick you up, dust you off, and let's go over to, see about either getting your driver's license or seeing about, going to college, see if we can start something for you.
It's totally worth it. Like, even if you're on the fence at first, you don't feel like having a stranger coming in your house and teaching you about your little one, do it anyway. You get the help that you need. You get professional advice on things you may not know about your child. And the fact that the program has no fees or anything, it's all totally free, is fantastic.
I would like to call to order the Mendocino County Board of Supervisors meeting for July 11th, 2023. Let's begin by inviting the clerk to call roll call.
Supervisor McGordy?
Here.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Here.
Supervisor Hashak?
Here.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Here.
And Supervisor Williams.
Good morning.
Supervisor Williams, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Agenda item number 2 is public expression. I invite members of the public to provide comment on items of interest. Members of the public in chambers shall line up at the podium 6 feet apart. Members of the public joining Zoom shall utilize the raise hand feature by clicking the raise hand button on the bottom portion of their screen or by pressing *9 if they're calling in to the Zoom meeting via phone. Would anybody care to address?
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Georgina Avila Gorman. I live in Fort Bragg, and I'm running for District 4, Mendocino County of Supervisors. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Katrina Bartlemy, Assessor Clerk Recorder. I want to remind our public that this forum is not to announce your candidacy. You know, we have an election office right across the hall, and, you know, running for something does not constitute in here. Anyway, I'd like to start the morning off by telling you we finally completed the roll. We're still doing, Ted, don't open your mouth like that. We finished on time, and now we're doing all the paperwork. We've already discovered that errors have been made. So, and when I talk about errors, it's, you know, everybody can make an error, right? I mean, a mistake. Well, these errors that we've made are because we were told incorrectly from the property system how to do something from the vendor. So they're working on that, we're working on that, and we're actually moving forward. So we had a 4.21% increase in our assessed values. So for some reason I'm nervous today, probably because I had to talk about elections. But anyway, our IT department has been amazing. They've been instrumental in getting us through all the hurdles and all the bumps and all the mountains that are straight up. It's been amazing. They have taken over the role of helping us get reports, because we just cannot get a report that makes any sense or that has the same figures the second time we run it. So we are working on that. So hopefully we'll be able to do more reports as they go, but I think that's going to be a long way down the road. The assessor's office plans to run supplemental notices on a monthly basis and certify them within 30 days, with the exception of April and December, which is the tax collector's main collection of the property taxes when they're paid. We are still desperately waiting on reports. IT's been working with the property system vendors, but our reports are still lacking from what we're used to having them. Statistical reporting leaves a lot to be desired, but we're working on it. Data entry validation is a slow process. Each appraiser enrolls their own values and builds their property characteristics, but we need some sort of printout to check our entry. We always used to have that with the old system. Now, there's no way of finding out if there's an error until we calculate and conclude during this process. So that puts us further behind, because then we have to go out and find our mistakes where we could have probably corrected them the next day. We've been sending out letters to those where we discover they have unassessed structures on their property. We send out a discovery letter asking for access or pictures of their unassessed structures. If we don't hear back from the property owner, we try to gain access, or if all else fails, we do an assessment of what we can see from aerial photographs or what we can find on the internet. And we all know that this is not the way to do an appraisal, but sometimes that's what we're going to have to do. This would trigger a supplemental notice. that would, where the property owner would have 60 days to notify the office or informally dispute the assessment. So that's, that's kind of a cool thing. Elections, we have a November election. We have the regular district races for Laytonville County Water, Casper South Water District, that's a landowner, and Pacific Reefs Water District, which is also a landowner. This is their normal time for their elections. We also have Ukiah Unified School District Trustee Area 6. If anyone thinks that they're in that district, please come or call our office and we'll let you know if you're within that district. And it's more southern Ukiah area. So the candidate filing for that is July 17th through August 11th. Candidate paperwork can be obtained in our office. We're gearing up for the March 5th presidential primary. So our office is pretty hopping. So I would like to say that I would like the budget ad hoc, which is Glenn and Ted and Darcy and whomever, within the next, when you guys have a free day, to call me, and I want you to see what the assessor's office is doing. And the rest of you can come at different times, but you guys need to see the difficulty that we're having. That is pretty amazing that we can actually say we had 4% increase on our assessment. Ted, you're just waiting to ask a question.
Well, Katrina, first, thank you very much for coming and giving us a quick briefing. Supervisor Williams?
First, thank you.
You're welcome.
It's wonderful to start the day with positive news.
That's what I thought.
The 4% was for which period?
For the year.
So the previous year looked characteristically flat. Could any of this be adjustment for that previous year, or is there any catch-up to do?
There's a lot of catch-up to do. So this means that we've been catching up, because we sent out the supplementals notices and the bills and stuff like that. So, that's all within this as well.
Okay.
They've done a lot of work, and we have a lot more. So we also have some vacant positions, which we're recruiting for, and I have applications on my desk. But I got called away yesterday to do something else, so I haven't even had a chance. But there's quite a few for an appraiser 1 and an appraiser 2, and the auditor appraiser, which is in the business properties.
And I appreciate the invitation. I think all 5 of us should get familiar with the flow.
Sure.
If there's a process that could be automated that isn't what you were describing about finding errors manually, I wonder if we could involve IT, maybe see if the vendor has a solution to automate it.
IT, Tony has been working on that, and we've been trying to do that. So, it's something that just can't happen overnight. With this complicated system, it's something that we're working on. And I hate to always be blaming the vendor, but there's so many times when we discover an error and we go to the vendor and they're not quite sure how to fix it. So, it's really hard for us to fix it and for IT to fix it if the vendor's not sure how to do it. So we're definitely moving forward, but it's still uphill, 4-wheel drive, low.
Katrina, I know that at one point prior to raising the salaries that the appraiser position was 67% vacancy rate, and with 4 positions of the 12 filled. Roughly where are you now? You said you have some applicants.
We are, and I think we have 6 appraisers now rather than 4, so that's a good thing. And we're looking for 2 more, so we're doing better. And we have 1 tech position, and we're trying to get a 2nd tech position as well. And we have to kind of stagger them because we're all so busy that we get all these applications and they're wonderful, but we don't have time to look at it or to interview them. So, we have to kind of stagger these.
Supervisor Hasjack.
Thank you, Chairman Gordy.
Hi, John.
Well, that was good news, and I'm wondering about the 4.21% increase. So that is the assessment value, and that will translate into property taxes. I was wondering, do you have an idea about how much that would be in property taxes, or does the CEO have that?
CEO Antle, if I may, through the chair, I was just going to ask Katrina if she could send us the number, and then we can compare that to what was budgeted to see where we're at. At this point, I know we budgeted above the 2%, but I don't know how much. So I would need to just get that number, and then we can calculate it.
Okay, that would be great.
And we can do that. And you know, my office does assessments, and then the property taxes are down the line, the auditor, tax collector.
Right.
Okay, thank you. Have a good day.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. Mark Donegan, self-healing practitioner and educator, ordained minister, aka Goldilocks. I want to start out this morning, again, always with gratitude and appreciation. I first came up here and asked for unity, and time and again, I've seen it happening. There's a change happening in this county. I don't know if anybody's watching it or seeing it. I am. Again, I asked for it, and it's happening. And I'm doing this because I want to reframe, because people framed a couple times in the last meeting how there was cooperation between the three arms, CEO, the Board of Supervisors, and the tax collector, auditor, controller, blah, blah, blah. But yeah, she is being more relaxed with the board. I see that. The board offered a lot of stuff, and it finally got through. I see that happening in other places in the county. It's a theme that we should carry on. And again, that's why I'm going to reframe this, because not just myself, but two other people last time talked about that unity. And then somebody at the very tail end came up and talked about how it was all disunified. And that's fine. Everybody's entitled to their opinion. Most of the time, I find out those opinions are uninformed, just like mine, and a lot of times. I just had that argument with somebody. Yeah, we all learn. That's what we're here for. So again, I want to reframe for everybody that hasn't been watching that I see a change in the board, in the county. Yeah, we're in a very bad place. We've been that way for a long time. And of course, I read the paper this morning, and I've talked about HR too. And it's not just about having somebody in that position. Again, it's about the flow and the feel of the people. And we just got that from somebody that just walked up in front of me just out of the blue, and you know, that was pretty awesome to see happen in front of me. I'm surprised it hadn't happened before. Communication is key in everything that we do, and it doesn't happen. And we're small, and we're good. We need to communicate more. The last thing I want to end with is I'm the newest member on the Behavioral Health Advisory Board. I had my first meeting. I couldn't have been more impressed with the people, the intelligence, the dedication. They're all very busy. They're all social workers and into that kind of thing. I'm the one with time. If anybody has anything that they'd like to do, what I see from what was handed to me is a lot of help for people. Just like my work, there is no cure. Same thing with government. It's a continual process of shifting things to people's needs. So I will be out there. I'm at the market. Behavioral Health Advisory Board, that's coming up this morning. There is lots of services out there, and they need to be directed properly, and I'm going to be doing that. Thank you.
Good morning, supervisors. My name is Julie Beardsley. I am president of our local chapter of SEIU 1021. Chair McGordy, CEO Antle, County Council Curtis, and staff. This is good news. This is really good news. We would like to settle the contract. We would like a 3-year contract with a cost of living adjustment that is fair for our employees. We are now in a situation where we're almost 30%, I think 29% vacancy rate across the county. That means that we're down 1/3 of our staff. We've got nearly 40% in children and family services, and this is putting our kids at risk. Our social workers are burning out. Adult Protective Services is down. They have people that are out. There's only like 3 social workers for Adult Protective Services for the entire county. This is not sustainable. People are going to leave. we've got a 70% health vacancy rate in mental health clinicians, and it's because we're not giving we're not giving them a salary that's at market rate. So I'm really, really happy to hear what Katrina had to say. I know that the economy is looking up. Our revenues are tracking upward. So I'm asking you very respectfully to please, let's settle this contract and put our employees first. Our staff, the employees, the people that make this county work are our most valuable asset. So thank you.
Question from Supervisor Williams. Julie?
Yeah, Chair, is it okay if I share my screen briefly, if I'm quick?
Sure, go ahead.
Could I be given permission to share my screen? So I generally agree, and I think the whole board would like to see COLAs. The strategic plan is about providing living wages and, culturally and financially being one of the best employers in the county. It's a question of how we get there, and I think we're all struggling with that. I just wanted to show you what I look at in trying to make this decision. I look at property tax valuation over time. You can see it was flat this last year. Maybe it's correcting with the work that the assessor's doing, but it's generally rising at about 5% per year. Then I look at TOT. TOT might be the best performing revenue source at about 5.5% since its inception. Then I look at sales tax. Sales tax increasing 4.2%. I think some of these points are probably not adjusted for Prop 172. As you go through our budget books, it's really hard to tell a story with continuity because categorization changes and the type of data that's presented is not uniform across the years. But it's increasing maybe about 5%. And then I look at total sources and uses. And the county basically spends every dollar it has to its name every year. And so when you're asking for a COLA, we're really asking for an increase in revenue because this county's maxed out. Otherwise, we wouldn't have used one-time funds to get by this year. And drawing some regression lines on revenue and expenses, I see that our uses in recent years have climbed at a steeper slope than revenue sources. And I think that's the pain that we're all feeling. In fact, if we zoom in on that, there's the spread from about 2017. We've been effectively spending more. We're on a trajectory of spending more than we have coming in.
Well, but I think we're correcting that.
Well, I hope so. I looked at the valuations for property tax last year and noted that it was flat. I hope that's what we're correcting, that maybe we were a little bit slow due to software and staffing. Long term, from about 2007, it looks like the cost of salaries in the county rises about 2.29%. Healthcare premiums about the same. We talk a lot about the healthcare, and you can see it in the recent years creeping up, but it's been pretty much flat. And looking at the increase in revenue since 2016 relative to the increase in salaries, they're almost perfectly aligned. And so basically every dollar that comes into the county, we allocate to increase wages. What's happening is we're not seeing those increases. Cannabis tax is fallen off. TOT has been doing well, but there's concerns that it won't. We have some indications. Property tax is lagging behind. So, I think you probably have 5 supervisors who all want to see the employees get the raises that they deserve. The question is, do we reduce the overall staff size so we can provide living wages now? Or do we wait, hoping revenue will increase and we'll be able to get there without losing anyone in the process? I think that's really the split. But I don't see anybody saying we shouldn't have living wages.
I don't know who you could let go at this point.
Yeah, my last point, when I hear 27% vacancy or 30% vacancy, I think this county is fully allocated today. I think we're above 100%. This idea that we're 30% below is a bit of an illusion. You don't have the funding in this county. You don't have the tax base to increase staffing 30% over what we have today. In fact, you probably need to decrease 10 to 15% just to make ends meet. unless we see a big boost in revenue. And asking this board to forecast a year out, 2 years out, 3 years out, will we have that revenue? I have no idea. If we do, I want it to go to our employees because we're not at market. But I couldn't, how could I commit the county 3 years out when I don't know what that revenue will be? All I know is today we have more expenses than we have revenue.
I'm not going to negotiate here outside of our negotiations, but I will say that, I think we can come to some kind of agreement. I think that we see that, our revenues are trending upward, and I think we can come to some kind of agreement. I do want to say that I think it's really important to realize that those departments that are funded mostly from state and federal dollars, that they should be fully staffed up. I understand that there's a 5%, cost to the county for pensions and that kind of thing.
Well, yeah, so it was my understanding for years as well, because I came into this with kind of the urban legends floating around, rural legends floating around about we can use state dollars and we can increase the wages and the state will pay for it. Doesn't seem to be the case. Well, and not only that, but that we get a fixed amount of money for realignment. We can't hire more staff and get more money from the state. The idea of, and I've heard this, actually I've heard it from SEIU, hire more people, you'll bring more money into the county, doesn't appear to be reality. We would hire more people and we would be paying for it with the same finite budget we have today, which means we're splitting the pie more ways. When I drive home through Willits and I see a billboard about staffing up Mendocino, hiring more people, I feel like we're at opposite ends. I'm trying to fight for better wages for our employees, and I see SEIU is putting up billboards asking that we split the pie more ways. That effectively would reduce wages. So there's an open invitation. I would rather have us all working together and in the direction of how do we support the employees that we have today.
Well, I appreciate that. I think that we can do. I think we could do more. And I'm going to let Patrick speak to some of that. But thank you.
Okay, thank you, Supervisor Williams, for your regression analysis and looking at the numbers in a way that typically we don't. So,
Dear Board of Supervisors, my name is Sarah Hoffert. I'm currently a supporting staff supervisor at the EFIS office here in Ukiah. I've spoken to you previously and emailed you multiple times. Time has come again where I feel the need to speak my mind to you. So, last time I spoke to you, I was an eligibility specialist 3. We had just finished the COVID scare, but still were in the state of emergency. I was looking at 4 people in my unit, myself, an eligibility specialist 2, an eligibility specialist 1, and an eligibility specialist supervisor. Our unit could hold 10 people. We only had 4 people in that unit. So, excuse me if I sound rude, you're talking about losing more people and releasing people. That unit only had 4 people out of 10. So, you're wanting to decrease us even more? I would personally, as a 3, was expected to handle my caseload of 500 cases, train and case review in the 40 hours a week that I was provided. That was impossible. And now those numbers have even increased even more. They're no longer 500. It's looking at 800 cases per eligibility specialist. I changed positions in November from an eligibility specialist 3 to a supporting staff supervisor. I'm now over the clerical department. Supervisor Maureen, you took me up on my offer that I offered to you guys last time to come into EFIS to see what we do. And you did do a tour with Becky, which I do appreciate. Thank you for taking that time to see what we have and what we do. You came into my unit, you introduced yourself, and while there, you told me that the money for our COLAs that we are requesting were going towards maintenance for our buildings. At that time, my lobby had a hole in the ceiling, and I asked you to please go check that out, and you said you possibly would. Now, I'm not saying that you're a liar, or I'm not trying to call you lying. No, please let me finish. I asked my staff if they talked to you, and they said they didn't. So maybe what I'm going to say is maybe you were seeing it from a distance. So again, like I said, I appreciate you coming in and doing that. And please don't think I'm saying you're lying, because maybe you saw it from a distance, and I do understand. You were able to see, if you did see that lobby, that half of our lobby was unable to be used. So that was the bathrooms and the phones for our lobby. The customers were unable to use that. And again, I want to stress to you, I do appreciate you coming in, and thank you. Our buildings aren't being fixed. You go into EFIS, you will see leaks from our ceilings and our walls. That needs to be addressed. We have employees who are cold because the temperatures are not right. So I have a little bit more that I'll email you guys. And please know, Maureen, that this is not me saying you lied. I do appreciate you coming in and doing that. And I appreciate, but please, if you're going to say that we're using our money for maintenance, then get the buildings fixed.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Sure. Thank you for that, Sarah. I did come and tour the building, and I did see the lobby. And actually, I've come into social services multiple times, and your director could talk to you about that, and just talked about the maintenance in the lobby and how important it is that our most vulnerable clients are treated in a safe and welcoming space. When I first got on the board, we talked about cleaning the toys. I mean, I've come in often to just check things out. And I think that the conversation was about, as a member of the Board of Supervisors, we have an incredible amount of deferred maintenance. And so we are trying to balance, that is true. We're trying to balance how much work we have to do in our buildings with how much we can pay our employees. And we want our employees to come to work in a safe place where there aren't leaks in the roof. And I personally, as a supervisor, am working every day to try to figure out how to improve our budget and how to bring in more funds. And we've seen that a little bit with the cannabis tax. Actually, we've seen that with the property tax and the assessments going out. So I am unsure how to respond to. I did not speak to every member of the staff, so that was kind of an interesting way for you to speak. But I did check out the lobby. I do come in often, and I appreciate you coming back today.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, and the point is noted about the deferred maintenance. The reality is this county has, over the years, accumulated more structures than it can maintain. 90,000 people in this county don't provide a tax base to maintain the number of buildings we have. And it looks like the strategy over time was to defer it and defer it and defer it. Now it's in a crisis mode where, you have cement coming off the side of tower sites, and you have rain coming through buildings. And it is important that we put our employees in buildings that are safe, that are secure, that keep the weather out, or are heated properly. We probably can't do it with the number of buildings we have today. And I think that's something the board is grappling with, because the reduction needs to be holistic. You can't get rid of a building that has people working inside of it. You need to find another place to put them. Scaling back our footprint is really the direction that we gave the CEO back at the budget time.
And to further add to that, there are restrictions on us getting rid of some of our buildings. We can't just say, okay, we're done, we're not going to take care of them anymore. There's a process for us to surplus properties, which is somewhat complex, and it takes us time. But I agree 100% with Supervisor Williams. We have to maintain what we have, because when you let stuff start to go, it just gets worse and worse, as any homeowner will know. You see the little leak on the faucet and go, it's no big deal, but meanwhile it's rotting out your wall, so you have to address it. Patrick.
Chair McGordy, members of the board, CEO Antle, County Council Curtis. My name is Patrick Hickey, Field Representative with SEIU Local 1021. Back in February, as part of our negotiations, we requested a list of vacant positions at the county. We finally received a list that identified whether or not the positions were funded last week. We can only assume that the board did not have this information when it was deciding on the budget either. We've also requested the amount of delinquent property taxes that the county is owed, and we're told that this information is not available. Again, the information you must not have had that information or considered it when voting on the budget. This seems like vital information when it comes to determining the county's revenues and expenses. It's troubling that the county continues to fly blind in its fiscal practices. County staff need to see that the administration and the board have a plan. What is the strategy to move forward and stabilize the county? I don't need to get into the long list of problems already well covered by the recent grand jury reports. But frankly, to most employees, the county seems to have a leadership vacuum with no clear plan forward. Let me get back to the vacancy list. A quick review shows that the county does have options and flexibility to make improvements. A few quick examples. Some of the DOT overtime can be offset by recruitment, as is proposed for the sheriff's office. Experience and recent history tell us that all those positions will not be filled, but if we can reduce turnover, we can build up the ranks and do a better job keeping on top of the tasks of maintaining our county roads. There are 114 vacancies in social services. Experience once again tells us that we will not fill all of these positions, but in what instances does not filling some of these positions potentially free up money to improve wages? Also, what non-economic strategies does the county have to address the high vacancy rates in vital departments like family and children's services? Reasonable caseloads, limit on excessive on-call and overtime, better training. The staff can provide you with a lot of ideas. We're asking you to make a commitment to county staff. You know that there are significant uncollected funds owed to the county. You won't be successful in collecting all of them, but with focus and determination, you can certainly get a good share of them. The work done by county employees is vital for the health of the county. Residents and businesses rely on it and expect the county to carry out its responsibilities effectively and efficiently. One of the most important tasks of the board is to make sure that there's sufficient funding to do this. Stabilizing staff by providing realistic COLAs, making a commitment for future improvements by focusing on revenue collection. If staff see that the board has the intention to bring positions up to market, they will stick with the county. You know that the uncollected revenue is there, so you can budget and go forward with the expectation that a certain percentage will be collected. This then can be used to stabilize current staff and hire for other vital positions. The administration and the board's current path is a recipe for disaster. Fighting with your employees will not make Mendocino better. Proposing wage cuts through health and pension increases will not move the county forward. Not making any proposals and negotiations does not show a commitment to make things better. Show your employees that you have their back, that you support them in doing the challenging work that they do. Employees I talk to love the work that they do. They just don't know if they can afford to keep doing it. And let me just speak briefly regarding the non-general fund positions. I think what you said, Supervisor Williams, is not accurate. I encourage you to bring Director Emery before the board to discuss a little bit more in depth about the funding for social services, for EFIS. Certainly, realignment funds are a set amount, but there are a lot of other funding streams that those departments have, public health and behavioral health as well. Many of them are based on having employees in the seats doing the work. You bill, it's basically a fee for service, and if we don't have those seats filled, we're not bringing money in. We're not getting that money from state and federal sources. So I think it's not accurate to say that there is just a finite amount of money and that we've used it up. If you look at your own vacancy rate list, all of the social service positions are listed as funded. Is that true or is that false? That's the information that the county has provided to us. If they're funded, that means they're being recruited for. That means the money is there or expected to be there. If it's not, what you're saying is that there's a county-wide hiring freeze. And that is that's not the case. The money is there, or it will come there in certain classifications. Other positions that we've talked about in the past are revenue producing. You hire
Patrick,
someone.
You're kind of running a bit over time. Can you wrap it up, please?
Yeah, just with that point, we have people who, if brought in, appraisers and assessors are two of those positions. They'll bring in more money than they cost the county. So the fact that we have vacancies in those areas is ridiculous. We have many positions that would do that. The county needs to have a laser focus on carrying that out.
Supervisor Williams and Supervisor.
So Patrick, I agree about the revenue collection, but your feedback needs to go to the tax collector. This board has no authority, just like we can't tell the sheriff how his department should operate. We can't tell the tax collector how to do our job. But I agree with you. It's for people who are paying taxes, they're not getting their fair share of services or infrastructure because there are other people who are either not being billed or not paying. But you can direct the frustration here. All we can do is listen. I can't tell the tax collector to step it up. This board has allocated $500,000 to the assessor. It's at her discretion how to use those funds. But the goal is to do a better job at collecting, billing for taxes. On Director Emery and Social Services, I actually think that's a good idea. I would like to bring the director in to explain whether social services can use state funds to increase wages.
She actually has her hand up, and we'll hear from her shortly.
Look at that. Yeah. And then last, I actually believe it's appropriate to freeze positions. We're not going to have living wages if we keep growing the county, if we keep hiring people. And part of this is Prop 13, rural county, no growth mindset. It just doesn't pencil out. We can't meet all the mandates. So I don't want our employees to be overworked with too high of a caseload. We may have to tell the state we can't do it all. And it's a problem for Sacramento to figure out how to properly fund our state services that the county carries out. I don't expect our staff to work beyond what's reasonable, but we also don't have general fund available to subsidize those programs any more than we already are. The dollars just aren't there.
Supervisor Jordy.
Yeah, so I think there's alignment with the objective, which is to pay county employees market rate, and in fact, they are. 4 years ago, we approved this, the Board of Supervisors approved a contract that exceeded what SEU thought was even possible. We approved a contract 4 years ago that over a 3-year period brought everybody to market. And we can quibble over whether or not you can quibble over it. You talk
10% below market.
But you talk to the average employee, when you look at the counties we're comparing ourselves to, it's a very favorable comparison for county employees to be compared to Nevada County, to be compared to Uthiola County, and Sonoma, Napa, City of Ukiah. So we did bring county employees to market, and we knew at the time that we had the money to pay for the first year of the phase-in. We thought we had the money to pay for the second year. We hoped we had the money to pay for the third year. It's proven that we didn't, because the revenues did not increase at a rate equal to that. And so now, last year, we approved a contract that exceeded what we knew exceeded our revenues. And so the result was we just adopted a budget with a $7 million structural deficit. That structural deficit is going to increase because we just adopted a budget with a $7 million general fund deficit, structural deficit, paying with one-time money for operational expenses, something we've never done in at least 11 years. And that did not even include a new COLA. What it did have was 6.5% in increased county costs, even with no COLA. How could that be? Our costs have grown by 6.5% without a COLA. It's because we have a bunch of very expensive benefits. We have healthcare costs that are 25% higher than what the cities are paying for their employees. We have pension costs, which are higher than what probably most local governments are paying because we're trying to be more honest about our costs with our pension costs because we run a local plan. We're not waiting for CalPERS to slowly implement and roll out and delay the true cost of the pension plan at the state level. But what did we see with the pension plan? I was on the losing end of the vote, but the pension board, which includes county employees, just raised the county's contribution to the pension fund by another 2% of payroll effective next fiscal year. So that's the equivalent of a 2% COLA that's going to go in next fiscal year into the pension costs. So where is the money coming from? Our costs are growing faster. Even our best revenues, as Supervisor Williams just pointed out, are growing at about 5%. With no COLA, our costs are growing at more than 6.5%. It's clear, it is absolutely clear to anybody paying attention, this county cannot afford 1,150 employees. We all know, anybody who's being honest about it is, there will be less than 1,150 employees or salaries will lose against the market. People will lose ground. So it's one or the other. It's not both. You can't eat your cake and have it too.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Patrick.
Can I just respond briefly to Supervisor Jordy's comments?
Okay, briefly.
The board itself has admitted that there's potentially 30% of properties that aren't properly taxed, so that's a big pile of money. There are 404 current unfilled positions. Certainly some of those should be eliminated. Some of them haven't been filled in some cases for years. The fact that they're still on the books is ludicrous. So do downsize the county, take those positions that aren't filled away. We're currently working with pretty much a skeleton staff in most departments, but let's provide that skeleton staff with enough that they can make ends meet. That's all we're here today to ask you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chairman Gordy, would you like to hear from Director Emery?
I would.
Okay, thank you.
Becky, you should be able to speak now.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning, Chair McGordy, members of the board, CEO Antle. And
Director Emery, we can barely hear
my
you.
name is Becky Emery, and I'm the Social Services Director. And as to our current wages, I feel it's important to be clear that
Director, we can't hear you. Can you speak louder?
Sir, is this better?
No.
Let me, if you'll give me a few minutes, I will try to reconnect. I apologize.
Okay, while we're waiting for Ms. Emery to reconnect, maybe we can hear, is there anyone else in the room who wishes to address the board?
Good morning, Chair McGordy, members of the board, CEO Antle, County Council Curtis, Tony Rakes, IT Division Manager. I'm here today to give two updates with regard to broadband. The first is about the Digital Equity Plan survey I mentioned at the last board meeting, and I'm happy to say here that we far exceeded the minimum requirement that was set forth by the CPUC of 250 responses. We've received, as of last Friday, almost 1,200, and that is in large part due to, or entirely due to the public that responded to that cry for help and all the community agencies that helped boost that signal. So I want to, for all those people at home listening and those people here today that participated and took that survey and helped boost that signal, thank you. It was a wildly successful. The second is regarding an awareness item that about what's called the federal funding account, what we refer to as the FFA, which is money set aside in accordance with SB 156 that was implemented or signed in 2021 that set aside money for last mile broadband infrastructure. Now the CPUC administers that, and that window for application is opened recently and is open until about September 29th. That is for, there's certain criteria for agencies to submit for that funding. Mendocino County to date has been allocated about 57 million for that, for broadband infrastructure for unserved and underserved people in our community. I want to bring it up here because we have coming up very soon communications with the Golden State Connect Authority, who we partner with our local agency technical assistance program as well, about what their plans are for broadband, for applying for that FFA, for that last mile funding. And what contingent on that conversation and their plans to help close that or address the digital inequity that we have here in the county, we want to bring back a greater item perhaps in August. I know that there is, I think the meeting is the 25th, 29th in August. We'd like to bring back a larger item to this board to give a more comprehensive broadband update once we have that information from Golden State available to us.
Question from Supervisor Williams.
So the state has been advertising this as a broadband for all with the word equity on just about every announcement. And in the case of Mendocino County, it costs far more to connect houses to broadband than other counties. So we need a larger stool, right? We actually need equity. And I think what I'm hearing, what I've seen is the funding is not coming through on an equity model. And in fact, what Mendocino County will have at its disposal is about 7% of what RCRC's JPA estimates the true cost will be. So if we use that 7% throughout the county, we won't get the economy of scale in any community. So not many will get connected. If we place it all in one community, politically that's not going to go over well. Glenn's district is covered, but nobody else. Not even his whole district, just a little piece of it. So what is I think it's a good idea to have staff bring back a more comprehensive presentation next meeting. Do we need any board action to remind the state that equity means we need the funding that it'll actually take to connect houses?
There are mechanisms that we have, if I may, through the chair, Tony Riggs, IT Division Manager. There are mechanisms and meetings right now, like today there's a meeting with the CPUC. Tomorrow there's a meeting with the Golden State Connect Authority, RCRC, that these can be brought up at and remind them and raise that awareness about digital equity. That's been our biggest concern, is that the project areas that we've been looking at are typically contingent on what makes the most financial sense, which is somewhat antithesis to the whole point of digital equity. It's not necessarily about making financial sense, it's about equity. And so we hope to learn more soon. I believe at next Friday, Golden State Connect has some additional information they're going to provide us with regard to their plans and their areas that they've identified, and we hope that they take to heart what we view as our priority areas or areas that we think are important to start with. To address a little bit of what Supervisor Williams had mentioned, $57 million is a scratch in the surface. We've estimated upwards of $750 million to connect Mendocino County. That's a huge difference there. The average cost per household to connect Mendocino County houses, it's astronomical compared to other counties. So we're dealing with a much greater divide than other counties, even comparable counties to us, are dealing with, which of course just magnifies the problem.
Chair, given that we're on a short deadline, I think it's a September date for...
September 29th.
September 29th. Could we commit to having staff bring back a more comprehensive update at the next meeting?
Yes.
We will do our best to get something at the end of this month, knowing that there is information that we are waiting on from Golden State to understand what their path is. But I believe we can provide an update regardless of that. Hopefully we'll have that to supplement, but I believe we can bring something back. And I'd prefer to bring something back sooner anyway, so we can.
Supervisor Hasjack.
Yeah, Assemblymember Wood is on the state's commission on broadband, right? And so I'm sure he's aware of this issue, and you've been in communication with him.
I've not been in communication with him directly.
Okay, does that need to happen then?
I'm sure it could help.
Okay.
Any further questions? If not, thank you very much, Tony, for
Thank you.
addressing us. I see Ms. Emery is back online. We'll try again, see if her... Becky, go ahead.
Good morning, Chair McGordy, members of the board, CEO Antle, and County Council Curtis. I'm hoping that this audio is better.
It is.
Fantastic. Thank you. My name is Becky Emery. I'm the Social Services Director. And I feel it's important to be clear as to our vacant positions that they do not free up funding for social services to add to wages. If we do not have the costs, then we do not receive the additional funding. Social services is in an economic shift, some within the county and some at the state. The two largest of these are the reduction of county general fund, requiring this year's growth to be redirected to cover our maintenance of effort matches. We've experienced increased costs in our healthcare plans and are working to complete building maintenance. Our lobbies are fully opened and available. The roof to our children's office in Ukiah was recently fixed. And additionally, this month, we didn't see growth in our realignment to our department and are focusing on shifting costs. While we can hire eligibility positions, we can't look at increasing the wages to the eligibility at this time, as it creates compaction to wages that are not offset without funding. So at this time, social services is struggling along with the county in trying to figure out how we cover the costs that we have and making sure that we can continue to provide the supports to our community members that we need to. Our focus is on staffing those vacant positions that are critical, rather than shifting those wages to cover an increase that would not result in the same outcome to our community, nor would it support the overall department, as the funds, as I said, are limited in where they can go. I've shared before that, yes, our match on an eligibility worker is 2.5%. However, that match is not the same for the supervisors and managers, the managers, the deputy directors, and the others. And it creates significant compaction, especially when looking across our department at other positions and promotional opportunities and based on the pay for the level of work that people are doing. I hope this helps in clarifying. I am working on a written report as requested by this board, and we'll have that submitted before the August meeting. I do have other public comment if available.
Go ahead. Go first.
It will take. I'm
Becky,
sorry?
just a second. There's a question from Supervisor Williams.
Certainly.
Yeah, Becky, just to make sure we're clear today, I think you're saying that you cannot use state funds to increase wages in social services. Is that correct?
What I'm saying is there are not state funds available to increase the wages in social services.
So to set expectations, wages will not increase in social services unless the county can use general fund. And of course, this board doesn't have any general fund available.
It would require either that or an increase in our allocations from the state and or an increase in realignments. And as I said, our realignment in current month is flat.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Becky. You still have some more time.
Okay. My other item is as of May this year in Mendocino County, there are 45,451 people approved and covered through Medi-Cal. As we continue to move through the unwinding of COVID-19, Medi-Cal redeterminations have been reinstated for the first time in 3 years. Over the next year, these households will need to complete their redeterminations. This started in April with 1,790 households due for renewal. As of July 1st, 363 of these households have been discontinued for renewal-related reasons, primarily for not returning their packets. Social services, along with our community partners, are encouraging these households to turn in their packets. They can submit the packet and renewal verifications up to 90 days after their discontinuance to be reinstated if eligible. We put posts on Facebook and Instagram to encourage people to watch their mail, contact us for questions or support. There have also been radio ads, and we're continuing to encourage people to contact our office for any questions that they have in the process. Medi-Cal is critical to continuing to support low-income households in accessing preventive medical care. We know that prevention and early intervention support each of us in having longer, healthier lives and encouraging anyone in need of support with their application to reach out to us. We have eligibility staff in Ukiah and Fort Bragg and available by phone. We are also available through our toll-free number of 877-327-1711. Many of the households we are working with have never completed a renewal, and we encourage them to reach out for help and follow up on their enrollment. We've posted this again this morning on our social services Facebook and Instagram pages, and would appreciate if everyone would share the post to help encourage and support our community in maintaining their medical coverage. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, is there anyone else in the room who wants to address the board? If not, we will go to Michael Katz, who is on Zoom.
Good morning, supervisors, county staff, and the public. This is Michael Katz, Executive Director of the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance. Calling in today to congratulate our locally licensed cannabis operators who recently won awards at the 2023 California State Fair. The fair will be held from the 14th of July to the 30th in Sacramento, and many of our local farmers, as well as Visit Mendocino, will be on hand to educate attendees about incredible Mendocino County cannabis. 9 farms from Mendocino, all of whom are MCA members, brought home a total of 18 state fair awards, placing in each of the competition categories while dominating the outdoor field, winning 7 of 10 golds. So this is a very exciting moment for our community, despite obviously all the challenges that we are well aware of that folks have been facing in the regulated industry. This is just proof that the Operators here in Mendocino continue to produce some of the best product in the world, and it's being identified as such in a normalized event such as the California State Fair. It just speaks to the incredible quality that comes out of Mendocino. And so I wanted to share the names of these farms who have won awards in alphabetical order by category. In outdoor, we have Emerald Spirit Botanicals, Essentia, Green Shock Farms, Happy Day Farms, Heart Rock Mountain Farms, and Martywana. And in mixed light, we have Family First Farms and Higher Heights. And in indoor, we have Wood Wide Farms. So we encourage the board and the community to celebrate these victories with us. It's really incredible to see the quality being produced in Mendocino. And as we talk about economic development and opportunities to drive more revenue in the county, continuing to support our craft cannabis industry, and the cannabis industry in Mendocino will continue to drive awareness and more revenue to the county over time. So thank you for your continued support.
Okay, next we have David A. online.
Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning. I'm talking today about Ordinance 4420, Section 211920, that allows the creation of cannabis prohibition combined districts, so-called CP districts. Section 211920 is designed to give private groups veto power over the location of any cannabis business for any reason. It requires no proof of impact for a group to claim that they are affected. All that's needed are enough signatures. It's community gerrymandering with lasting harmful effects. It encourages a belief that the public doesn't need to understand the framework of legal cannabis. And I think it gives the impression that as far as county government is concerned, there is no faith in state regulation. This situation is creating instability in the entire region. I've often heard in board meetings that supervisors feel they've spent too much time on cannabis issues. Hours of meetings, countless decisions, new developments leading to more meetings and more decisions. Yet all the time that's been spent is wasted time because a small section of one ordinance allows any group with 10 or more members to nullify the work county government has put into considering where cannabis belongs. You're essentially saying that you don't believe that the work you've done on cannabis has any value, and you've given the power of a 10-year ban to private groups who have no accountability, and the targets of their prohibition campaigns have no recourse. It's a tool of discrimination masquerading as law. At the May 18 Planning Commission meeting, the overwhelming message from petitioners who favored prohibition was not fear of potential impact from a new business in the neighborhood, but fear of those people involved in cannabis businesses. Commenters questioned whether the cannabis companies would be employing the kind of people they wanted as their neighbors. It sounded like stereotyping of fellow residents rather than concern about a new local business model. Our tax dollars and our local government are being used to pit neighbor against neighbor when private groups can have the county draw new districts of exclusion that block the development of all cannabis business for 10 years, regardless of zoning. Imagine not needing any reason at all to claim that you're affected by a neighbor's possible venture into a new business and being given the power of a decade-long prohibition of that business and having it subsidized by taxpayers. This is really what Section 211920 does, and I believe it should be rescinded. Thank you very much.
So that will be continued at our July 25th meeting. Well, that's when we actually hear the case for our cannabis exclusion zone in Redwood Valley. So if you are interested, be sure to tune into the meeting. With that, I believe our public expression is over, and we'll move on to CEO Antle.
Sorry about that. I just want to be clear with kind of the expectation on that 4.1% of property tax valuation. That is has to go back to the tax collector to assess what that will be. We are currently, our current collections for property tax for fiscal year 22-23 is down 3 million from what we projected. So I don't want somebody to think they can go add 4.1% to our property tax revenue. Just trying to set expectations.
Thank you for that important clarification. Councilor Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think as part of the public expression today, the board had also taken some comment with respect to item 6B, which is on the agenda for later. I would just suggest maybe it would be appropriate to ask if there's any more comment on that item at this time to avoid any duplication or to make sure that expectations are clear.
Okay. Is there any more comment on item 6B? Okay. Seeing none, I think we're done with our public expression at this time. With that, we're going to move on to agenda item 4A. What's that? Consent, I'm sorry. The consent calendar. So have you established proper notice?
Yes, proper notice has been established.
Are there any items that our supervisors would like to pull for consideration?
I have a comment.
Go ahead.
We don't need to pull it. The mental health contracts that are being retroactively augmented, I can support that, but going forward, we do need to see more data. I see Dr. Miller uploaded a presentation to the regular item related to mental health contracts, and I appreciate that. I think that's the kind of data we're looking for. But too many times I've been part of votes to augment contracts and start new contracts without any underlying data on whether we've been successful to date. So I expect that to be part of the items in the future.
I think that's a reasonable expectation. Yes, Supervisor Haschak.
Yeah, I just like to poll item 3W for comment.
Go ahead.
And item 3W is a $50,000 contract for the Rennie Public Law Group. You know, there's been a lot of discussion about whether to have that law group representing the county at the bargaining table. And my understanding is that that is not what is happening. That is, the $50,000 is just retainer fee for any issues that might come up during negotiations, but they are not participating in the negotiations themselves. I wanted to make sure that that was clear with the bargaining units.
Okay. Anything else? All right, is there any public comment on the consent calendar?
Move approval.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the consent calendar. Roll call, please.
Supervisor McGorty?
Yes.
Supervisor Haschak?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
And Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, thank you. Now we're ready for agenda item 4A, which is discussion and possible action, including introduction and waive first reading of an ordinance adopting amendments to Chapter 18.23, Limited Density Rural Dwellings of the Mendocino County Code. Planning and Building Services are the sponsors.
Members of the board, Mike Oliphant, building official. Today we have proposed amendments to the County Code Chapter 18.23, the regulations for limited density rural dwellings, and as we know it, Class K. We're here to address the direction received from the board, and staff has prepared proposed amendments to certain sections of Mendocino County Code Chapter 18.23. Mendocino County Code Section 18.23.250 is proposed to be amended to allow the 2,000 square foot maximum for limited density rural dwellings to be exceeded only if the dwelling includes fire sprinklers. Mendocino County Code, Section 18.23.345, is proposed to be amended to reflect the fire sprinkler requirements in structures greater than 2,000 square feet. Mendocino County Code 18.23.40 regarding water supply is proposed to be amended to require that the adequate water supply for sprinklers be confirmed by the fire sprinkler design plan. And lastly, a new section 18.23.443 is added to make the findings required by the Health and Safety Code section 17958.2. And at this time, we'd like to answer any questions you may have.
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, so Director Krog and Chief Building Inspector Oliphant and I spoke yesterday about this. This was an item from 4 years ago that at the time CEO suggested would be back in about 60 days. So we have a different board today, and I think we have a board that's more pro-housing, and we all understand the reality that if we keep making it difficult to build, we won't see more housing. So as a firefighter, I'm a big proponent of the sprinklers. I think we should encourage people to install them. I don't know if we should go so far as to require it on Class K. One of the projects that kicked off the discussion last time was a rancher, large acreage, using his own milled lumber, building a barn, needing an in-laws unit. And as I recall, it was something like 400 to 600 square feet, small living area, but the overall size of the barn, of course, would be above the Class K limit. And so the concern going forward is there are a lot of these edge cases where very easily we can restrict the type of development that we want to see, or maybe the only type of development that will exist in the rural parts of the county. So I would like to see us strike the sprinkler requirement, find a way to strongly encourage it. We would like to see people install sprinklers, but and I know the building inspector has some numbers, and I hope he shares those about what it may cost to install a sprinkler system. I think what I heard was about $2 a square foot. If it's $2 a square feet, you know, I think I could support that. But calling around, I've heard much larger numbers for people who are in rural areas that don't have the water supply, don't have the backup power. Whatever reason, it seems like the price escalates. It's already difficult to justify the square footage on building. Driving it higher, don't think that's what we want to do.
Other comments? Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you. I agree with Supervisor Williams. And if people could afford to install the sprinklers, then why would they do Class K in the first place? I mean, I think what we're looking at are people that are trying to add housing either for themselves or for their families. And especially when you're looking at housing that's over 2,000 square feet, if there's an opportunity to put in sprinklers, I would assume that those people would be going a regular permitted and standard route in the first place. And also, I'm not a firefighter, but I, am not so certain that adding the sprinklers has a very real effect, especially in a rural area like Mendocino County where fires are not being stopped. And I was an insurance agent, and I do know the damage that sprinklers can do to a home versus if there weren't sprinklers and there's proper defensible space. I would like to see us move forward without the sprinklers included.
Supervisor Haschak.
So just to be clear, is that this requirement for sprinklers would only affect houses that are over 2,000 square feet?
Thank you, Supervisor Haschak. Mike Oliphant, building official. You're correct, and that's an important distinction that we need to be aware. It's over 2,000 square feet of conditioned habitable space. So something like a barn, a storage shed, or a non-habitable structure would not be affected by this.
Okay, and your feeling is that, I think that for Class K, 2,000 square feet it's a substantial house. And after that, if a person's building Class K with 2,000 plus square feet, then your rationale is that the sprinklers are needed for safety of the inhabitants.
That is correct. And that's the primary purpose of interior fire sprinklers, to allow the occupants of the house enough time to exit in time of an emergency such as a house fire. And I would like to add that during a fire, where the fire originates in the room, only that one head, that one sprinkler head goes off at a time. It's not a deluge system like some commercial structures, but residential sprinklers go off one head at a time.
How many homes are permits are pulled for Class K for houses that are over 2,000 square feet?
Not many. A small percentage.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Williams?
Well, I think we put a cap on Class K. So, right, people can't pull permits for larger houses.
Well, since the last board meeting, if they do agree to install sprinklers in a Class K residence over 2,000 square feet, that would be allowed.
So I'm curious, describe to me somebody who is in a rural area with a spring that produces about half a gallon to 1 gallon a minute. What would they need in terms of hardware to put something like this together, and what's your anticipated cost?
Right, so that's mentioned in the second item. When fire sprinklers are required, adequate water supply shall be confirmed by the fire sprinkler plan. And I would like to say that the fire sprinkler plan can be designed by a homeowner. So you don't have to have a C16 state licensed engineer to do that. And when you have a water supply on a cistern or some older alternative water supply, you would need a water tank of minimum 200 gallons, which is rather small, and a pump adequate to supply the water demand to the sprinklers. I'd like to add that in the California Residential Code, it mentions sizing fire sprinklers, and the 2,000 square foot requirement is mentioned. Below 2,000 square foot, there's a calculation for it, and over 2,000 square foot, there's an additional, a little bit more stringent requirement for residential structures over 2,000 square foot. So there's another instance where the 2,000 square feet comes into play.
Supervisor Williams?
I don't want to argue against sprinklers. I think the sprinklers are a good idea, and anybody who can afford it, by all means. I just don't know, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, government's going to tell you you can't build your structure unless you put sprinklers in. I think that's what rubs me the wrong way. The freedom in Mendocino County, you mill your own lumber. County says you should install a sprinkler, but ultimately leaves it to the homeowner to decide what they're willing to live in. I think that's the better model than adding more regulation. And I would also note, using non-combustible building materials may be a better strategy than the sprinkler system.
Supervisor Haschak.
So if we were to go ahead and say, okay, they need sprinklers for these reasons you've cited about health and safety, is there discretion that can be used with this sprinkler plan? You said that it doesn't have to follow the state plan exactly. So what kind of discretion would the permit process allow?
The sprinkler plan designed by a homeowner would be conformed to the NFPA 13D. Those are the requirements to size the system. So each house would be slightly different depending on the configuration of the rooms. So, for instance, your living room might have one or two heads. If your bathroom was greater than 54 square feet, for example, it would have one head. Smaller, it would not. Small rooms like that would not. So they would follow the design criteria set forth.
Supervisor Jordy.
Well,
sorry.
Go ahead.
Well, I mean, NFPA writes some really great standards, but they're great for places like San Francisco or New York City. When you look at what NFPA writes, it's like you need high pressure nozzles where you don't have any hydrants. The NFPA board is basically industry executives who are trying to sell equipment, right? Sell fire sprinkler systems. And so they write standards about fire sprinkler systems. I don't know if we should be basing rural Mendocino County where, I mean, we have people sleeping in trailers, and we're worried that they might sleep in a house that doesn't have a sprinkler system. Eventually, we want to get to that sprinkler, but all of these good ideas, I mean, same with Title 24, same with solar, you start stacking up all of the requirements, and you get up to the $1 million shack, and we wonder why we don't have any housing in the county. So although it's a good idea, there's lots of reasons people should have it. I would rather see housing than not housing. And today, I don't see people building. And, you know, we can't look at John, we can't look at how many people are pulling permits for 2,500 square foot Class K, because they can't do it, and there is a sprinkler requirement, right? Originally, there wasn't a cap. Before I joined the board, a cap was put in place. As soon as I joined, there were people saying, hey, we want to build a structure, and we can't now. The board told staff, bring back a proposal to lift the cap. 4 years later, it's in front of us. What I would like to see is strike the sprinkler requirement, strongly urge for sprinklers, send it back to make sure that we have a clean record for environmental review and bring it back on consent calendar. I guess that could be a motion.
Second.
Okay, Supervisor Jordy.
So, Michael, on the sprinklers, did we see buildings in the coastal zone being built under Class K prior to or after the current ordinance?
Yes, we have.
Okay, so were any of those, say, on the west side of the highway?
Yes.
Okay. And in the sprinkler system, my understanding is it's not just the volume of water, it's the pressure to drive the sprinkler head and to put the fire out when it's just in one room. So in most cases, unless you happen to have a high water pressure, and if someone's on a well, probably isn't, they basically are going to, at a minimum, have some kind of pump to increase the pressure to drive the sprinklers. So would they normally have that pump if they didn't have sprinklers?
When you don't have adequate pressure to the very last sprinkler head designed in your sprinkler plan, calculated out, then it's possible that they would need a minimum of a 200 gallon tank and an additional booster tank, as you mentioned. And the answer to your question, if they didn't have fire sprinklers, they may not need the booster tank. Although the new structures that are being built, the new residences, aren't on cisterns. They're on adequate water supply systems.
Okay, any further questions or comments on this item?
Yeah. Well, one comment, it would be helpful to get an analysis of what it costs for future discussions. And, you know, if we could set a cap of we're requiring it, but up to, you know, if it's $2 a square foot, up to $2 a square foot, and if it comes in higher, then it's no longer required. I could probably live with that. I've been hearing numbers in the tens of thousands, and that concerns me. So the discrepancy on what it actually costs, if we could somehow clarify that, irrespective of the motion here today, yeah, I think it would be useful to know.
Well, I think here, even among the five of us, there's been a huge discrepancy in how much the five of us think it costs to build a house in Mendocino County. I mean, I happen to know building a brand new 2-code house with fire sprinklers, it doesn't cost $450, $500 a square foot, which you've often referenced, or higher.
Well, Dan, you were building in the city of Fort Bragg. You didn't have the land costs. You had infrastructure in place. Somebody who's building on undeveloped land in the unincorporated, I think it is much more expensive.
But I think you're placing a misnomer. There are pre-development costs that are extremely exorbitant in the coastal zone, especially west of the Highway 1, and that is a significant part of your district and my district. But it's not the average person that's building in Mendocino County that pays those pre-development costs of maybe $100,000, $200,000 just to get to the building permit stage. So, and then which could be, I don't know, $50 a square foot, $100 a square foot, $200 just in pre-development costs, and now you're kind of quibbling over $2 to $3 a square foot in sprinkler costs, when the real issue is that in the coastal zone, it costs too much money to get to the building permit stage.
Yeah, I'm not concerned about the coastal zone. The coastal zone in the 5th District is this sliver along the coast. And yeah, the costs are much higher. I'm putting that aside. I'm talking about the rest of the 5th District. You know, you go a couple miles inland, all the way to West Ukiah, I think it's a significant cost for people who don't have city water. So can we do an analysis and find out what that cost is? You know, if it's $40,000, maybe we don't support it. If it's $4,000, we probably do.
Well, now we're mixing apples and oranges. Cost per square foot versus total cost. A bigger house, it's going to cost more money.
I could support it if it were $2 a square foot. But with the numbers I've heard, and I've called around Sonoma County asking what does it cost, I'm hearing numbers in the tens of thousands for a 3-bedroom house.
So again, let's stick with dollars per square foot. I think it is more than $2 a square foot. I think it's more like $4 or $6 a square foot. But the price does go down as you build a bigger house.
Well, having been around people who actually put these sprinkler systems in, first, before I talk, I want to hear from County Council.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of things. First, I wanted to be clear on the motion. I think I heard that we'd come back for a first reading. That first reading would be on consent. So both, after this meeting, both the first and the second reading would be on consent of the modified version. I just want to confirm that is the motion.
That was the motion.
And then we might have already gotten past this, but for Supervisor Hashak's prior question, I do want to just clarify that on the building permit side, the standards are designed to be ministerial, so it doesn't really bake in a discretionary process that would allow a sort of a floating standard. They're intended to be specific, and among other things, that means that the building permit itself doesn't require site-specific environmental review.
Thank you for that. So, you know, having seen people put these things in, I know that they're all made out of steel, they're pipe-sized, so there's a fair amount of engineering that goes into it, a fair amount of expense. If you have to operate a high-pressure system, that means high-pressure pumps and having an adequate power supply, which could be an issue in some of the places where people are relying on solar. So I can't imagine this being a cheap option, I guess is what I'm saying, based on what I know about plumbing, which is expensive. And I think it would be very important to have accurate figures on this if we're going to go forward.
So I have a question. Does the department sometimes have educational information for the public? So for example, if a majority of the board wants to gut the requirement for fire sprinklers in Class K, I know that insurance is cheaper when you have fire sprinklers. And I know that it has nothing to do with preventing the house being overtaken by a wildfire. It has to do with putting out the fire in the room in which it takes place inside your home before it spreads to multiple rooms. And I know that it drives down your insurance costs if you have a home that has sprinklers, and a home that doesn't is going to pay more for insurance. Is there some way that the department could have information from insurance providers that would show the cost differential of if the board wants to make this a purely educational exercise with the public?
Mike Oliphant, building official. You know, market costs are so subjective that the cost to build, to put in fire sprinklers, and just to be clear, residential fire sprinklers generally are not steel piped, they're PVC, they're plastic piped in, which allows homeowners to install them and glue them up similar to you would to a water supply. As far as contacting insurance agencies and doing market analysis on the cost of this, I suppose we could do that. It's really not, if you direct me to, I would. But my primary purpose in the building department, and the building department's primary purpose, is to provide fire, life, and safety requirements to the public to ensure their safety within the structures. And costs, although we do pay attention and we do want affordable building, costs don't play into the code structure and how codes are amended and adopted.
Well, I realize the difficulty of the department on this point. There might be some national statistics that just show insurance is generally, in a rural area, 10%, 20% less expensive when they have fire sprinklers. I don't know, State Farm, someone might have that information. I do know that insurance is definitely cheaper when you have fire sprinklers in a home. My insurance is very affordable for a new built to code with fire sprinklers in Fort Bragg. And I think one of the issues for homeowners is there's the challenge between the upfront cost of constructing something, because construction loan will, even if they're able to get one, is rarely going to cover more than 80% of the costs. So there's all that remainder they have to come up with cash. And then on the other side is, if they can reduce their operational costs, then the mortgage becomes less significant because they're saving on energy and they're saving on insurance. So I think the bigger challenge is how do we get the mortgage companies to look at the operational costs of homes, not simply the homeowner's income and the cost of the mortgage, because homes that are energy efficient that have fire sprinklers are going to be lower cost to operate than a home that's inefficient and doesn't have fire sprinklers.
Supervisor Hashtag and then Supervisor Mulhern.
Supervisor Mulhern was first.
Thank you, and I think actually Mr. Oliphant mostly answered or perhaps vaguely represented that it's really not the department's decision to determine the costs, right? And in my opinion, nor is it the board's. We talk often about private property owners' rights to do what they would like to do on their property. The Class K ordinance is very special for Mendocino County, and I think that if people would like to add fire sprinklers, they certainly can. If people would like to have a regular permit and not use the Class K ordinance, they certainly can. That's an option. What I thought we were trying to do by having this come back was to allow for, and I wasn't here when it was last discussed to be brought back, right? It was my understanding when we did review when is that ordinance going to come back, that it was for us to be able to, as a board, say, we are trying to encourage more housing and more development, and I don't think that by adding sprinklers into the Class K ordinance, we're going to get there. So I was just going to comment on, the actual cost of the sprinklers will be varied based on whether you have to hire an engineer, you have that skill set yourself. I mean, there's a lot to be determined there, and that's not what I'm basing my decision off of.
Okay, Supervisor Hashtag.
So the decision before us is really just if we want to require sprinkler systems for over 2,000 square feet for these Class Ks. And I really think that, Class K should be like an affordable house. It's probably meant to be smaller than 2,000 square feet. But if there are those select houses that are bigger than that, they want to build pretty much a mini mansion at this point, then it's pretty much on them. So I appreciate the concern and bringing it forward. I guess I'll support this because I just think that if a person wants to do Class K at that level, then they should have that right.
Okay, is there any public comment on this item?
Morning, Supervisors. My name's Carrie Vaugh, and I kind of think that there were some changes in the Class K permitting. I might have been the example that you used to change it for the house I built approximately 4 years ago. So I built my house under Class K, and the reason I chose to go that way was, frankly, I did not like being dictated or like the looks of the sprinklers in my house. So I did experience. I was part of the fires that took place in Redwood Valleys back when. I lost 2 homes in that fire that were rental properties, and the only ones that we saved were those that we were able to put the fire out with our fire truck, our water truck ourselves. So I did enough investigation on what it was going to cost me to put the fire sprinklers in the house, and it was going to be just under $12 a square foot in the upper $11 square foot range. This was about 4 years ago. To me, that was a considerable amount of money for my project even, and I felt there was other things I would rather use the money for. Now, I am an advocate of protecting your house and your livelihood of fire. And so what we did and it was our choice. I checked on insurance ahead of time. I have the best insurance company in the country that you can get. I do probably pay a little bit more for it because I don't have fire sprinklers, but they're well aware of it, and that was my choice. They actually sent somebody out to inspect my house because they were surprised that Mendocino County has this Class K ordinance, and so they saw what we did with it. We felt it was more important to protect our house from the outside in based upon our experiences with fires. So we put hydrants all around our property. We had someone from CAL FIRE come up and take a look at how we trimmed our trees and we cleared our property. And we are fortunate on a ranch that we have water trucks and we have a reservoir nearby. So I had no problem getting the insurance. They did ask us to do is to put heat devices that were, so I'm with Deep Valley Security, and so we installed heat devices in our whole attic area. And I spent the money on that so that it would alert an alarm system, and I've got a lot of alarm systems in the house that would register any kind of fire that was taking place inside my house. I do believe that my understanding is that if I had a kitchen fire on my stove and it set off the sprinkler system, that it would set off all this, not just the one above my stove, it's going to set off my whole entire kitchen sprinkler system. So I've talked to a lot of people that have lost a lot of personal property in fires through these sprinkler systems, so that was another choice I made. So I'm an advocate of having Class K be able to not have a restriction on the size that you build, because I think for me, I didn't do it to circumvent the inspections. Honestly, I called for all the inspections that you would normally have in a typical scenario of building a house, but I did it specifically not to have the fire sprinklers in my ceilings. So I just wanted to mention that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else? Do we have anyone online? No. Monique Ramirez?
Hi, good morning. Monique Ramirez, District 3. I just want to say that I don't support this amendment to the Class K ordinance, and I really appreciate the questions that have been raised by the supervisors in this discussion today, and I think they're good. And I think ultimately we do want homeowners to be able to, build freely as much as they can, and it's so wonderful that we have a Class K ordinance for families and people to be able to do that and have the right to build their home. And it, does require us to waive certain things when we do that. And it takes the heat off of the county for potential lawsuits or things like that in the future. So I just really feel strongly that a sprinkler system is really not going to benefit our county as a whole, because we are so rural, and most families or most homes are in rural places that are off grid with limited water supply. And once a fire breaks out, if the pumps go bad or whatever, nothing is going to save you in those situations. And I know that these fire sprinkler systems are for fires that start in the home, but I feel like our imminent danger that we face as a county right now is actually wildfire. And so how devastating if somebody did invest all that money for a fire sprinkler system just to have it melt away, not to mention all of the PVC piping that would be melting as well. That's, and more plastic. We don't need that. So I just think, again, if people want to build a large house, they're probably going to want to protect that kind of investment and probably do a fire sprinkler.
Monique, we seem to have lost you. Okay, was that it for online comment?
But
oh, there you are.
Monique, we lost you. You can go ahead and unmute and try to continue.
Sorry about that. I'm not sure where I got cut off. I have Starlink and it's not working today. I just said that I appreciate your guys' discussion and that I just don't feel that the water sprinkler system is going to help our county overall, because most people do live in rural settings and are going to have a hard time being able to meet the water needs and the pumps and stuff like that to be able to have a system. And if somebody is trying to build something over 2,000 square feet, I would think that they probably do want to try to protect their investment as much as possible. And they probably would go ahead with a regular permit. And also I worry for people that are trying to build that they might not know how to install something like that, because again, it's Class K and it's owner built. So there's a lot of variables there, not just the cost of the supplies, but then you also have to go back and, you know, add that into your drawings. That costs money too, to have the architect, whoever's helping you do that, like put that together. It's not easy. And I just think we should try to create as much opportunity for more housing as we possibly can. And at the end of the day, our existential threat in Mendocino County is actually wildfire, and a fire sprinkler system will do nothing to save a family's home if that was the case. So thank you so much for the time to speak. I appreciate it.
Okay, I believe that's all public comments, so I think we're ready to vote, unless someone has one last second thing to say.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy?
My microphone's.
We can hear you.
It's on.
Oh, no.
And Supervisor McGordy?
No.
Motion carries with Supervisors McGordy and Jurdy dissenting.
Very good. Now we're going to move on to agenda item number 4B, which is discussion and possible action, including retroactive approval of agreements with Redwood Quality Management Company doing business as Anchor Health Management.
Chair McGordy,
Chair
may,
McGordy, yes.
May we take a break, please? 5 minutes, 10 minutes?
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Vote the way you intended. It didn't match your language. I didn't know if you had it.
If I could, what time are we coming back?
Conozco a alguien que está próxima a ser mamá. Lo primero que quería sería recomendarle el programa porque te entrega mucho apoyo, mucha información y más que nada como apoyo emocional, una guía, te da una visión diferente de cómo es ser papá aquí, quizás en este país.
Sí, pues es algo, un bonito programa, porque pues es buena persona la señora y los ha atendido muy bien.
Pensé que nada más iba a ser un programa de orientación quizás para los nuevos padres, pero creo que nos llevamos una linda sorpresa porque Gaby es una persona muy cercana a nosotros, es como parte de nuestra familia, siempre ha estado dispuesta a ayudarnos y a escucharnos con nuestras dudas sobre la paternidad, y en nuestro caso, que estamos solos en este país, ha sido como de mucha ayuda.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres, y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente, y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa, que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Te ayuda como a ver los distintos recursos que tiene la comunidad para nuevos papás, entonces creo que es de gran ayuda.
No queda mucho que agregar, pero lo veo de la misma forma.
Que hemos aprendido algunas cosas aquí y pues los han ayudado, como este programa los ha ayudado para seguir creciendo a la bebé, como con buenos consejos y así.
Sí, y creo que también ha sido muy importante el tema de apoyarnos con el libro y saber qué actividades hacer con Máximo de acuerdo a su edad, cómo estimularlo, cómo cuidarlo de los peligros de la casa, como cosas que uno como papá nuevo no conoce, claro.
Pues a mí me gustaría que lo siguiéramos visitando aquí en la biblioteca de Covelo. Está tranquilo y muy bonito aquí.
Cuando no nos podemos reunir, nos comunicamos por Zoom o llamada telefónica o por texto.
Donde nos visite, porque ha sido nuestra casa. A veces nosotros vamos a Wellits y puede ser en el parque. Gaby llega, como hacemos un resumen de cómo ha ido nuestra semana o qué hemos hecho de nuevo, cómo va el trabajo. Luego hacemos las actividades del libro. Vemos si podemos hacer un juguetito nuevo para Máximo. A veces ella lo evalúa, cómo está su sentido motriz, qué ha aprendido de nuevo, nuevas palabras, y jugamos un ratito y conversamos.
A mí personalmente también me ayudó mucho a obtener mi licencia a conducir, que era un objetivo que teníamos en cuanto a la familia,
sí.
para poder estar tranquilos, así que encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
El objetivo del programa es que las familias estén bien, y que las familias estén bien significa niños felices, niños sanos, y eso en un futuro es adultos sanos y un mundo mejor. Entonces está bueno. Yo creo que si conozco a alguien que está próxima a ser mamá, lo primero que haría sería recomendarle el programa, porque te entrega mucho apoyo, mucha información y más que nada como apoyo emocional, una guía, te da una visión diferente de cómo es ser papá aquí, quizás en este país.
Y así pues es algo, un bonito programa, porque pues es buena persona la señora y los ha atendido muy bien.
Pensé que nada más iba a ser un programa de orientación quizás para los nuevos padres, pero creo que nos llevamos una linda sorpresa porque Gaby es una persona muy cercana a nosotros, es como parte de nuestra familia, siempre ha estado dispuesta a ayudarnos y a escucharnos con nuestras dudas sobre la paternidad, y en nuestro caso, que estamos solos en este país, ha sido como de mucha ayuda.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres, y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente, y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Te ayuda como a ver los distintos recursos que tiene la comunidad para nuevos papás, entonces creo que es de gran ayuda.
No queda mucho que agregar, pero lo veo de la misma forma.
Que hemos aprendido algunas cosas aquí y pues los han ayudado, como este programa los ha ayudado para seguir creciendo a la bebé, como con buenos consejos y así.
Sí, y creo que también ha sido muy importante el tema de apoyarnos con el libro y saber qué actividades hacer con Máximo de acuerdo a su edad, cómo estimularlo, cómo cuidarlo de los peligros de la casa, como cosas que uno como papá nuevo no conoce, claro.
Pues a mí me gustaría que lo siguiéramos visitando aquí en la biblioteca de Covelo. Está tranquilo y muy bonito aquí.
Cuando no nos podemos reunir, nos comunicamos por Zoom o una llamada telefónica o por texto.
Donde nos visite, porque ha sido nuestra casa. A veces nosotros vamos a Wellits y puede ser en el parque. Gaby llega, como hacemos un resumen de cómo ha ido nuestra semana o qué hemos hecho de nuevo, cómo va el trabajo. Luego hacemos las actividades del libro. Vemos si podemos hacer un juguetito nuevo para Máximo. A veces ella lo evalúa, cómo está su sentido motriz, qué ha aprendido de nuevo, nuevas palabras, y jugamos un ratito y conversamos.
A mí personalmente también me ayudó mucho a obtener mi licencia a conducir, que era un objetivo que teníamos en cuanto a la familia,
sí.
para poder estar tranquilos, así que encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
El objetivo del programa es que las familias estén bien, y que las familias estén bien significa niños felices, niños sanos, y eso en un futuro es adultos sanos y un mundo mejor. Entonces está bueno. Yo creo que si conozco a alguien que está próxima a ser mamá, lo primero que haría sería recomendarle el programa porque te entrega mucho apoyo.
She has made me feel like I'm important and I can go at my own pace, and that's all you need sometimes when you're feeling like you got nobody.
It was helpful to have somebody there kind of holding my hand and guiding me and letting me know this is kind of the normal. It felt like I was becoming a new mom, so it was very interesting and helpful, very, very helpful.
You know, there was that self-conscious part of me, like, will I be accepted even though I'm not perfect?
What I like the most is that she really listens.
The support that she gives me is special because she does it with love, and it's just natural, you know. That's all I could say. It just feels like somebody that I've known since I was little.
You know, I said to Jeanette, Jeanette, you're supposed to be with me for 5 years. Jeanette said, yeah, I know, I'm going to be with you guys for 5 years. That's when I said, well, I guess I can trust her. She's going to be with us for 5 years.
Yo creo que quizás pasó como a la segunda visita o algo así, como que ya nos presentamos formalmente. Y luego ya creo que en la segunda visita estaba como todo más tranquilo, como muy, como que el ambiente era muy familiar. Entonces yo me sentí muy cómoda.
Felt like she cared for Sparrow too, and Sparrow really enjoyed it. Yeah, she knew when Gabby came we were going to be making something or learning something, and she'd instantly start digging through Gabby's bags to find out what activity we were going to do.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I think the relationship that we've built has been she's a part of the family.
We want to make a clarification on the last item.
So I would move reconsideration of item 4A. Sometimes being chair and trying to participate in the meetings is hard to juggle. I think the chair could have benefited from having the motion read back before the vote. So we'd like to vote again. Is there a second on reconsideration?
I'll second.
Can you read the motion back, please?
Do we need to vote first on the reconsideration?
Yes, I would recommend voting on the motion for reconsideration first.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
And Supervisor McGorty?
Yes.
Okay, then I move the previous action, and would the clerk read it back?
Yeah, the motion was, let me get to it here. Direct staff to revise the draft ordinance to strike the sprinkler requirement, have staff bring back the item with a clean environmental review record on the consent calendar, so both readings would be on the consent calendar, and strongly encourage that owner builders consider installation of indoor water sprinkler systems.
Okay, call for the vote.
I second.
Now call for the vote.
Do we have to have public comment?
You already have.
Chair McGorty?
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
And Supervisor Jurdy?
No.
Motion carries with Supervisor Jurdy dissenting.
Thank you for that, because things turned out the way we were supposed to. Now we're going to move on to item 4B, which is discussion and possible action, including retroactive approval of agreements with Redwood Quality Management Company doing businesses Anchor Health Management Incorporated for $3,600,000. And second, Redwood Quality Management Company doing business as Anchor Health Management Incorporated, Medication Support Services, $2 million. Three, Mendocino Coast Hospital Center, $596,000. Four, Mendocino County Youth Project, $930,000. Six, Redwood Community Services, $11,179,365. And six, Tapestry Family Services Incorporated, $3,775,662. To provide special mental health services to eligible Medi-Cal beneficiaries of Mendocino County for a total combined amount of $22,081,027 effective July 1st through June 30th, 2024. Sponsor Behavioral Health Recovery Services. Go ahead. We can't hear you. Are you on? Thank you. No?
Your mute's on your screen.
Oh. Oh, yay, thank you. All right, good morning, Dr. Janine Miller, Behavioral Health and Recovery Services Director, and I'm going to share my screen in just a second. I'm here today to talk about the provider contracts for specialty mental health throughout Mendocino County. And first, I wanted to talk a little bit about especially mental health, as there's always a lot of confusion about mental health services and how they work and what the county actually provides. And so I will just do a quick rundown on that. County mental health services we are a mental health plan, so we are a sort of like a insurance plan in that we are contracted with the state of California to provide specialty mental health services. We do not provide all mental health services in the county. We are not contracted to provide all mental health services in the county. We are specifically contracted as a mental health plan to provide specialty mental health services to the highest level of individuals that have mental illness and need that highest level of care. We also only provide services to Medi-Cal individuals. Our contract with the state of California is that they carved out specialty mental health services specific to Medi-Cal, and that was given to counties to operate and run those services either by themselves or through contracted providers. So that is what we do. We provide specialty mental health services to Medi-Cal individuals and indigent individuals throughout our county. All other mental health services are provided through an individual's insurance carrier. So if you have Medi-Cal and you are what the state considers mild to moderate, not on that severe level of mental illness, then you are served through Partnership Health Plan. And obviously, if you have private insurance, VA, Kaiser, or any of those, you're served through your insurance company, and they are to provide you those level of services. We've seen in California more movement towards parity, so that private insurance companies have to also provide the level of care that Medi-Cal individuals are getting. We haven't seen that across many years. We've seen that that Medi-Cal provides better mental health services than most private insurance companies, where the state is moving to make sure that there is parity across the systems so that everyone can get the level of care they need. I think there's a lot of work still to be done on that, but at least it's a movement in the right way. This year, actually about 2 years ago, Medi-Cal the state of California Department of Healthcare Services started to move forward with what we call CalAIMS. It's a change in Medi-Cal services across the board. Specifically for specialty mental health, it's a change in documentation requirements, and also as of July 1st of this year, we went into what is payment reform. So this is, July 1st is our first movement into payment reform with Medi-Cal for the state of California. We moved from a per minute billable moment, and what it used to be is that we would bill per minute, regardless of the service, whoever was providing the service was billed per minute for the same rate. What the state has moved to now is a by provider type rate. So the state set rates for every county. Not every county has the same rates. The rates were set based on prior cost reports, prior billable moments, so really looking at how your system billed, the number of clients you're providing services to, what it cost your county to provide those services, and your cost reports. So the state built out a cost report model for every county and then went ahead and sent those out and gave each county a cost per provider type. So now it's not based on service, it's based on provider type. There is a set rate per provider type for regardless of whatever service they provide across the system. So this is new to our system. We are going into a very new world and seeing how this system works for Mendocino County. We're excited. It has the potential to really expand and bring more dollars into the county and enhance services if done right. If not, it could also take money from the county system. And so really it is a watch as we go system. We will be reviewing everything quarterly. We will be working with our contractors quarterly. We are aware that we may have to come back and increase contract amounts because we just don't know with the new system and the way the state is paying, how that will play out within our system of care. So we will be doing quarterly reviews with our contractors to make sure that we are spending our dollars the wisest and in the best way possible, and that we are maximizing our federal financial participation, which now comes to us in what's called intergovernmental transfers. So one of the things new this year with payment reform for the first time is federal financial participation dollars are frozen. They can't be used again. With the IGT change, the dollars are what the state calls washed, so they're clean, and they can be used to be brought back up to provide additional services. So we're moving from a frozen system of dollars. Once you've pulled down dollars, those dollars are frozen, to the ability to be able to really move dollars within our system and continue to put dollars up to bring dollars back into the county.
Dr.
So,
Miller, can you give an example
an example?
of the difference between frozen and
Sure.
washed?
So if we, let's say we build $1 in service. The county would upload $1 in realignment dollars, and we would get back 50 cents, right, of that dollar. Those 50 cents we get back are frozen. They can't be used again. They're considered federal dollars. They're frozen. You can't reuse them. Once you get them, they're considered spent. What happens with IGT now, you put up your 50 cents, you get 50 cents back. Now you can actually reuse those 50 cents to put it back up and pull down another 50 cents. So, of course, you have to have the dollars available within the system. You've got to pay your providers and your county staff. But if you really look at your rates right, you should be putting part of your rates aside to push back up and part of your rates aside to pay your providers. So we really set our rates to start with the ability to have some dollars to go up and dollars to come back down. And so that's how our rate system has been developed, so that we are actually able to maximize the dollars coming into the county, maximize our services, and be able to hopefully provide more services to more people within our county. So really quick, going to move on to our system of care. We have an administrative service organization in Mendocino County that came to fruition in 2013. As we know, at that time we had 2, and then in 2016 we went down to 1, Anchor Health Management. They are Redwood Quality Management, doing business as Anchor Health Management, but go by Anchor Health Management. Their contract, they provide 2 services. One is the administrative oversight of the contracted providers working with the county coordinating services. That contract this year was reduced by $200,000. Last year it was 1.2. This year it's $1 million. The other part of their contract, the 2.6, is that they're a pass-through in the sense of working with all the psychiatric hospitals, working with physicians, use placements to really, they pay those fees, so they get the invoices, they pay the fees, and then the county reimburses for those services, really tracking the hospitals, making sure that we're not paying for days we shouldn't pay for, denying non-acute days, and working to keep the crisis system of care flowing and making sure those services work appropriately. We are looking at some things for the next year as we go into payment reform. We are aware that things are changing, and so we are looking at the ASO structure for future years, this next year coming, to really working as a team with the ASO to reevaluate what the ASO does for us, what's still needed with payment reform, and what does next year look like. The next contract is our Medication Support Services contract. And this is the contract where all of our psychiatric health care, so everyone who needs meds, psychiatric medications, is services through this contract. They actually provide a lot of our med services, our aftercare services, sometimes for clients that aren't ours, but they come out of the hospital and they need to be stabilized until they can get to a provider. And this is what this service provides. We did do an update. You'll see in your packets there was an update where we loaded a new contract that removed the ASO from that contract because the county is actually doing the oversight for that. And so I know that was just recently uploaded. So we want to make sure that you guys approved the modified contract with the removal of the ASO language from that contract.
And Mr. Chair, if I may, we also provided a paper copy at the back of the room. We can make additional copies if people want, although we found that for the most part, people tend to use the electronic copies more.
Okay, thank you.
I will point out that as we go through this, on the slide, you can see how many people they served this year. That is not a final number. As we know, we have the, stuff coming in for probably 2 to 3 months after we close the year due to billing and the way services happen with Medi-Cal and private insurance or Medicare. We have to bill the Medicare first and then bill the Medi-Cal second, same with private insurance. So we will continue to see some changes in the number of people served in dollar amount as we final up our year. So you'll see this in all of our providers. You can see the number of projected clients to be served, and you can see our cost per beneficiary at their current rate. It's about $2,580. I will note that the state average for providing special mental health services, this is 2021 data, they're always about a year behind. The cost per beneficiary was about $6,496. Mendo runs about $6,458. So you can tell that we actually are within the state average of our cost per beneficiary when we're looking at our system of care compared to the state across the whole. We have been working on data metrics to make sure that we provide additional data metrics. We are not saying that these are perfect. We are continuing to work with our contractors to really refine and work on our data to make sure we have really solid data, and this is our first year doing the data, so we will continue to add more data to the slide. I will note one of the things that where our data is a little bit needs some improvement, I just want to say this, is that obviously in med management, they serve all of our crisis clients. And so one of the data points we're going to need to be able to pull out better is which clients they're serving that didn't come in through crisis versus which ones they're serving that actually went to crisis after they were serving them. So there is some work to do on this data because they are obviously our med provider for everybody in our system of care.
A question, Supervisor Williams?
Well, 2 comments. I appreciate this. We've been asking for data for a long time. It's great to see a start, and I think this is a really good start. I would like to see these numbers have a slash and the total. Okay. Right? This is 147 out of how many? Or if you want to give a percentage, that would work. And second, I would like to ask that the data going forward follow standard research methods on sampling, that we use some textbook acceptable standard, not self-selection, because self-selection, of course, will have a bias. And I don't know what direction the bias will be. I think it'll probably be the people who are the happiest with the service and the people who are most upset about the service, and we'll miss those in the middle. That's just a guess. But I'm convinced there will be a bias if we use self-selection. So I'd like us, I would even put it on the contract, to follow a standard research method for sampling outcomes.
Okay.
And I guess maybe we give that as direction. Am I supported?
I would support that.
I have a question or point of clarification for Supervisor Williams. I think I spent 18 months on an ad hoc with you about mental health outcomes and data, and what we learned was that there really isn't a standard, and across the state, everybody does it a little bit differently. So I appreciate that we want to have more data. I think that we need to be clear and specific about what we want that data to be, because it was my understanding through that entire process that we weren't able to really find a standard. So just a question for clarification before we give that direction.
Yeah, I'd be happy to clarify. When we, for that 18-month period of reviewing the data, what we found is there wasn't enough data to work with, and the sampling method wasn't solid. And so going forward, I would like to have it embedded in the contract that we do a random sampling or a cluster sampling. And we ask the provider and we ask the patient we provided a service. What is your outcome? How did you come in? How did you go out? We capture that so that we can review and contract to contract and see, are we getting better or worse? Are we improving? And it's not a bad outcome if we find that we're doing worse over the years, but getting that feedback loop in place means that we can improve. Whereas today we're kind of operating in the blind. We know we're spending a lot of money. We know we have a lot of qualified clinicians working with patients, but we don't know, are we doing as well as other counties or other states or the nation as a whole? We might be leading the state. We might be the top out of 58, or we might be at the bottom, and we don't know. So the data that I would like, I'm less concerned about what data is collected. I think our staff knows what should be collected and what is available, and more concerned about the method of collection, that we randomly sample or we do cluster samples. Don't use self-selection as the criteria. It's like asking me to write a review if I'm really happy with the meal versus if I'm really upset about the meal. You're going to get, over time, you're going to get a bias. So I don't think I'm asking for anything that's unusual here. Use standard research methods in the data analysis, collection and analysis.
Okay.
Is that direction given?
Yes, is that direction given? Is that clear?
All right.
If you need further clarification, I think that Supervisor Williams would be very willing to talk with you to better explain.
No problem, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, so we'll move on to Mendocino Coast Hospitality Center. This is one of our Fort Bragg providers. I'll go through, you can see how many clients they served this year, both within the Specialty Mental Health System and the Mental Health Services Act system. We are looking at, from the Specialty Mental Health, how much, you can also see how many clients we plan for them to serve up to next year based on their contract, and the cost, once again, below the state average of what the state is assuming we would be paying based on state, county, looking at states across the county. The cost per beneficiary is still below that. They're a little bit on their data. You can see, and this is fully, this data here, and we'll get into different data, but this data here is directly out of the electronic health record. It's a look at every individual that entered the system, so we're not looking individually at any individual. It's every single individual that walked into their system that they served. This is the data we pulled on everyone. You can see, once again, the number of people they served that didn't need crisis versus that utilized crisis services, the number of people they housed in 22-23, the number of people that remained housed was 32 out of the 34 they housed. And we also are looking at the number of people who need that highest level of care, conservatorship, right? Because that's our highest level of care. That's actually where we want to see a reduction in the number of people needing to be conserved. Mendocino County Youth Project, they serve our children and our transitional age youth. Once again, same data, looking at the number of people they served to date for this year. What we're projecting to have them serve next year, and their cost per beneficiary for next year. And then same data we looked at with them. And we, like I said, we are looking to fine-tune this data and really work with them on getting more data, but this is a look at every individual that they served across their system. And of course, we may have other data points we add over the next year. Redwood Community Services, they're obviously our biggest provider. They do provide children, transitional age youth, adults. You'll see their MHSA numbers. This is the number of people they served this year. And also what we're projected for next year, their contract amount, and then their cost per beneficiary. With this data also, as we know, RCS is our crisis provider. So once again, pulling that data on, was it someone who was brought to the provider who already went into crisis, so we're seeing them as a crisis touch when they shouldn't have been seen because they went into crisis. We want to make sure we clean that data up to make sure that we're actually very giving valid data and looking at those that were within service and then needed a crisis service. You also can look at the number of people conserved, the number of people who got off conservatorship, the number of people housed, and the people that remained housed. A lot of people go in through crisis and need conservatorship, so we want to actually analyze this data a little bit more to make sure that that's a valid number also on was it someone they were serving versus someone crisis was serving. So it gives us a picture today, a little bit more analysis we want to do going forward. Tapestry Family Services also serves youth, transitional age youth, children, and adults. You can look at their kind of data of what they serve this year, what we're projecting next year, and their estimated cost per beneficiary. And look at their data also of what we've seen to date for their data, and we'll continue to work to fine-tune these data points. We also wanted to just note in one of the factors the state of California looks at is when someone is hospitalized, what is the readmission rate? So they come out of the psych hospital, how often do they need to be readmitted within 7 days and 30 days? You can see the two lines that are Mendocino County. We are below the state average of rehospitalizations. So we're actually showing that we're touching them and having less people need to be readmitted within a 7 to 30 day time frame from once they discharge from the psych hospital.
Question, Supervisor Williams.
Why do we only have 3 points on the x-axis?
This is state data, and they only give us 3 years at a time. We could probably pull data from the prior years, and of course they're always a year behind with the state. We're always getting data. Like in 2022, we get 2021 data. This year, we'll get 2022 data. I can pull and have someone do a larger graph. I will tell you, in the last 5+ years, we have always been below the state.
And
we're performing better than the state in this metric, and we have for many years.
And why is that?
I think one of the things that we've done, and if you look, there's another data that really shows we do a touch when they leave the psych facility. So one of the things we do we really work day of or within 48 hours to have an exit interview with everyone leaving the psych facility. We actually perform better with that than the state of California also, that we're actually doing follow-up quicker and being able to do that. We also have crisis respite in the CRT now, but I think the crisis respite coming in has really allowed crisis to have alternative options to work with people, and really wrapping people and getting them connected to services, I think is why we're seeing that.
Supervisor Haschak.
Yeah, that was, one of my questions was, with the Measure B programs that we have going on, is that helping our numbers in this respect? Like with the CRT, with the aftercare and those programs?
I think all of those programs are definitely helping our numbers, and actually, it's a hard comparison. We can look at, we know that our hospitalizations, number of people needing hospitalized have decreased, but we can't say our cost has decreased, right? So you can't look at it based on a cost model, because every year, the hospitals, the boarding cares, they raise their cost every year. So we're paying more, but we're hospitalizing less. But we are seeing a decrease in the number of hospitalizations, and we are seeing those facilities used and being very successful. And aftercare has been very successful. And aftercare was really approached. We've always done aftercare for Medi-Cal and indigent. The Measure B dollars allowed RCS to be able to provide aftercare for those that have private insurance and Medicare, which we couldn't provide before. So it's been great, because people are able to get a service they wouldn't normally be able to get through our system of care.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Williams.
How do you determine whether the Mendocino County having a better 7-day readmission rate is based on treatment being successful and patients not needing it versus lack of access? Because I can see if you're in San Jose and you need readmission, it's probably right down the road, whereas if you're in Covelo and you need readmission, there's a much greater burden to get to a facility. Could that be why we're seeing the difference, or are you convinced it's actually that the treatment is successful?
Based on the stats I have seen, I'm convinced it's the treatment. I'm not saying that there aren't some that aren't accessed, because of course that's always an issue, but based on the data and looking at this data for the last 15 years and seeing how the system has changed and grown, and seeing that when we started implementing exit interviews and really touching people within so many hours, we saw this greatly change. And it's something the state has commented on multiple times, that they are seeing a decrease here with us, and they're seeing that we're touching people quickly. And the way they track that is by Medi-Cal, right? It's a billable moment. So they're able to see when you had a billable moment with that person and what type of billable moment it was.
Right. And is it similar for neighboring counties? Is it a regional difference, or
No.
it's specific to Mendocino County?
I can pull, I don't have them easily, but I pulled these before, and I really compared us to Humboldt Lake, Sonoma, to really look, and I wouldn't say we're all comparable. There's some things we are and some things we aren't, but I'm happy to, get you that info so you can see certain points of, and I've done it where I pulled 4 counties and we looked at our data points, their data points, but I'm happy to share that. One of the other things we do in the system, and this is new, we've been, it's kind of interesting. We have done these consumer perception surveys for many years. When we've always, it's a state requirement. We do it twice a year. On COVID, they moved down to once a year. One of the interesting things is that they would always say we're doing these really long surveys, and they're pretty long surveys for people to fill out, but people do fill them out, that we couldn't get the data. So the state would always say, oh yeah, we're gonna get you the data, we're gonna get you the data. We never got the data. So recently in the last year or two, the state moved over to having UCLA pull the data and do the data analysis for the surveys, which is fabulous because we're actually getting data for the first time. We used to try to pull our own data based on the surveys, but this has been a nice change as we're able to get these survey data from UCLA, and they provide, there's a lot more questions than I pulled here. And I'm happy to share that with people also if anyone wants to see the UCLA data and look at every point, because you can look at every point that the survey looked at. But this is, we ask every client that walks in during that week, and this is the way the state has it set up, that there's a week that's identified. During this week, you're going to ask every client to complete the survey. They can do it by paper or they can do it online. It's in English, Spanish, and they have multiple languages now that they've been adding the survey in. It's separated by the family, so if you have a family member, the family fills it out, the youth fills it out, or the adult or older adult, and it is separated into 4 different surveys, right? And so you get to look at how the family views it versus the child who's getting services, the adult or the older adult. I just pulled a couple of points out of that survey for us to look at, and what you can see on these surveys, it'll say family average versus statewide family average. So the WSW is the statewide. So that's looking at all the surveys across the state of California, how Mendocino County compares to how the states, all the surveys across the state of California. We got 174 surveys in March of 2022. That's the most recent survey we got results on. We recently did one. We don't have those results yet, but those should be coming. We have been sharing this on the Behavioral Health and Recovery Services data page. We have a page that has data, and it also, we're updating it regularly with provider data, kind of what I showed you. We're starting to add all that to the page and update that quarterly, in addition to the survey results are also shared there. This kind of just gives you a look at outcomes of services, general satisfaction of the program. It's separated by family, adult, and youth average, and then of course compares us to the state. And that just gives you a look of how consumers of the 174 individuals who completed the survey rated us.
This was actually my concern. Survey will lead to bias, right? You're the 174 out of how many?
I'd have to pull our number, but a couple thousand.
So less than 10% responded. Those less than 10% that responded are biasing the results. We need a sampling of the 2,000. So I would, this is fine to continue doing this, but I would maybe call at random and try to do it orally on the phone, but find a method where you're actually pulling from the people who receive the service, not the ones who are willing to return a survey, right? There's certain people who are so bad off they can't fill out a survey. They don't have they're not in a mental capacity to fill out a survey and mail it back. And in this county, a lot of people don't have internet access, so asking them to go online, you're getting people who live in the cities more than people who live in the rural areas.
We can definitely work on that. We have to do this survey. It's state required. It's a mandate by the state of California, but we can definitely look at alternative ways to get better input for this one.
I'd appreciate it. And maybe note to the state, there's sampling bias in their method. We're getting less than 10% responding.
I agree wholeheartedly with what you're saying.
And so this is just more of that survey that we looked at. It looks at the number that had been arrested in the past 12 months. It looks at the rate of participation in treatment, how they rated that. Since receiving mental health services, how they engaged with law enforcement, and then the rate of functioning of the program. And of course, there's many more questions that get answered, and I just threw these in there as some data we're looking at and able to obtain now that we're looking across our system. And we will definitely look at, with the consumer perception surveys, is there a better way for us to get more individuals to complete it and return it?
Sorry, it's me again. What about having the provider complete it? Would that be more reliable than the patient? Is there some objective criteria they could apply? And could we require that of the providers that we're paying, that they complete certain?
They're supposed to work. So how it works is that the providers go out, the survey goes out to every provider, and they're supposed to encourage every client that walks in that week to fill it out, even to the point that they read it and help them fill it out. We also offer our patient rights advocate that if the individual needs help assisted with filling it out, our PRA, if they don't feel comfortable with their provider, the PRA will help them fill it out.
Right. So I'm not saying don't do this, but these are surveys asking the patient who is served about their condition. I think I would like to augment that with objective criteria from the provider so that we're not asking the patient, are they better? Well, they may not know. If they needed help to begin with, they may not have the capacity to tell us objectively how they've shifted from before they received treatment to after. Hopefully the provider would be in a better position to provide objective metrics.
We can ask the providers to do surveys on their clients and their outcome.
Well, hopefully they are better because they wouldn't be releasing them if they weren't.
Right. And they do use the ANDS and CANSA, and there is some data that shows that there is improvement over the symptoms that the individuals experience, improvement in housing and stuff like that, but we can definitely work on a survey for providers.
I agree with Supervisor Williams. I think we need to up the numbers a bit so we have a little bit more of a representative sample of people. And I recognize some people will not be cooperative, and that's going to be a problem.
Chair.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. So going back to the Measure B and the MOPS, the Mobile Outreach Program, and how that correlates with the question about your encounter with police. Has that been surveyed at all or taken into account? What % of the interactions with police have been with the MOPS program or anything like that?
No, it hasn't been something we've done related to this survey question, but we definitely could separate out. We do track when MOPS, when dual response goes out, we do track whether or not it was an individual where just dual response went out versus whether it was a dual response with law enforcement. Law enforcement doesn't always go out when dual response goes out. There are times dual response goes in the field with one or two of them because law enforcement isn't needed. It is a data we track internally, but I haven't compared it to this data to see maybe they are saying there was an encounter because it was a dual response encounter.
Oh.
But
yeah, that would be good to have, I think.
Yeah, we can definitely look.
And on that question, so when someone has a mental health crisis, so ideally they're going to be responded to by your shop, but are there times where the sheriff's deputies or city police respond?
So yeah, there are times that they respond on their own, and there's times when they respond as a team. And there are times that Redwood Community Services Crisis will respond if dual response is busy or there's not someone on. So it depends on the call, but if it is a call where law enforcement believes they need a mental health worker, they will let the dual response worker know, and they'll meet them out there.
Mm-hmm.
A dual response has radio, so they have radios to be able to get the calls and know what's going on, and they go out quite often when they're called. So everything goes through dispatch, and dispatch will say, hey, we need you to be here, we're going out. Sometimes they'll come in and it'll be just, hey, can dual response go out? We don't think law enforcement needs to be there at this one.
Mm-hmm.
But they go out with law enforcement quite often. They are aligned right now with the Sheriff's Office and UPD, Ukiah Police Department. Fort Bragg sort of has their own thing, the homeless kind of mental health outreach, but Crisis does still a lot of outreach in the Fort Bragg area and gets involved in that. Not so much dual response at this time, but in regards to, and they get called, dual response gets called everywhere. So, they're in Point Arena, they're in Covelo, They're in the city of Ukiah, Willits, Anderson Valley. So wherever the call is, they have been asked to go out. They have been asked to go out on calls where they have an armed suspect and know the person's going to react bad to law enforcement. So maybe having the mental health worker there would be a better alternative. We are working because one thing we've realized is we don't have all the safety equipment that law enforcement has. And so we're having to relook at what safety equipment do we need to make sure as our staff are going out to potentially armed calls that they have what they need to be safe.
Supervisor Williams?
Probably not popular in this county, but it seems there's an association between high THC use, regular use, and youth under 25, and early onset of some mental health disorders. Do we have any data that would show whether that's more pronounced in our county?
I don't know if we would be able to compare it across the state. I can look to see. We do know that it's quite often that, we do talk screens on individuals that go into crisis, and it's quite often that probably 90 to 95% have something on board when they walk in the door. We do know that marijuana use is very prevalent in our youth and even our adults, right? And what people think that sometimes marijuana can help mental illness, but it's not always. It actually can create a mania and with some mental health symptoms. And so marijuana is not always the best for mental illness.
So given that this county is very pro-cannabis because there's been a strong industry here, what is the county's role in public messaging that there may be some contraindicators, people with certain conditions that will not be better, that it's not medicine for them? Do we have a role?
I think we try to educate. It is something we try to educate on. There are people who believe that their mental illness is very much cured or able to regulate their symptoms because of marijuana, but that's not everybody. So I think it's really for us, it's an education that marijuana doesn't work for everyone. We have several clients that I could name that I know when they use marijuana, they become manic and need to be hospitalized, right? So not a good alternative medication for those individuals. So we try to take the message that it's not always the best alternative. It really is individual and what works for them. We do try to educate. Trying to do a lot of education on all substance use for our youth because we know it's an issue. We know that we have high overdose rates. We know opioids is a huge issue. We know that the kids are really good about playing Rochambeau, spin the bottle, whatever it lands on, you take, not even knowing what's in that container that you're going to take. So trying to do a lot of education. We don't, and it's always that question, was it the chicken or the egg, right? Were they always predisposed to mental illness, or did they take something that actually created a mental illness?
Okay.
And then just lastly, just wanted to bring another survey that we do. This is done by the External Quality Review. It's a state agency that comes in and reviews us on an annual basis. They look at our whole system of care. One of the things they do is pull consumers and do a consumer focus group to really talk to those consumers about how they're feeling services were that year. And then they give feedback to the mental health plan on here's what we got, here's what they said, this is where we'd like to see improvement as consumers. This was 7 individuals that were within our transitional age youth category. And so they were brought in, they were interviewed by the quality reviewer and asked a lot of different questions. We're not allowed to be in there. So providers, county, this is really private, confidential. We're not allowed to be a part of it. It's a private thing where they sit down and talk with the consumers. They've done different groups. This one was transitional age youth last year. Prior to that, they've done people that were hospitalized, people on medication. Sometimes they do families, sometimes they do adults. They always pick a different group every year to analyze and look at your system of care. And this just gives some feedback of what came out of, this was sort of their overall feedback of that came out of that meeting with those individuals. What they said, you'll notice that a lot of them, of the 7, most of them noted that they were from a group home or for the foster care system. That's how they got into the mental health system, from coming through group home or foster care. And they just talked about what they thought overall of the system. Their one recommendation is getting reminder calls or texts about appointments. And one thing that's not on here, they actually would like to be able to be more involved and volunteer and different things in our community. So that was something else they noted. And that is all I have for you today.
Supervisor Williams.
I have 4 topics of concern for my colleagues. We'll start with the easy one. What happened with CIT? Is that something that we can integrate, or have we dropped it?
Crisis intervention
Yeah.
training or
Yeah.
crisis intervention teams?
Teams.
Okay. The crisis intervention teams, there was a group of individuals that have been trying to meet to really develop crisis intervention teams within Mendocino County. There is a group, it is a variety of mental health providers, law enforcement, and community advocates that are a part of that team, and they've been working on it. We continue to try to expand crisis intervention within this community through trainings and being connected to CIT International and trying to bring that forward.
Okay. Is there any overlap with the contracts before us today?
No overlap. I would say that Sarah Livingston, who is their director for crisis, does sit on that team. She is one of the behavioral health representatives for the CIT team.
Okay. RFPs. I've asked several times. These are, $23 million of public money. It's really appropriate to go through the competitive bid process, even if we select the same providers. I think the public expects that of us. I understand the department is planning to do it next year. Would that
Yes.
be January?
Yes, we are planning to do a request for proposal for providers. We will, our plan is to have that out December or January, so we have enough time to post it, evaluate it, and have contracts for next year.
So I support that. I would like to make sure those RFPs are scoped so that we do get bids. And I don't know if we're structured in a way today. Maybe we are, but I don't know. And so we may want some board involvement to make sure that we're actually putting out proposals where multiple providers will show up. Okay, we'll cross that off. ASO, I've never thought that ASO is an appropriate model. You look at what's in the contract and it looks kind of like a hodgepodge. Some of it maybe is appropriate, but some of it looks like county responsibility that we're outsourcing. Any thoughts there? If we were to start today from scratch, is this the model you would advise building?
I think it's a hard conversation today because we went in through Cal Ames, right? So
Yeah.
Cal Ames has changed our whole system. What we used to do clinically is very changed. So we used to be very clinically heavy, where the state of California was assessing and analyzing every clinical decision you as a clinician made. And they used to audit us really heavily, where that's where we got a lot of cost, right? We had to pay money back to the state because we weren't looking at our cost. Well, the state was saying, your clinician did this, we would have done that, so we're going to take back that billing. So with Cal Ames, they've taken away that clinical oversight and now are saying we're going to trust clinicians to be clinicians, which they should have done for years. And the Fed said that was never really what the intention was, and to really look at fraud, waste, and abuse. So we're seeing a change in the state of how they audit us, and that's why I noted when we talked about the ASO that we really need to spend the next year, and even the ASO is in agreement with the next year, really looking at our system and do we need an ASO, and if we did use an ASO, what would that look like?
So, Chair, how do you see the board working with the director on coming up with a plan over the course of the next year? Is this something that will be coming back? I don't want to drop the ball and just be surprised, because what tends to happen is these contracts show up, and I'm surprised 5 days before, and we really can't make any changes to the model, right? We're too far along. So I would like to have the conversations early to see what the political will is and get advice from our director. She's the expert here. If we were starting from scratch today, what would we implement? And is there a way to transition closer to that ideal?
Well, this also brings up some questions about the Behavioral Health Advisory Board, too, and their role in looking at care and their reports when they're due, whether they assess our contractors, their involvement and suggestions for looking for someone. So I don't know. Do you have anything in mind specifically what you'd like to do?
No, I just want there to be a formal process, and I want to understand what it is for the year ahead so that I can be involved and so we can have other stakeholders adequately involved. Sometimes this board has shrugged off the state reimbursed departments like behavioral, where they bill for services, or social, because it doesn't hit our general fund. But we're supposed to provide oversight. It doesn't matter which pot of money is being used. We care about the outcome. I don't know that we're as involved as we should be in review.
I wonder about that too, because we do have the Behavioral Health Advisory Board, and that's for their specific task. Is that correct?
Yes, they are an advisory board to the director and the board of supervisors related to behavioral health services in Mendocino County.
So we don't hear that much from them other than an annual report, maybe. Is that correct?
Yes, they are bringing their annual report forward on August, the last meeting in August. There has been conversation at the Behavioral Health Advisory Board meetings about having more involvement of coming to speak at the board. So I think if you guys were interested in hearing from them more, they're interested to be more available.
So I don't have particular outcome in mind, but I would like to see us come up with a process. And I could be part of that, or I could support another supervisor.
So, let me just poll you quickly. How many of you routinely go to Behavioral Health Advisory Board meetings or listen in?
Well, I'm the board's representative
Okay.
to that, so I'm at every meeting.
Right.
And, we have several vacancies. We have 3 vacancies in District 4, which has been that way since I've been on the committee. And then District 2 and 1 kind of seem to come and go, and there's generally overlap or somebody vacant in those positions. I think that these are volunteers that work incredibly hard, but also have limited capacity to really be able to delve into the maybe what you're looking for, Supervisor Williams, is somebody that's going to delve more into the contracts, which they do as part of their role, but they may not be giving you what you're looking for. Maybe if there's a member of the community that would like to join that board, that might have the necessary education to be able to. The challenge is that you can't be employed by anybody that's, essentially anybody that's in the industry or has an agreement with the county already, which takes a lot of people out of the equation. I think, frankly, Mendocino County has a pool of people that's only so large, and either you work for the county or you work for one of the service providers.
Right.
So I think that there's a gap in knowledge and skill base.
Yeah, so I would be comfortable with the director. We have staff that's qualified. I want to hear what the department needs from the board in terms of support to make changes that'll give us better outcomes. And if the answer is we're doing everything as good as we can today, no changes are needed, I'll support that and drop it. But I want the director to feel the latitude of bringing back proposals. If there's areas that could be improved and you just need authority from us, I hope you'll ask.
Yeah, no, I'm happy to ask. I would note that Behavioral Health Advisory Board does have a contract committee, so they are spending time looking at our contracts. But I am also happy to do a mid-year report on what we think the next year would look like. So you guys are getting that at mid-year, and where we're going with our RFPs and the ASO model.
Okay, and then last on my list is the ASO Redwood, anchor now, sort of auditing quality and performance of Redwood. I know I could audit my daughter's business and be objective, but would the public trust me to do it? It's a sensitive topic, but I have to pull people out of the mix and focus just in the abstract on the model. Is that building public trust, or should RCS be audited for performance and quality directly by the county? Right, the optics there has never been good. I have members of the public kind of calling it out regularly to me. I've mentioned it to staff. I don't know how to, in a sensitive way, correct that. But I guess it's really a question for the board. Are you comfortable with the arrangement?
I'll go first. I think that all of our service providers are audited. Not only, our director of behavioral health, I'll finish. Our director of behavioral health, very carefully monitors the contracts. They're also audited and licensed by the state. I don't think that there's anything nefarious or suspicious happening, and it is the Mendocino County way to allude to things without a lot of actual proof or background or data, and when we continue to respond to that narrative, I think that helps to build distrust, and that's not only with mental health, that's with social services, that's with adult protective services and child support services, and all county government functions. So I don't know, I would be happy to hear from the director if she thinks that there's some kind of additional auditing that needs to happen. From what I know and understand of the system, that it's incredibly regulated. So
I think we're talking about two different things, perhaps.
Yeah, I wonder too. So essentially, we have a sole provider, sole bidder on the contracts, because at this point, we haven't really been out for bid, or there's been no other bids now. For how many years have we worked with?
So originally, we haven't been out to bid for providers in a long time, right? Because we went into an ASO model, Administrative Service Organization model, and in that model, when it was put together, was set so that the Administrative Service Organization would structure the providers and then do the provider contract. So that's been the system since 2013. We did go out a couple years ago for an ASO process again, and that was awarded to Redwood / Anchor. And but to go out and look at our provider system, we haven't done an RFE for providers for multiple years because it was part of the whole picture with the ASO. We would bid for the ASO would put the network together. Last year was the first year, as you guys probably remember, we went ahead and pulled the contracts back in-house. Prior to last year, all the contracts were done by Redwood Quality Management Company, and they were subcontractors to Redwood. Last year, we brought the contracts back in-house, and that was the first year that the county actually held the contracts with the providers directly. This year, we're holding the contracts with the provider directly. We've also moved to make sure there isn't a conflict of interest. We've also moved to remove Redwood Community Quality Management from any conversations regarding finances related to the contractors with the subcontractors. So we have removed any conversation that has to do with finances, because it could have been seen as a conflict, and it was recommended that that was removed for that. So we have done that this year. But for an RFP, it's been several years if you look at just for the perspective of providers versus ASO.
Okay.
County Council perception.
So I want to make sure that I understand correctly. So there was an amended contract that was prepared with respect to RQMC, right? Under the proposal of the contracts you have in front of you, the ones that's initially submitted would have had you paying RQMC to oversee RQMC in the services that it was providing. The department chose to go ahead and prepare a modified contract that would essentially take the oversight function for that particular vendor in-house. I think the question I'm hearing from Supervisor Williams has to do with whether the same decision should be made with respect to RCS, if I've got that correctly. And that's not because RQMC and RCS are the same organization, but rather because there's, as I understand it, a familial connection in the management of the two. So essentially, are you going to pay RQMC to oversee RCS when you know that they may be close and there may be reasons for there to be some bias? Generally, when it comes to oversight, we do recommend trying to keep things sort of as impartial as you can, so that you're avoiding both the perception and the risk of any potential bias or even a lack of zeal in the part of whoever is managing the contract or responsible for overseeing it. Ultimately, I would say it doesn't trigger any of the legal conflict rules from what we've seen related to financial conflict of interest. Usually, adult relatives aren't treated as having the same financial impact, but that's ultimately something the board can still sort of decide. Is this the right company to be overseeing the other company on behalf of the county?
So I'm in the camp of I think it's not the ideal model. I don't think there's bias. I don't see a problem, but I think there's perception that there could be. And that alone, why go down that path when we could structure it a way that we mitigate the perception of potential bias? So I would support the modified contract.
And if I may just ask for clarity, there has been uploaded a prepared modified version of the RQMC contract, which I believe is what the department is recommending. I don't believe there's been a recommendation as the RCS contract. We do have similar changes available as these were raised at the same time. So we can submit that, but we would need to upload that if that's what the board decides to do.
Is there board support for that?
I support it.
Supervisor Haschak?
Yes.
I do as well. Supervisor Jordy? And Supervisor Mulhern?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, looks like we support that. Supervisor Jordy?
So Dr. Miller, I know that Mendocino County was not one of the 8 counties selected to implement Care Court at the outset. What's the schedule for Care Court to reach other parts of California?
2024. So end of 2024 is when we're projected. There is an ability to ask for a waiver to that time frame if one is needed. I don't think we're going to qualify for the waiver extension. We are working with, we are looking at it. One of the nice things about not being the front runners is that we are able to work with our counties, and so there's tier 1 counties that are going forward, and then as you know, there's a tier 1.5. Some counties opted in to go a little earlier, and so the good news is we're able to see what they're working with and what their expectations are, and so we are having regular meetings as directors to talk about what is the cost, what is the expectation. What are we seeing related to that? There is some discrepancy, which is going to be interesting to watch, where the counties are proposing that one county said we think we're going to have 20 individuals, and 13 of those will meet criteria, and the state came back and said we think you're only going to have 8 or 9, so we're only going to plan funding for 8 or 9. And so we're really watching what the counties are doing, what they're putting into place. It's been good to see that several counties have been able to staff up, but there's also conversations from the counties of, staffing up may require them to actually reallocate some of their mandated services staffing to be able to cover this. So we're really watching it to see how it's going to impact Mendo. We are talking about it. We started having quarterly meetings. So there's a couple things we're doing quarterly with different partners to talk about, and Care Court is one of those quarterly meetings we're working on with our partners, and really looking to see how is this going to impact Mendocino County, and what is going to be the cost.
So I know that the purpose is to provide services to people who don't want service, who aren't seeking it right now. Is there some focus in other counties and maybe in our county to work with law enforcement for those who are sort of in and out of county jail to be some of the first people that are looked at for compulsory service?
So yeah, some of the approaches, I think every county, so far has said they can kind of identify probably who those are. It's going to be the people that don't want to work with their county behavioral health currently. And so there's a little bit of approach to looking at how do we identify those individuals and how do we start working with them today. And so I think that's kind of the approach that we'll see, and I think it's an approach that we're going to need to take in Mendocino County, and it will be the jail. And we are looking at one of the things. We have another group that we're working on regarding felony restoration. So we meet quarterly to talk about felony restorations. As you know, the state has put a cap on counties regarding felony restorations. You can only have so many that fall into that category before the state starts charging you. Of course, the state has said they'll give the money back for specific programs, but now once we hit our cap, Mendocino County's cap is 31 individuals in a year. We will then have to pay about $100,000 to the state. Of course, that's supposed to be given back. So part of that is also looking at how do we start working with those people that are going in and out of custody? Is there a better way to access people? We're talking a lot of different things about diversion, in addition to, is there a way to do pre-booking assessments so that people are getting the services they need before they get into the county jail and connected to services? So there's a lot going on between felony restoration and care court.
Any other questions? Okay, we're ready for public comment.
Hello, good morning, everyone. My name's Ben Brown. Just kind of here to kind of gloss over everything a little bit, but also here to speak on behalf of RCS and kind of advocate for them a little bit. I definitely think everything that's been said here has been pretty good. All of the discussion, the debate, I kind of agree with everything, kind of the back and forth between you and whatnot. And I would say, you know, in general, I definitely agree with a lot of this proposed funding and whatnot, because Mendocino County, at least, I don't know, in my opinion, and a lot of other people I know's opinion, born and raised here in Ukiah, you know, we're pretty underdeveloped in a lot of areas, and behavioral and mental health services, I would say definitely being one of them. Things have come a long way over the past few years, but kind of anything we can do to get more funding out there for support of these things to, you know, rather it be giving providers more resources or getting more providers, because, you know, I feel too on a per capita of, you know, how many providers we have versus how many people need mental health services. We're a little lacking there. So maybe this funding could help draw some of that in there as well. And then, you know, as far as RCS, I've kind of been working with them since, I want to say about 2020, you know, with COVID and the pandemic, that hit me really, really hard mental health wise. I'm sure probably everybody can relate on that. But I've kind of known about RCS for a while. I've had friends that, you know, have been going through them since about 2015, I want to say. And they've kind of helped me through a lot of things. They've helped me with housing. You know, I've been able to get through suicidal thoughts and actually, you know, get to where I'm working with other providers as well through RQMC, to where, you know, I'm able to kind of manage these mental health issues, get everything to where, you know, as an individual, I'm a lot more stable and I'm able to function and get through my day and just kind of get things taken care of and, you know, be a functioning member of society. So I'd say I'm definitely, you know, just in general overall, as far as all of this idea of additional funding here, I'm hugely in support of it and very much so hugely in support of RCS. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ben.
Hello, I'm Carrie Vaugh, and I'm going to speak as the founder of the Citizens for a Better Ukiah. So our group is based on community members, business and otherwise, that have got together to discuss issues in the community that concern us, and transparency of monies that's being spent in the county is certainly a concern, and homelessness and mental and behavioral health is way up there on the list. Our group, a few of them, met with Supervisors Hashek and Mulhern and social services to meet about a year ago to try to get some cost of what the total impact to our county was for homeless individuals and what it was costing per person for these individuals. When we left the meeting, we asked to get the budget to be able to look at, because we had the budget that we looked at, Mendocino County's operational budget, but we as lay people could not understand the income and expenses and how this all broke down to homelessness and behavior health and so forth. So we left that meeting again a year ago. We have never received to this date any answers to our questions on those costs. And this is where, speaking now as the public who is not employed by the county, I'm not a member of any of these other, well, by the county, I'll just say, the citizens should be able to look at your budget, and they should be able to look at any analysis that is done to figure out what it's costing the county for these individuals, whether it's mental health and whether it's homelessness, to be able to figure out what the cost benefit is. And right now, I'm sure every one of you sitting behind that desk does not know exactly what those numbers are. I mean, there were some very intelligent people in my group that have looked at the budget, and nobody can see transparency and see through it. So I don't know out of the meeting when we didn't get our answers if that was what we were told, the answer we received from. This is an average cost across the nation for taking care of a homeless person in Mendocino County. We didn't ask for that answer. We wanted our answer related to Mendocino County itself. And in order to be you supervisors that are looking after the best interests of the whole community, this needs to be transparent. And yes, there's a lot of intricacies that you have to look through, but there should be more transparency. So I'm speaking out that transparency also starts with having outside individuals that are not the supervisors and not people that sit on these different committees and so forth to look at the budget and help you with your analysis of how much it's costing and what the benefits are.
Supervisor Mulhern, do you have a question for Ms. Wall?
I don't have a question, I have a comment.
Go ahead.
The questions that we discussed in that meeting were emailed to everybody on October 19th of 2022, and I can make sure that the board has a full copy of that. And, you know, I think one of the challenges that we experience as a community certainly is that not every person experiencing mental health issues is homeless, and not every homeless person is experiencing mental health issues. And so, you know, one of the challenges that we have as an agency is to try to find ways to communicate with the public about the resources and the way that they're being spent. So this board received a presentation that we discussed at that meeting. They received that, we received it this year. I did a virtual town hall on homelessness to try to talk about that presentation and where we are with services. I've also done a virtual town hall on mental health, also to receive feedback and to be able to answer questions that people have. So I think, you know, one of the things that I was going to mention earlier is that both the Behavioral Health Advisory Board and the Measure B Board are concerned about lack of communication out with the public. And that was one of the homeless strategic plan goals from the COC, was to make sure that we were communicating with the public. So I think that just in general, lack of communication is a challenge when we're talking about these issues and how they're connected. And I'm hoping that we can work somehow with the executive office to form, I don't know, a task force that's going to issue press releases and inform the public, because the information is available. It just doesn't seem to be reaching groups like yours.
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, so everything Mo said I agree with, but to go in a slightly different direction, I think you're asking the right questions. And 4 years in, it's incredibly frustrating for me that I've asked these questions and I can't get an answer. And it's not that somebody is unwilling. The budget the board puts together is just that. It's a plan for the year ahead. But, you know, in the case of homelessness, behavioral will provide services. They bill for those services, right? They're not using our county funds. So it's not coming out of our general fund where we can track it. They provide a service, they bill for it. Social services will probably touch the same homeless person with a service. That may be paid for partially as a maintenance of effort. How do you track that maintenance of effort down to the individual? And then the sheriff gets involved because there's law enforcement has to respond. First responders have to respond. Trying to put it all together, what is the total for that particular homeless person of what they cost? The data might exist, but pulling it together is a research project. You would need a team for several years, probably just for that one individual, to look at all the funding sources that went in and how to attribute the cost. And then we would sit here and we would argue about it. And somebody would show up and say, no, you're including a cost that shouldn't be because you had to pay for that anyway. Is county council's time involved? There's a lawsuit related to it years later. Council's being used and outside counsel or is he on our staff and that's just built in. So what I'm getting at is the California I think is unique, especially after Prop 13 with the way public finance works in counties. It's incredibly convoluted. Tracking the dollar end to end, I support you if you want to take it on. It seriously is a research project. I would like to get the answer, what does it cost on average for services for homeless in our county? How many homeless do we have? Use the point in time count. What are all of the services that we provide, the aggregate costs, and do the division? What does it cost per homeless person on average? And I'm not going to put Dr. Miller on the spot right now, but I've been asking this one for years. And
Yeah.
if we get a number like $50,000, I won't be surprised. But of course, I'm going to ask for $50,000. Why don't we just house the person and provide treatment instead of the way we're doing it? This piecemeal may be costing us even more.
I think it's going to be over a couple $100,000 per person.
Which is outrageous, right? We should be, for $100,000, we should be able to set them up. I think you want to see the register, all the transactions that are flowing. That's not in this room. The Board of Supervisors have no access. Our CEO, ironically, doesn't have access. The auditor controller is the person who can cut funds from the county treasury. You can go down the hall and talk to the auditor controller. I've had a little bit of difficulty in this regard. I can't get records of what happened last year that make sense to me, and I'm told I don't understand how to read the balance sheet. Problem is I haven't seen a balance sheet. I don't know that one exists. I find that very frustrating. But try going back 10 years or 15 years. It's like there are no records. What happened in this county? How did we get here? What is the chronology that led up to this? How many employees did we have? What services was behavioral health providing to homeless back then? I mean, you may have better luck finding it at the county museum or the library in paper form and trying to parse it.
Well, you can't run any business without knowing what your expenses are,
Yeah,
and-
tell me about it. And we have employees asking for a COLA. We don't even know what we have today.
Yeah.
We don't know
well,
how much money we have. So
and-
you're asking the right questions. This board, I think we're all equally frustrated, and there is change afoot. And I think we are headed in a direction of more professionalism. But frankly, it's really hard to change what may be 1850 up to 2020, or maybe when Dan came on, in a couple of years. And there's problems being created almost as fast as we're solving the previous one. I mean, look, when I came on 2019, the county discovered, was it 1/3 of pensions in error? Because they had to type it into an electronic system, and the system said you can't enter that, it's invalid. I mean, you can't make up the stuff that has happened here. So how do we go forward, have a clean slate, clean up this mess, and leave the next generation with a county government that's more functional? So I welcome you to be part of the conversation, but I wouldn't bother asking our staff for those records. They don't have the records. Auditor, controller is the place you want to go.
No, but our group did find out that with behavior health department, that they do a good job, and we had a good meeting. We found out that the monies that they receive go only for Medicare. It doesn't go Medi-Cal, not Medicare,
Medicaid,
Medi-Cal. So what happens is the public that has insurance, there's no help. In our community, there's really no help out there.
Not just in our community, but in America, right? What we have is a community that really wants universal care
But I
in a
think that-
state and country that don't provide it, and there's no way to do that. And so, I mean, I have a lot of constituents that are upset they can't get services from our specialty mental health. They're not on Medicaid. They don't qualify. I mean, our duty is to provide for a select portion of the population.
Yeah, but I don't think the general population that voted for Measure B knew that it wasn't going to be available to the entire community. And so I think there should have been more transparency there, because that's huge.
Talk to former Sheriff Allman. He ran Measure B. It wasn't this board. But this board does have some oversight in requiring the providers take private insurance. I think we do have some latitude. we could even use Measure B funds to pay for some of it. The reality, though, is Measure B was all things to all people related to mental health. And when you look at what it raised and what it can actually provide, it's pretty limited. And I think, I don't think anybody meant to mislead the public before that election. But I think the public jumped to conclusions of we have a tax for mental health. We're going to have a place for people to go who need care for mental illness. And it's not quite as simple as that. It's much more narrow focus.
I'm going to make one last comment, and I'm going to go away. My last comment is I don't believe we have a homeless situation here in our county. I think what we need to focus on is that we have a substance abuse and mental health issue, which leads to our homelessness. And we need to direct more time and energy and funds to go to cure those issues and help those people in need by building more facilities that take care of those individuals. And that's what I think our group is saying, is that's the most important thing. Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Yeah, just to the point about Measure B, and hopefully Dr. Miller can help me a little bit here. So I think that maybe there's some confusion. So, part of the funds for Measure B are being used for the crisis outreach, the crisis residential treatment, the PUF, which this board did vote to allow other types of insurance. We've done that. And also, the NAMI Mendocino received a grant to do outreach, which is everybody in the community. And the work that's about to be done with substance abuse prevention, or whatever those RFPs come back and look like, would be, in my opinion, or my understanding, to the whole community. I don't think that the crisis workers call and ask, which insurance do you have, before they go out. So the funds are being used to serve the entire community, and it's the billing for mental health is complicated, but I think that the funds for Measure B are being used to serve in a way that they were intended, in my opinion. But maybe Dr. Miller can share some more insight on that.
So yeah, one thing I'll just note, it's $6,428 a year for us to provide mental health services to an individual. That's what the state says. So I can give you that cost. It's $6,428 is our average cost per beneficiary for our Medi-Cal when we provide special mental health. Cannot tell you homelessness, sorry. But I will tell you one of the things just to note really quick about tracking that's really difficult. Client information is confidential. So I can't share with the sheriff or social services, hey, I got Jane Doe. Did you serve Jane Doe? Did you serve Jane Doe, without a release of information, be able to track cost or how many systems someone has access. So unfortunately, HIPAA laws and mental health confidentiality laws do prevent some sharing of information, which also limits you to be able to track a client's total cost. Measure B, yes. Measure B, we really focus Measure B on making sure everybody is served regardless of insurance. It's why the aftercare program was specific, not to Medi-Cal, not to indigent. The aftercare program with Redwood was really about private insurance, Medicare, those individuals that we weren't serving through Mental Health Services Act or Medi-Cal. The PUF was being built as a super PUF so that we can take Medicare and private insurance. The CRT, they are working on private insurance. One of the barriers we have is that private insurance won't always work with us. One of the interesting things that we're going to see with the Parity Act is that they have to, and what we're seeing with Care Court and some of the new things coming down is they are getting a letter from the state saying if you get a bill from the county because they provided these services, you now have to pay them. That's not for all mental health services, but for services that the state are now saying we have to do, like Care Court, we should be able to bill private insurance and get reimbursed because we're being told we have to serve everyone. That will not expand how we provide special mental health services. It'll be specific programs. But the goal really is that with the Measure B funds is that it serves everybody. And really, for me, the focus was to serve those individuals that couldn't be served through Medi-Cal because we know there's an issue. And so that's really been my focus, because Medi-Cal pays for so much. Was really how do these programs make sure we serve those people in our communities that don't have Medi-Cal, that need those level of cares that private insurance today is still not coming to parity. I'm hopeful with the change. There is supposed to be pushback on private insurance, and we see more options and services within our community.
Well, thank Ms. Vaugh for coming in. It's a very thorny subject. Just one anecdote I have is Salt Lake City decided to take a look at what it costs them to deal with homeless people, and they were finding, on average, they're with emergency services and everything else, they were spending almost $50,000 per year, and they felt it was better to go into something like we have with our Live Oak apartments, where they housed them and provided kind of assistance to be sure that they were compliant with medication and other health things, and they were able to get the cost down to about half of that. But that's just anecdotal. I don't have the precise numbers.
I'm less concerned about the number. I'm more concerned that government can't answer, right? It's a pretty reasonable question. What do you spend on homelessness in your county? We have no idea.
We don't.
Well, you think you know?
The response, I emailed the board, the response. The response is that it's roughly 40,000 per person.
Does that include the sheriff? I mean, this issue of Janine and Matt can't share information. How do you track it? Is that first responders?
You know,
is that the ambulance?
I think is this probably done on the basis of everything we spend on homeless people and take an average? I think it's not specific individuals. I would guess if there's any data that exists out there, that's how it's done. Does that seem logical to you, Dr. Miller? Or?
Yeah, I think every department could make an estimate guess on not looking individually at clients on how much they spent towards homelessness, and then combine that and try to make an estimated guess on how many homeless we have. It wouldn't be science, but it would probably be the best bet to getting to a number, and that may be what Supervisor Mulhern has. That 40,000 may have been how that number came to fruition.
So we've talked about this a lot. I actually appreciate the opportunity. I think it's an important topic, and we should bring it back for a more thorough discussion. But I see there's small governments elsewhere in the world that track the services provided to the individual. We can't, and there are some reasons why we can't, but the reasons have to do with federal, state, local working together and information sharing. I mean, this is a situation created by policymakers. It's like the housing shortage. Why aren't there houses? Because we made it so difficult. Why don't we know? Because we made it so difficult to calculate. And I think, the public is looking at it, I can't justify why the county can't produce that number accurately down to the dollar. I just can't. The public is right. We should know. And if we don't because of state laws, we should work with our state policymakers to shift the laws. There's no reason why the cost of the individual shouldn't be shared between behavioral, social services, sheriff, probation, jail, all of our county departments.
Okay. Supervisor Mulhern?
Yeah, I didn't expect we were going to go off on a different subject today, but there are resources available, and our county uses the HMIS system and have built that out for homelessness in a very robust way as compared to 3 to even 4 years ago. That's managed by the continuum of care and the service providers that provide services for homeless individuals, and all of those meetings, the continuum of care meetings, are public meetings. They're all filmed, they're on YouTube, and anybody can watch them and get that information at any point. And as I said, the board did have a presentation on homelessness. It was on the consent calendar earlier this year. That also included a lot of the data and information. I don't have it pulled up right now. I did post it on social media, and I did have a town hall about it. So I think the information is out there. We just need to find out a better way to get it to the public and to the supervisors.
Sure.
Supervisor Jordy.
So I appreciate this discussion, and I hope that if we did have a future agenda item, maybe we could look at some of the external issues that are state and federal court related that affect who is being served and what are the constraints. I think it's interesting to know that someone could violate a crime, go to jail, but if they have a serious issue, there's almost no way to compel the person to get services, whether it's substance abuse or mental health service. And that's at least in the West Coast. I don't know that's every part of the United States, but there's some unique rulings from the Ninth Circuit, which is covering the West, that, for example, specifically in these Western states, homelessness is not can't be outlawed. Basically, it requires cities, counties to provide places for people to sleep on public lands. And so there's all sorts of constraints that aren't in place in other places like Switzerland. Like I know that if someone had a mental health issue or substance abuse issue, they could be required by the government to go get treatment. That's not allowed in California and in Western states. And so think, when we're seeing different homeless populations, different mental health situations in other parts of the country, I think it has to do with the court rulings that are specific to the western states and also some of the state and federal state laws here in California.
Is there any more public comment?
Good afternoon, Chair McGorty and Supervisors. Victoria Kelly, CEO for Redwood Community Services. RCS has a strong service history in Mendocino County and maintains its commitment to both lead and be in partnership in meeting gaps in community services. When asked to address service gaps in our community, RCS has believed in our responsibility and acted usually with little reservation because it's the right thing to do, and when people are on our doorsteps suffering. RCS will continue to center client and community needs in our organizational future decisions. Community mental health providers have been through significant ups and downs through these past 3 years. With strong partnerships with partners such as Behavioral Health and Recovery Services, RCS has not let these challenges hinder supporting the most vulnerable in our community. RCS has had the privilege of being your contract provider for crisis outpatient and residential services, in addition to children and adults outpatient mental health services to the county's Medi-Cal beneficiaries. Many of our services, outpatient and residential, serve high utilizers in programs such as AOT, FSP, LPS programs, I won't go into the acronyms, and most importantly, support individuals moving successfully off conservatorship back into community-based living. In fiscal year 22-23, RCS served 1,399 unduplicated clients in crisis services and 973 in our outpatient services. To those clients, that means RCS provided 13,202 individual crisis services and 35,404 individual outpatient services. RCS is dedicated to continue forward with all the while facing many state reforms to our Medi-Cal service delivery system under CalAIM. RCS will continue to strive to provide industry standard best practices while looking for opportunities to innovate. RCS continues to advocate at state levels for Medi-Cal system and rate improvements that will ultimately support the needed resources to meet our system's overwhelming needs while maintaining equitable access to quality mental health services that are changing the lives of the loved ones and our community members in Mendocino County. Thank you.
Other public comment?
Hi, good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Natalie Shepard, and I'm the Executive Director of Tapestry Family Services. Historically, Tapestry has been a children's serving environment for over 20 years. Last May, with a traditional and overwhelming amount of support from our ASO, we've entered into the adult serving system of care and now serve the lifespan. We took on 200 specialty mental health clients in over a month's time frame last year and have been able to meet the needs of over 600 clients this last year alone. This is way above and beyond what we have ever been able to do as Tapestry Family Services has grown. We've historically had 30 employees on average, and we now average 55 employees. We are extremely nervous about entering into CalAIMS and payment reform at this time with all the uncertainties that it is bringing to us as service providers and being able to meet the needs of our community and our clients that we serve. We are extremely honored that the county is willing to meet us where we're at and review contracts quarterly to ensure that we are hitting our marks and where we need to be and providing consistent feedback and willing to relook at those contracts. With our increased system of care, we have maintained our status quo from our previous fiscal year contract, so we are quite nervous about going into this fiscal year with expecting to provide more services to more clients with the same monies that have always been allocated to our system of care. We have continued to strive to be a partner of collaboration with both RCS even helping out on the coast when things are short-staffed on the coast and with the youth project. And it is what makes Mendocino County unique, is how all of the service providers come together and serve one individual client that is a specialty mental health client on assertive community treatment that needs to be touched every day by a provider. And our agencies can work together to meet the needs of these clients. Thank you very much, and we will continue to support this county, the community, and our clients.
Good afternoon, Chairman Gordy, Board of Supervisors, CEO Antle, and Dr. Miller. I've been sitting here pondering whether I should get up and say something today. My name's Dan Anderson. I am currently the Chief Operation Officer for Anchor, and I've been involved with the delivery of social services for 25 years here in the county. Started out as a social worker in child welfare services in the emergency response department. And so I've seen our county's system for a long time. And I remember actually the reason I kind of shifted out of working at Child Protective Services back in the 1990s was because as a social worker in the emergency response department, I could not get mental health services for the kids that I worked with there. And I saw them going out of county to out of county placements. There were not, at that time, organizational providers doing mental health services. We couldn't serve our kids. And so with several other folks, we started actually I started Tapestry Family Services at that time, doing mental health services. And then together, over the last 20 plus years, we've built a public and private partnership with the county mental health department and our organizational providers. And it was kind of in around 2012, we realized that we were in sort of a crisis. And I don't know if you folks were here and watching what happened at that time, but there was a request that we actually change the system and expand our availability of services by growing our provider organizations. So at that time, we worked together with Tapestry Family Services, with Manzanita at the time, Hospitality Services, Minnesota County Youth Project, and increased the availability of mental health services. So it wasn't just limited to a county system, it was a public and private cooperation, collaboration. And we went from a place where people were not able to get services, and I don't know if you remember that, actually what generated the whole Measure B issue, folks could not get services. There were a number of incidences that happened where it really put the focus on we need to expand this services available. So over those 20 years, we've gone to where we actually have a functioning system. And I appreciate the robust conversation today. I appreciate your comments, Supervisor Williams, about we need better outcome information. And we're working towards that. But I guess it worries me that we don't take stock and recognize the progress that we've made here over the last 25 years in a county where I couldn't get services for my kid that was going to be sent to an out-of-county placement. We can now. We've got a range of services from crisis, thanks to Measure B, all the way down to this, increase in housing. So I guess appeal to the board, yes, we need to have accountability. We need to have outcomes. We need to know where the money's going. But please remember where we were 10 years ago, 15 years ago, 20 years ago. And as we move forward, I think you need to kind of remember where we were so we don't go back and repeat, kind of where we were when we started this whole thing. So I appreciate the work that I've been able to do, and I know we did the ad hoc committee there with the two of you looking at outcome data. Probably we didn't continue this on and we need to go farther, but there's data there. And I think, let's go find it and make sure that we communicate that to our community, to the public. And I want to thank the county for being a good partner with Anchor Redwood Quality Management Company over the years, and we look forward to continuing to help our community, our neighbors, our families. So thank you very much for your focus and attention today and for the conversation.
Good afternoon, Carrie Shattuck. We need all the services for mental health, behavioral health, and substance abuse that we can get in our county. We're in a crisis. The number of people on the streets is growing every day. We'll need more services as our community grows and into the future. So I support this contract. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much. I just wanted to take Camille Schrader, Chief Program Officer for Anchor. I'm on a reduced work there, but I support our providers in being able to respond. And I just want to mention and make sure everyone is aware that this is a very significant year. The change to CalAIM is transformative, and it will overhaul the way in which we serve, the way in which we track, the way in which we receive the state and federal dollars for those services. It has taken us 10 years to build out the kind of robust Medi-Cal delivery system that we have that allows us to maximize the federal share of cost to our county, that has allowed us to get the kind of rates we got with payment reform, and that is because of our county behavioral health director, her team, and the provider network that you see here today. I'm very concerned that we be really, really clear and really comprehensive this year regarding CalAIM. I think that, as our director said, that the role of the ASO will significantly change, and maybe it should be and maybe it should not. That is up to the Behavioral Health Department, and that is up to this board. We have done our job. We did our job for 10 years, and we did it equitably, and we did it fairly, and we did it responsibly, and we did it in a very, very transparent way on behalf of our community and our constituents. Those of us remember the years when we had much, much more concern around were the people actually being served. There's tremendous amount of audit involvement, regulation, and review and data that we can share, and I certainly understand the concern for the ways in which it occurs, so I appreciate that. I just want to say our provider network's going to need a tremendous amount of support. Our behavioral health department's going to need a tremendous amount of support because nobody knows what this looks like. There is tremendous benefit if we can do this well. I just want to thank our providers, our previous board of supervisors who had the wisdom to see that at least for a decade this is what we needed. And I am first and foremost a Mendocino County member, and I want what's best for Mendocino County. And I think that's a robust provider system. Whether in fact you need an ASO or not is really sort of superfluous to that point. So thank you very much for the honor of serving. Thank you to my providers who have done a tremendous amount of work, and I hope you have a good day.
Good afternoon. My name is, good afternoon, Chair McGordy and supervisors. My name is Sarah Livingston. I'm the Program Director for Crisis at Redwood Community Services. A crisis serves the lifespan, regardless of the insurance. Last year, we provided 2,224 crisis interventions and 1,927 risk assessments. My team responds 24 hours a day to crises as they arise, and then follows up with 60 days of aftercare, which starts immediately after the crisis with daily check-ins, and for those hospitalized, we pick them up at the acute psychiatric facility. We connect them to a therapist and immediately set them up with med management services. We want to ensure that the medications are going well, we want to ensure that they are getting medications, and following up with an adequate discharge plan. Where are you going to live afterwards? And how do we support you? Additionally, we oversee 3 houses. One is the Crisis Residential Treatment Facility, known as Phoenix. The other 2 are crisis respite homes. Our newest, of course, is Cypress. These houses are used to support the individual where they are at and act as a step down or support for each other. So Sometimes a person might start at Madrone, they might go to the Phoenix, and they might swing back and forth depending on where that person's need is at. We focus on stability. And for Phoenix, we are very lucky to be able to look at a much longer term success. We have about 90 days if the person needs that total number of days, and that allows for long-term housing. That really gives us an opportunity to plan on how we're going to get that person reconnected to their family supports. They're members of this community. And instilling hope. We have individuals that never worked before, but courtesy of being able to be in these homes, they're working, they're participating in the community. When they're at Phoenix, they're volunteering, and the stigma drops away. So we have somebody that maybe is suicidal, and by the end of this, they're functional. They've got their family back, and they're contributing members of society, and that has no price tag. But the ability to be able to provide those services through Measure B is life-changing, and it is so appreciated. A small snapshot of those total number of admits and discharges, or admits and total bed days from those 20 beds, because it doesn't seem like a lot. It's 151 admits with a total bed days of 3,884. That means that all of those people are really entrenched in change. Individuals are able to reconnect to their family and relationships that have been previously decimated, and I'm just so very grateful for having those additional funds available for our houses that are able to bring hope through hard work and determination where it had been lost.
Hi, everyone. My name is Jolene Treadaway. I am the newly appointed Clinical Director of Redwood Community Services. I've been in the position since October. And I really want to take some time to highlight the work that goes into each professional's development, the people who are working with the individuals receiving mental health care through the specialty mental health system. Our job as providers is to make sure that each of those people is fully trained prior to engaging with clients so that they don't do further harm. As Sarah spoke to, many of our clients are living with shame, fear. Their symptoms are incapacitating them to be able to function. And so every day our team has to make the correct decisions to, is what I'm going to do help? How do I make sure that each intervention I apply is intentional, it is caring, and it creates help, and it moves people through the system? Our job is not to hold on to our clients. Rather, our job is to help them transform their lives so that they no longer need to access the system. One of the things I'm proud of working at RCS is that we hire many peers. I myself, when I started at RCS 11 years ago, was a youth who had recently been housed after being homeless for many years. And so for myself, each day I show up knowing that what I'm doing means another person may be able to be in my position in 10 years. Another person may be able to be giving back to the community where maybe they struggled when they were younger, or maybe they struggle as adults, and that their lives can change. And one of the things we've been looking at RCS since I've come into my position is how do we better demonstrate to the county, to the community, the change we are able to support others in making. And so we have been working on a robust performance quality improvement plan to be able to come to you and speak directly to both the individual lives changed as well as the system changes we are able to make through the work that we do. And so I look forward over the next year to continuing these conversations and really being able to bring you that data you're interested in and showing you also improved outcomes. How do we get clients in faster, which is part of the goal of CalAIM, reducing barriers to access so that you can serve a person when they're struggling immediately rather than waiting. And how do we move them through the system more quickly? How do we apply the appropriate interventions for clients so that they make the change as quickly as possible? while also being cognizant that there are some people who will continue to struggle throughout their lives. And how do we keep systems in place that support those individuals so that they put the least burden on our systems, our public dollars, by having those appropriate interventions in place, having the additional support of public housing opportunities, permanent supportive housing, continued psychiatric and therapeutic care. And so I just really look forward to building a relationship with each of you and continuing this conversation. Thank you.
Afternoon. My name is Paul Davis. I'm the Executive Director of the Mendocino Coast Hospitality Center over in Fort Bragg. And the Hospitality Center has primarily been a homeless services organization for many, many years. We offer 24 beds of emergency shelter over there. We offer 24 beds of transitional housing, which is targeted at folks that are using behavioral health services. We have a wellness center. We have programs that help folks find housing. But we also, have specialty mental health services, which we've been doing since 2016. And even though that program doesn't exclusively serve homeless folks, we do have a very high volume of our specialty mental health clients who are homeless. So it makes for a real wraparound situation at our agency. And we think it's really valuable. And you can see from our numbers that we've housed many of those folks. 30 might not sound like a lot, but it's a lot if you compare it to other years. So our folks there are doing really good work, especially in the clinic. And so I wanted to let you all know about that. We value having that service and our clinicians right there on site to help the folks do everything that needs to be done for them so that they can move on and have some sort of success, whatever that means to them. Having said all of that, the clinic has always been hard to run. It is hard to get staff over in Fort Bragg. It's hard to recruit from outside the area. The hospitality center, out of necessity, has to pay less than some of our counterparts here. And it makes us really nervous. The whole CalAIM thing, it makes us really nervous that we are, putting a contract forth that is for an amount that's less than we billed here in this past contract year. But we do understand that we're going to be looking at this quarterly. That makes us nervous too, but we appreciate the opportunity to continue to provide service and appreciate our relationship with you and behavioral health, and thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes.
Just want to make sure that the board and the public are aware, the modified version of the RCS document has been uploaded, and a copy is available at the back of the room. Additionally, while we had the ability to make the changes requested by the department for the RQMC contract, and while we did prepare something with similar changes for the RCS contract to reflect what this board just asked for, we haven't made changes to the RQMC contract. We haven't had any time to do that just yet. We would need a little bit of time, a little bit of direction from the department before having a document ready on that front.
Okay.
We have a closed session. When you say you need more time, could it come back later today, or would it need to be at a later or subsequent meeting?
I might need to look at the department. I need a bit of direction. This is a relatively lengthy contract, and I think there might be a few areas we may need policy direction.
Can we at least direct that it come back on consent?
Yes, I think we can. Any further public comment? Any last commentary from the board? For me, thank you all. You work very hard with a very difficult group of people. a very needy group of people, and very vulnerable. And it's not easy. Thank you. Supervisor Hasjack.
Well, I agree with those comments, and certainly hats off to, Dr. Miller and the work you're doing and your team, and working with everyone in the community too. With the CalAIM, we are seeing a lot of changes ahead of us, and certainly with the Measure B, we're seeing lots of things happening now, and the potential for a lot of other work and to provide those services that people need in our county. And so, thank you. I do agree that, looking at the contracts and, taking a fresh approach to these issues is a good thing. And so I look forward to, I have trust that you'll be able to do that too during the next year, because there will be changes happening. So thank you.
Does anyone care to make a motion?
Move approval as directed and direct staff to bring back the final contract on consent calendar if not available by end of day.
If I may ask for clarification, is that approval of the contracts listed on the agenda as 2 through 6 as modified with the updated drafts attached to the item, and then to bring back contract number 1 on the consent calendar for the soonest available meeting?
That's the motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, call for the question.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Chair McGorty?
Yes.
And Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, shall we continue?
Staff need a break?
Does staff need a break, or? I'm sorry.
CEO Angela, if I may, through the chair. So you have 2 more items, plus your supervisors' reports, if you would want to be doing those. I think 4D is a relatively short item. 4C, I don't know how long it is. There are 28 slides attached, though. So Supervisor Hashak.
Go ahead.
It's supposed to be, I've said it's going to be 15 minutes, so.
I would just say, Mr. Chair, the board had time to review the slides, hopefully. So hopefully the presentation could be brief, but I know that there are people that have waited in the audience all morning, so I'd like to keep going.
Okay, everybody agree with that? Shall we keep going?
It's well reasoned.
Okay.
And I did read the slides.
All right, so agenda item 4C is discussion and possible action, including acceptance of update on Great Redwood Trail in Mendocino County. And this is Supervisor Haschak.
Yeah, the reason I wanted this, because Supervisor Mulhern and I are on the Great Redwood Trail Agency. We're the representatives from the board. And that a lot of work is being done on it right now. And I just thought a quick update would be appropriate. There's economic opportunities for, developing businesses throughout the Great Redwood Trail. There's environmental restoration projects that will be happening, and also the recreational possibilities. So certainly there's concern out there in the community about what the Great Redwood Trail will do, but there's also a lot of enthusiasm for the projects happening. So I invited Louisa Morris to present today about giving an update about what's happening and outreach going on. So if Louisa is still available, I told her 10:30 this morning. So
She's on Zoom. We're trying to bring her in as a panelist now.
Mr. Chair, maybe while Louisa is coming in, if you wouldn't mind.
Please.
So as a city council member, I was new to the city council in 2014 as the first section of the Great Redwood Trail was built in the city of Ukiah. And I can frankly say I think there's actually a video on YouTube where I didn't really understand the purpose or the intention. I've grown to understand the economic and health benefits as well as the environmental benefits of the Great Redwood Trail. And I think that the really important thing for our community to understand right now is that we go through this master planning process, that this is the perfect time to make sure that your not only your concerns, but the solutions are included. And right now, the city of Ukiah has 1.7 miles stretch of the Great Redwood Trail that runs essentially end to end in the city. And it certainly hasn't been without its challenges, but it's also certainly been with its benefits. And the city's been able to fold that section of the Great Redwood Trail in as a linear park. And often you will see the police department patrolling it, the parks department, and there are a lot of people walking and biking using it for active transportation as well as for recreation and health benefits. And, you know, I hold community events frequently on the trail to try to give people an opportunity to use it that haven't had a chance to use it yet. And I think, you know, I just keep wanting to remind the community that there are solutions to some of the challenges, so let's make sure that we include them in the master plan before it gets too far down the road.
Okay, thank you for that. So, good afternoon, Louisa.
Good afternoon, Mendocino County Board of Supervisors. Thank you very much for inviting me to make a presentation today. And thank you very much also, John and Mo, for serving on the Great Redwood Trail Agency Board of Directors and for your remarks. So my name is Louisa Morris. I am a project manager for the Coastal Conservancy, and I work exclusively on the Great Redwood Trail project. So in this slideshow, I'll make it go as fast as possible. I don't think it's going to take me more than 10 minutes. So, and then at the end, if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them if I can. So I'm just going to tell you about the project and what we're doing right now and what we have to look forward to. So the Great Redwood Trail is a 316-mile long multi-use rail trail project that will one day connect San Francisco and Humboldt Bay. And today, over 28 miles of the trail are complete. The Great Redwood Trail follows and will follow the former North Coast Rail Authority rail corridor. And the vision for the GRT, which is what we call it, is to transform the unused and sometimes misused rail corridor into a community asset and an economic engine for the North Coast. The master planning effort is focused on the 231 miles north of Cloverdale through Mendocino, Trinity, and Humboldt counties. So rail trail, most of you know probably what a rail trail is, but it's typically a multi-use public path that's built in a former railroad corridor. Rail trails are a model that has been used all over the United States for turning inactive rail corridors into community assets. There's over 25,000 miles in the United States, with over 1,000 of those in California. And once it's complete, the Great Redwood Trail will be the longest rail trail in the country. So rail trails can support recreation, economic development, tourism, and even environmental restoration, as John mentioned, in small towns and rural areas. These graded rights-of-way are preserved for rail to potentially return in the future through a process called rail banking, though given the geomorphology of particularly the Eel River Canyon, it's unlikely without prohibitive investment and engineering. So a little bit on the background, how do we get here? In 2018, Senate Bill 1029 ordered several assessments of the rail corridor to determine whether or not it would be feasible to turn it into a trail. And then they found that it was. And in 2021, Senator McGuire sponsored and passed SB 69, the Great Redwood Trail Act, which accomplished three main things. It transferred ownership of the rail line in Sonoma and Marin counties to SMART. And this is why that stretch of trail is undergoing separate planning processes to this endeavor. It turned the former North Coast Railroad Authority into the Great Redwood Trail Agency, which now owns and will manage the corridor in Mendocino, Trinity, and Humboldt counties. And it required that the corridor be preserved via a legal process called rail banking, which allows the trail to be built on the rail corridor. And this has been completed from East Commercial Street and Willits North, and it's in process between the county line, Sonoma, Mendocino, and East Commercial Street to the south. So last year we moved forward with the requirement to rail bank, and we also kicked off the master plan process, which I'm excited to talk with you about today. So now I'm going to share an update on the Great Redwood Trail Master Plan and Community Engagement Plan. We put together a big team of consultants to address both the technical elements of the master plan and listen to the community. The firms involved bring a broad range of expertise from local community insight, as NCO is representative in Mendocino County, to engineering analysis to tribal Eel River access. The master plan is a high-level roadmap, so it's not a secret document. It's a roadmap for planning, constructing, and managing the Great Redwood Trail. The plan, and it's just Mendocino, Trinity, and Humboldt, as I said before. The plan will develop recommendations and policies for the whole trail corridor, rather than focusing on just the details of individual sections or projects. The plan will also include guidance for current and potential trail partners, funding sources, and design options. For example, the trail is more likely to be paved in the urban areas so it can serve as a transportation corridor, compacted gravel in the outlying areas, and then in the remote wilderness area in Eel Canyon, probably just a recreational dirt path. So the master plan will also provide guidance on operations and maintenance, cultural and natural resource protection, habitat restoration, and prioritization for projects. So as part of the master plan, we're doing extensive community outreach and engagement so we can really understand, incorporate, and address community ideas and concerns. To help lead aspects of this engagement, we teamed up, as I mentioned before, with community-based organizations and respected leaders, including NCO, RCAA, Redwood Community Action Agency, and Jen Rice in Humboldt County. Tribal engagement is a really important part of this process, as this trail will traverse many Indigenous peoples' ancestral lands who still maintain and value sacred places, flora and fauna, education, and access. So we're using mechanisms like in-person and virtual community meetings. I'll tell you a little more about those upcoming ones toward the end of the presentation. Small group stakeholder meetings, online surveys, comment forms, an interactive website, and then we are also tabling at local community events. So far, what we've heard is concerns include, but are not limited to, trespassing and security, fire hazards, encampments, impacts to working lands, and opportunities and desires that we're hearing include river access, connecting the Great Redwood Trail to neighborhoods, and economic development opportunities. So I'm just going to share a couple of maps showing where the trail goes. You can see right in here is Cloverdale. The red sort of maroon colored line is the old rail line. And it follows 101 and the Russian River from the county line up to the Ridgewood Grade. And a portion of the trail, as Mo mentioned, is already complete in Mendocino County. The Ukiah Rail Trail from Rush Street to Commerce Street was built by the city of Ukiah. And then the trail will continue north, and at the top of the Ridgewood Grade, it enters the Eel River watershed. It'll go through the city of Willits, where the city's planning to build the trail, 1.6 miles of it next year. And north of Dos Rios, the Wild and Scenic River makes up the state's third largest watershed. and flows through rugged interior mountains and fog-shrouded coastal rainforest. As it continues north, the Great Redwood Trail dips into Trinity County briefly before heading northwest towards the Avenue of the Giants, Eureka, and eventually Blue Lake. Now I'd like to share a little bit about the findings of our economic impact report, which outlines the benefits to the cities and counties along the trail that will be realized, are expected to be realized once the trail is complete. So this benefits assessment was completed in January of 2023. It estimated the benefits of a complete trail by using benchmarks for economic growth from similar trails around the US, estimating the local and visitor trail use, and also estimating the benefits by jurisdiction, including cities and unincorporated county areas. So the benefits in Mendocino County and Humboldt and Trinity counties alone are estimated at over 100 million annually. These come from increased economic activity, as well as community savings in transportation and health. So there's sort of three categories of benefit, which I'll talk a little more about now. So things, recreation and tourism benefits include things like restaurants, retail, entertainment, rentals, and lodging that are increased because of the existence of the Great Redwood Trail. Health benefits include healthcare cost savings, mortality reduction by providing safe, active recreation and transportation for both residents and visitors. And finally, the transportation benefits include reductions in greenhouse gas emissions, reductions in road maintenance costs, reductions in congestion on the road, crashes, and household vehicle operation costs. So looking more specifically at Mendocino County and breaking out the benefits there, they're estimated at over 49 million annually, and that is the total figure, including the cities of Ukiah and Willits in the outlying areas. So I'll talk a little bit about that. But the city of Ukiah, there are annual benefits for the city of Ukiah broken into recreation, tourism, and transportation and health benefits. Here you can see that number is over 4.5 million of a completed trail. The city of Willits, over 2.6 million in economic benefits from a completed trail. And in the Eel River Canyon, over 500,000 for the 42 miles of completed trail there, which will be far up in the future. So in unincorporated Mendocino County, the overall benefits are estimated at over 41 million, broken down into recreation, almost 25 million, so a little over half, health, 15 million, and transportation, 814,000. So now I'm going to share a little bit of information about upcoming meetings and ways that people can get engaged with what's going on and share their thoughts as part of the master plan. On July 26th, we have our 4th community workshop in Alder Point, which is up in southern Humboldt County at 5:30 at the Volunteer Fire Hall, and dinner will be provided. On the next night, on July, if I said January, I meant July. On July 27th, we'll be in Hopland at Bruticau Cellars, also providing food. And then for each of the community workshops in person, we also have an online workshop on 8/2 on August 2nd. We're also tabling, we've tabled at some of these already, the Willits Frontier Days and the 4th of July, but we're going to big times offered by local tribes and also the Humboldt and Mendocino County fairs. We also have a website that offers an opportunity to sign up for our newsletter, take a survey, make comments on a web map, or if you'd like to call us or email us, there's a opportunity to do that as well. And in Mendocino County, I am your point of contact for the Coastal Conservancy. Roseanne Ibarra at NCO is their lead for the community engagement for the master planning process. And then Jeff Knowles at Alta, oops, sorry about that, is the project manager for the primary consultant, Alta. So that concludes my presentation. And now if you have any questions or comments, I would like to ask through the chair how you would like to field that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Louisa. So Supervisor Williams, question.
So I'm a fan of trails. I'm really happy to see this development. But I think Mo said we could raise some concerns to try to get solutions into the master plan. So a concern I have is I expect this trail will have a homeless problem. There will be wildfires started as a result of it. There will be people lost. There will be people kidnapped. Probably be people stabbed or shot periodically. Looking at where the trail goes and the type of violence we have in that corner of the county, I expect that kind of activity to persist on the trail. What is the ongoing funding source to cover the actual cost to local public safety? Because our public safety is stretched thin, and frankly, when I read about a shooting or a body found in Covelo, I think there goes the roads in my district, because the cost of the sheriff, the district attorney for the investigation, jail, probation, medical services, mental health provided in jail, you add all that up, violent crime doesn't leave anything left in our budget. So I see this trail as really great in all the ways enumerated for the economy, for health, for quality of life. But I see there will also be a nuisance element that comes with it. How does the state plan to provide cost recovery, given that we can't afford those services?
Louisa?
Would you like me to field that?
Yes, please.
Or is...
You could field
Okay.
it, and then maybe the two supervisors that are working on the Great Redwood Trail could answer.
Lisa, go ahead. Why don't you take the first crack at it?
Okay. Okay, thanks, Glenn. Sorry, I'm distracted. I'm seeing two pictures of myself on my screen. Well, I think that one of the things that the master plan is going to make recommendations about is that aspect of, like, I think that there's also emergency rescue if that might be needed, particularly in the more remote sections of the trail. And we're working with and talking to volunteer fire departments and CAL FIRE about how to proactively prevent this kind of amenity and recreational use from starting fires and being a source of things like that. But I think that what we're hearing and what we really agree with and expect is that there will need to be additional funding for patrols, including law enforcement and fire fire response and emergency response once the trail is open. Right now, it's mostly an abandoned rail line, but we are going to put that recommendation into the master plan that additional, either it could be staffing that is included in the Great Redwood Trail Agency, or for our partner agencies that are operating and maintaining the trail. So for the law enforcement, I think that there will just need to be a source identified of long-term funding for that. And then for operations and maintenance as well, because just things like picking up litter and doing patrols and responding to vandalism, or if there's vandalism of signs, and just keeping the trail shipshape and safe is going to be a responsibility of both the partners and the Great Redwood Trail agencies. So
my feedback is I would like in the master plan the state to provide commitment, or for us to provide a request for full cost recovery. We can provide whatever service they want at full cost recovery. County government, long term, we can't pick up litter at our expense. We can't provide law enforcement. We can't do rescues. We can't provide the mandated services today. This is adding a new burden, which is fine if it comes with funding, but it can't be. I guess what my biggest fear is, there will be what I call a bribe, one-time funding for the county, for fire departments, right? Because one-time funding, you hear you're getting millions of dollars, and you have a sense of, well, shut up because there's money coming. The commitment needs to be ongoing funding at full cost recovery. whatever it costs for us to provide the service gets passed along to the state. Think of it as, like social services or behavioral health. But otherwise, we're sicking the next generation with a problem that we have this beautiful trail, but it gets 911 calls, and our county can't provide the resources. And then, it's in the news that you don't want to go on that trail because Mendocino County will leave you stranded. There's a lot of upward potential here, but if we don't mitigate the negative consequences, I don't think it'll be a great outcome for us.
Just kind of building on that theme, we already have a park system that we really can't care for, so we definitely are worried about that, and I've encouraged some way to monetize it, just like, you get a pass to go to the parks or something like that, that there's a way of being able to charge the users a reasonable fee, and I think a lot about the stretch from Hopland to Ukiah because I live on it. It's across the river from me, but I can see it. And, I could see that being extremely popular, and it seems like it would be really used heavily by people, particularly from Sonoma County, that want an extraordinary ride. Right now, they ride on Old River Road, and we have a lot of the problems that you hear about, the trash and the fires and the occasional accident. But overall, I think it's going to be a positive thing, but I also agree with Supervisor Williams. You better think up front about how to provide security and take care of maintenance, because we can't pass it on to us and expect us to fare for it. I'd also like to say that the users in Redwood Valley look at it really differently. A lot of them want to be able to commute from Redwood Valley to Ukiah, which is really interesting. So they see this as an alternative transportation method. So people are viewing their experiences on this trail really differently.
Supervisor Haschak.
Yes, Supervisor Haschak.
Yeah, I think some of those concerns are ones that we've been dealing with. That's why we're having these outreach sessions in Alder Point and other places, Hopland, to work out these problems. Certainly, there is a risk for some of these activities, but I don't think, we're looking at the kidnapping and everything like that. That's a little, little hyperbole there.
I'll send you a clip of this session when
Okay.
it finally.
Okay, but some of these issues are issues that you'll have in any kind of campground or anything that we're providing, and certainly there's economic benefit and recreational, all these benefits to Mendocino County. So I think our commitment is to make sure that there is a plan for dealing with these emergency situations, because people are going to break their legs or whatever in a hiking situation, and that does need to be considered. And we don't want to put the burden on these local fire departments that are out there in Alder Point or Laytonville or any of those places.
Chair?
Supervisor Jordy.
Yeah, so Louisa, you may already be looking at this, but we know that PG&E, in order to have quicker response if there's a fire, they're in the process of installing, I'm going to just call them fire cameras in Northern California that will be able to identify from long distances if there's a fire early on for response. I'm curious if that kind of a technology could also be deployed discreetly along the trail to just sort of identify if there is any fire. It's identified right away, because obviously getting to a fire at the beginning is easier to deal with than later. And then also maybe in coordination with the rollout by the state of the middle mile of internet connectivity, can that process also look at what will be the cell phone coverage along the trail? Because we know we have great areas of the county that, in the most rural areas where there's very limited cell coverage, and it may not be possible to have cell coverage everywhere on the Great Wood Trail, but it'd be nice to limit those gaps as much as possible. And then finally, looking directly at the issue of security, there could be locations where discrete CCTV cameras could be located, to keep an eye on things. If there's, maybe it's a mobile, maybe the plan is to have these things mobile. So if there's incidents that pop up after the trail is implemented, they could relocate them. I know that the sheriff's office, for example, has cameras that they can locate in a neighborhood on request if there's reoccurring issues. So maybe maybe something along those lines where it gets, there's money in the budget to have these cameras that could be positioned if adjoining property owners are experiencing problems with encampments or whatever or damage, that they could have those cameras deployed to identify who's causing it and what's going on.
Yeah, I think that's an excellent idea, and I think about that on that stretch between Hopland and Ukiah, if it's put in place, that we'd want to have some method of being able to monitor really continuously to be sure that there is some level of oversight as to what's going on. Supervisor Haschak.
Well, I'll just say there's some good ideas coming out of this discussion, and I appreciate Louisa being on today and doing the presentation. You know, this is an ongoing conversation, so if anyone has any kind of ideas or solutions, then bring them forth, please.
Okay.
John, is there any way to, as a board, officially give the state a recommendation? I would suggest full cost recovery on any services they want us to provide.
Well, that's a discussion we can have at the Great Redwood Trail.
Okay. Public comment. I know you're waiting, Carrie.
But let me start out by saying that I think this rail trail could be one of the biggest make or break, and I'm going to go on the break side of your decisions as supervisors that you'll ever have, more than the homeless issues that are going on and so forth. And I feel strongly about this because I have attended a lot of these meetings that have taken place, and I feel it's like a dog and pony show where the public's interest, for the most part, gets overlooked or nobody cares. Or Lisa came to the Farm Bureau. I was there. I asked her to take some notes of my concerns. She stopped writing. I asked her to take some more. She told us our group was disrespectful and rude. It was a bad conversation, and it's been going on in all these meetings. So I'm going to tell you that you're placing it. Now, I'm a hiker, and I believe in trails. I think this is not the place for it and the best solution for our county. I think there's some other solutions. But placing this trail will be right in the middle of the most valuable profit-generating land in Mendocino County. Some of your biggest taxpayers, you're putting the trail right adjacent to their property. Farmers, pears, vineyards, you've got timber, Mendocino Forest Products, you know, one of your biggest taxpayers. They've expressed their concern. Farmers expressed their concern. You've got commercial, industrial property owners, big tax base that have expressed their concerns, and it's a total, what we say, it's in one ear and out the other. We've come up with some things that Louisa hasn't addressed, that we know that there are environmental impacts that haven't been considered. Where's the toilet facilities? How far apart are they spaced? Fencing. We understand that there's no money in the budget to do any fencing, so I predict what'll happen is all the private property owners, including myself that are along a trail, are going to fence in the entire trail. This is going to be not a beautiful trail for people to go on. It's going to be a single corridor that's lined on both sides by fences, and maybe wire at the top, razor wire, which is what I'll install on my property. There's going to be gates to restrict people to get to through public property, private property, I should say, onto the roads. I don't think this is going to be as great as a trail as you think it's going to be when you have all the private property owners. They're going to have to protect themselves and screen off and block off the public from traveling through their property and creating damage and so forth. Now, the wildfires, you know, this is crazy that we're putting the fire department, CDF, law enforcement have come out also and said that they just can't do all this. They can't manage it all. I don't care how many cameras you have. I don't care if you get funding from the state. You'd have to have a slew of people here on this trail to take care of this. And I just want to finish up by saying that I feel that it's a slam dunk deal, that the public's interest and the taxpayers are not all being taken into consideration. The ones it doesn't concern is those are not along the trail. Hey, It's normal reaction. If I can go on this trail and I don't own both sides of it, I don't even think about the property owner. But this is going to impact people, and I think that county council ought to realize that this is called a public nuisance. And it's going to create problems, and then the county's going to get sued over it by the private sector that's going to sue over their property getting burned up, damages to their property because you failed to take care of the situation and protect private property rights. And that's how I feel about it, and I just want you to know that this is going to be one of your biggest challenges in making a decision on this, and it better be well thought out with, and a lot of protections in there for the county's budget and the private property owners. Thank you.
So Tara, let me ask you a question. Standing here today, listening to us having our discussion, do you feel like we're addressing some of the issues that you're concerned about?
No, not completely. I think there's a lot of issues that I've been going to these meetings and addressing the same things, and nothing comes up. Like, I'm told that there's no money. Think about if the state participated in fencing off the trail. I've heard comments even that, oh, it's not going to be as great of a trail when you've got fencing going right down. I mean, what kind of a trail is that? Okay, so what's going to happen with fencing? Who's going to pay for it? So now you put the burden on the private property owner. They'll do it. They'll fence their property, but again, it takes away from the trail. Are there benefits to, I don't know where they come up with these numbers of saying how much money it's going to save the county or the benefits. Where do these numbers, they just get taken out of the air of, yes, everybody that hikes, but you can go to a damn gym and not burn up the country. You don't have to be on this trail. Could we take the money, the resources, and go put it up and expand the trails around Lake Mendocino? That might be a better solution. That was suggested when Louisa was at the meeting by a guy that had a great plan for that. I think there are just other alternatives. If there aren't other alternatives, then let's just look at what the consequences are going to be for Mendocino County. And if you do approve anything, you better go in with, we're looked at all these issues so that we don't have these concerns. And I would put a sunset on this where, you go try it out for a period of time. And if you start getting all of these complaints, fires, all the things that we're worried about, that you can pull the plug on this. I don't know how easy that is to do. I'd rather you just don't go there from the get-go, because I've seen some of the issues that have already been on the city of Ukiah's rail trail, the portion that's there in place. I am a property owner along it, and I have seen the problems. I've complained about this, and nobody listens. And no, to answer your question, I'm sorry, Supervisor McGorty, Chair McGorty, I don't feel like our answers, and I feel I'm there at the meetings with other farmers and Mendocino forest products. We're all saying the same thing, but we all walk away from the meeting when you guys are all gone and we say, they don't listen, they don't care.
Chair?
Yes.
Can you clarify, what is the decision that will come before us? This is a state project. I don't know that I'm voting on anything.
Well, you have to be in support of it, right?
No. I don't think
But won't that be something you eventually?
I don't think so.
Well, what you should do, though, is go back to the state as supervisors for our county and say, we don't agree with this plan unless and less and less.
I don't think we have any local control of this. We have some influence as partners to mitigate some of the problems that might arise or monetize it, but
then why are we having meetings? Why are there meetings going on about this if you have no control over it?
I don't think those are county-sponsored meetings. I think those are state-sponsored meetings.
If I could,
John?
Sure, Supervisor Haschak.
Yeah, so we're developing the master plan for this. And the input is to create a master plan that deals with these issues, because we know that there are going to be the issues that you cited and everything. And so the master plan should have a kind of solutions to these issues. And we're working in the Great Redwood Trail Agency on developing this master plan, and it should be coming out later this year. So hopefully at that point we'll have a lot of answers to to these issues.
Supervisor, I heard the concern slightly different. I don't want the public to be misled and believe that this board will be voting on whether to implement the trail. The trail was approved by the state legislature. It's happening, right? We have some influence on the master plan. We can offer ideas.
Right.
The state can adopt it. But I don't think we couldn't put we couldn't do a trial period, right? The state's not going to go for that. And we couldn't decide to not have the Redwood Trail. We can't decide about the fencing. We can give input just like you're giving input, but I don't think we actually have any authority.
No, but what we have is some influence in the master plan and how this thing rolls out.
Understood, but I just want to be
Yeah,
honest with
okay,
the
I'm
public.
clear on that part, but I think what you say is that there's a master plan that's going to have some direction to the state of what happens with this trail.
But it's the only direction that the state decides to adopt. I don't think we're in a position of authority. We can't demand. We can give ideas just like you can give ideas. They can listen, or maybe they won't listen, right? I don't think we have local control of this project in any sense.
I think as the supervisors, if you go on record with the state, is that these are all of our concerns and we want this, this, and this addressed, whether they turn a blind eye or don't listen, you have went on record. So legally, when you have these problems and you burn up the whole countryside, Mendocino Forest Products, guess what? All those people that spoke early that want their handout for more money for behavioral health and all these, they're going to have no money because you're not going to have the tax revenue coming into our county because, you know what? A guy's vineyard burns up, which they do catch on fire.
Yeah.
They're not going to have the income to pay the taxes.
I definitely hear you. I just don't want to convey more authority than we actually have. We can consolidate some of the input, pass it on to the state. But I think that's really our only role. It's like the water, inland water. We don't have any local control. Save Lake Pillsbury, you know, people can get together with signs and protest as PG&E takes it down, but this board doesn't have authority of that. And so your avenue is really your state representatives.
Yeah, I suppose if there's a problem with a fire that maybe my property burns up or Mendocino Forest Products, I guess they can go litigate with the state if they wanted to. But I'm sure that they're going to involve the county too, because you could definitely put in your plan some ideas that what the state needs to do in installing a trail. That's what I want to say.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So, Louisa, you want to respond? I see you have your hand up.
Thank you very much, Supervisor McGorty. I do want to just respond to a couple of things that Carrie said. We did have a follow-up meeting after the one that Carrie was at with a smaller group from the Farm Bureau that was organized by Peter Bauer. And I think that was a productive meeting, and we really are showing, I think, through that meeting that we are hearing the concerns the Farm Bureau has and trying to respond to and address them. For example, CAL FIRE had sent about 3 people to the first meeting that we did with the Farm Bureau, which is part of the stakeholder engagement that we're doing to inform the master plan. And the CAL FIRE representatives present let us know that you could prohibit campfires during fire season on the trail. And so we're going to put a recommendation to do that as part of the master plan. So this is a time where we are listening to concerns and doing our best to address them. And including the law enforcement and the extra burden that a new facility, any kind of new facility will put on existing resources. I think that things like co-locating broadband within the right-of-way might be a great asset of this project. And we will not open any segment of the Great Redwood Trail unless we identify a partner that will both plan, get the permits, construct, and commit to doing perpetual operations and maintenance. So that it's like the California Coastal Trail on the coast in Mendocino County, where Mendocino Land Trust and I worked there and did a lot of work on that regional trail, statewide trail system, which is really long. No segments of the California Coastal Trail are opened without having a partner, a very responsible and capable partner who will take on the operations and maintenance, which includes sometimes responding to emergency situations and dealing with things, but it's very infrequent in my experience. So I think that we do know what we're doing, and we also have a lot to learn from the community about concerns that are specific to neighbors to the alignment. We want to be a good neighbor with this trail. We want it to be something that everyone feels is a great asset and a great addition and improves the quality of life for everyone. So thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Carrie Shattuck. I just want to mention that this is all taxpayer funded, this entire SB 69. And as it states in SB 69, money will be delegated as it is available. So this entire trail program is running just on volunteers. Volunteers for trash removal, volunteers for maintenance. You know, this was something brought up at the Redwood Valley MAC meeting about, homeowners saying, well, what happens when there's trash or trees fall like we had last year with all the snow? This is all going to be volunteer. We can't even get volunteers to pick up trash now. I mean, this is a big problem. And just like Carrie Vaugh was saying, look at Granite Construction and Mendocino Forest Products. Mendocino Forest Products has heavy equipment that goes across the tracks between their property. Are you going to have someone from Mendocino's be stopping pedestrians for the heavy equipment to go over? Granite Construction, kind of the same thing. I was just in there recently. The rail, you can't even see it. It's gone. And they have heavy equipment there. There's people, coming, there's trucks coming in, they're loading rock, there's heavy equipment. You're going to have fencing, on both sides. Like it just doesn't seem feasible when these trails or this rail had trains that ran twice a day, north and south. I lived along the tracks when I grew up. And, these landowners are going to be invaded by people and dogs and camping. And what are you going to do with the trash and the, feces and all of that? I mean, you're talking like hundreds of miles of access, as well as like the sheriff mentioned recently. He has six deputies on staff at any given time. 2 here, 2 here, 2 there. We're going to have people way out in the middle of nowhere. This is going to strain our resources that are already strained. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Tim Erickson, City Engineer for the City of Ukiah. We understand all these concerns and we face them as well, dealing with our rail trail. Ours is a little more unique in the fact that we've created the entire corridor as a park, so it's basically shut down at night. So there can't be any kind of camping or any of that, and that's not been an issue. But it would be different for the county to some degree. But as you've said, it's not really our trail. This is ultimately a state project, and this will happen. I mean, the state is not, Senator McGuire is not sort of soft serving this. This is a thing that's going to happen. So the City of Ukiah is everything we promised has happened. The one thing that really hasn't happened is tourism associated with the trail, because you're basically just in sort of the ugliest part of the trail, right? Just the little portion where the transportation is good, but there's not really a lot of tourism associated with it. So we are very excited for the county to get on board as well with portions of the trail that would go down to Hopland and up through Redwood Valley. And I know that that's one of the big concerns, but that of course would bring in the other portions of the trail and the other benefits that the city hasn't seen to this point. So, but we are happy to be the starting point of this trail, and so we're happy to work with the county. As it moves forward, and with the Coastal Conservancy as it moves forward, and be a partner with everybody.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else in the room? If not, we'll go to online. Neil Davis.
Good evening. Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening.
Board of Commissioners. My name is Neil Davis. I am the Director of Community Services for the City of Ukiah. And many of you may know me from my times preceding when I worked here at the City of Ukiah as a founding member of the Ukiah Valley Trail Group. Dating back to before I was here with the city, working with the trail group, I've had the pleasure of working with Louisa Morris for well over a decade. And I was really thrilled to hear that she was going to be working on this project and that she was hired to the Coastal Commission for the professional expertise and professionalism that she brings to this project. I think we're just really blessed to have her working on this. And I want to thank Commissioner Hashak and Mulherin for their work serving on the Great Redwood Trail Agency for the work they're doing as well. As Director Erickson said, we've done our first portion of the trail here in Ukiah, and we've had, I think, it's not perfect, but it's better than it was. And I think this is one of the things that people don't remember. Before the first section of trail was built, the railroad corridor was really not a good place. After our first section was built, I spoke with then Police Chief Dewey. I asked him, and he told me that yes, absolutely, the number of calls that he had to the railroad corridor decreased after we built the first section of trail. And this is supported as well by a number of studies that show that generally speaking, crime rates on trails are lower than they are in the neighboring communities. We get a neighborhood watch that happens when we bring people into these areas, and things actually get better. I've heard it mentioned tonight, this concept of adding a burden. And I don't feel like that's an entirely accurate way of looking at it. I often tell people trails and parks do neither create homelessness nor do they solve it. We have a homeless problem, and the homeless tend to go to places where nobody sees them. And that has traditionally been along the railroad corridor. They will absolutely continue to use this as a transportation corridor, but it's not like it's a new population of people. It's just a matter of where they may be. So I think the concept of adding a new burden is not entirely accurate. When we have this route paved, even if it's just a gravel route, this also provides the ability for law enforcement and first responders to respond directly to that area. Our teams have been able to do fuel management that has not happened prior to our taking over the project. So we're decreasing that. And the trail itself, particularly as we move from it being something that has been unmanaged and unmaintained into a place where we can maintain it, not only does it give us the opportunity to maintain it and keep weeds down, but it actually ends up providing a fire break through the center of the county. So I think there's so much to be said for this project. And, I see that I'm already out of time, but I just want to thank the people who are working to get this master plan in place to help us move forward on getting this asset improved from the bad place where it was to really an improving corridor that really contributes to our community. Thank you.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes, I have a question for the speaker.
Yeah.
This idea that it's not a burden, imagine your pager goes off. There's a medical call staging required north of Dos Rios on the trail. How do you feel about sending personnel from the city of Ukiah up there to find the victim, potentially rescue them, load them onto an air ambulance and come back? You wouldn't find that to be a burden?
I'm not saying it's not at all an added burden, but I think when you talk about homelessness, I'm not sure that there's a lot of truth in that. We're not going to see more homeless because of it.
I'm not concerned about it being a burden for the city. I think it's a very different dynamic having less than 2 miles of track through the city, right? You start a fire, somebody will notice it, and you don't have huge grasslands bordering it. But when you welcome people to go hiking miles and miles, outside of cell phone service, and say, hey, it's fire season, please don't light a fire, and trust that they're not going to. I mean, don't you think that there's some potential negative consequences to this, no matter what the positive gain may be?
I think you're misinterpreting what I said if
Okay.
you're saying there's no potential.
Okay.
But what I would tell you is that we have many hundreds of miles of trails in Mendocino County already. And this is not a typical place where fires are started. And so, yes, there fires can be created there. Someone on a trail, whether it's in Mendocino National Forest or at Lake Mendocino or wherever else we have trails. Yes, people who are hiking or biking can cause problems. They can be injured. This is a very small marginal increase in the amount of trails we'll have countywide.
Well,
And
if we're talking about $100 million of revenue, that it sounds like a whole lot of people are going to be using this trail passing through. So look, I'm not against the trail. I'm pretty neutral on it. I'm thankful that I don't border it. I would find it to be a nuisance if it were in my backyard. I'd be putting up fencing, and it would look like the corridor that was described. But the idea that there isn't a negative impact on our county or that resources won't be needed, I think we're really underestimating the potential impact. If you're bringing thousands of people through here, you will have problems. It doesn't mean it's a bad idea, but it will be a bad idea if you're relying on volunteers to deal with those negative consequences. So I think the message from our county to the state needs to be, if the state is going to do this trail, it seems like they're going to, they need to own responsibilì for it, right? The rescue personnel, the phone service along it, the litter pickup, the restrooms, everything that's entailed. Because you can't put us down as a partner and have the county pick up more responsibility. We can't do what we're supposed to do today. And it sounds like I'm against the trail. I'm not. I just think if it's done, it should be done right. And the idea that you're going to send people off, up north, miles and miles out there, and nothing's going to go wrong, seems pretty far-fetched to me.
Yeah. Okay, so we also have Devin Bohr online. Go ahead, Devin.
Good afternoon. Devin Bohr, Executive Director of Mendocino County Farm Bureau. So I appreciate Louisa coming here today, and I haven't met you, Louisa, as I've been out, but I do know you've met with us twice with our Land Use Committee, and you've heard many of the concerns and more that were mentioned today. I think there's going to be a definite need for ongoing conversation, as you've heard the angst and the feeling that a lot of those concerns have not been fully vetted. And we know that the management plan process is going to be starting up towards the end of the year. But again, to some of the points that were brought up today, and speaking from experience and going through many an EIR, many a planning document, there needs to be some reassurance that these concerns are going to be actually addressed through that planning process. And if our two Board of Supervisors that sit on the Great Redwood Trail Agency are going to be representing some of the concerns and questions coming from Mendocino County, I think it'll be important to continue to engage in that process as well. And we will continue to do so. We've been participating in this process with Senator McGuire from the beginning. And some of our concerns have been heard, some of them have not. So I think for this upcoming meeting in Hopland, it'll be really important to specifically let individuals know what their process is to continue to participate and to know that they're going to be heard. So there needs to be a distinct timeline hopefully presented in terms of when we expect the management plan to come forward. I think the point brought forward by Supervisor Williams is one we've expressed before in terms of how is this going to be funded in the long term. There's been some concerns that private property owners might have to, pay the burden, not only for dealing with some of the management issues that Ms. Vaugh mentioned, but others, crossing fees, et cetera. And that's really not acceptable in terms of looking at long-term management and how to fund this proposal moving forward. Another thing that should be clarified at that Hopland meeting perhaps is how individuals can propose alternatives. What is that going to look like and how is that going to be taken seriously? If there are opportunities to look at providing alternative suggestions, how is that done? And what is the time to do so? Is it time to read a 500-page document that comes out, or is it time to start now? So I think there is going to be a burden placed on private property owners, and the Ukiah Valley specifically, we have concerns from Redwood Valley all the way to the Southern County line, because that's key production agricultural property, and this trail goes through primarily private property. So with that, I will end my comment. I appreciate the opportunity to speak today. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I believe we're done with public comment. So let's see, we need a motion to accept the report?
Chair.
We'll just accept the report.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Just as we close out this item. It was an interesting conversation. I think that it, as someone is participating in as many community meetings as I possibly can and have been since I was on the city council, I do have a lot of notes about the concerns that have been discussed, many that I heard again today, some that I've heard in the past. And I think that for me, you know, again, like I started with, the most important thing is that those issues and concerns are inserted into the master plan so that when we do look at what is the budget going to be, that there's an opportunity to address those right from the onset. The other thing that I think is really important for everybody to just recognize is that this trail is massive. It's 312 miles, and not every section is going to be the same. Not every section is going to cost the same. Not every section is going to have the same kind of maintenance and operation plan. So really thinking about, you know, specific area that runs through your vineyard, what is it that you think should happen in that area? Like that, those are all important pieces to make sure that we're including in the master planning process right now. Also, the Coastal Trail, the Pacific Crest Trail, the Appalachian Trail, this is not something that is like earth-shaking and groundbreaking. There are trails all across the country that have already been built. So I don't think that we need to reinvent the wheel. There's models that work in other areas, and we can figure out what is working and what isn't, and build our plan off of those things. And I wanted to just say that we do appreciate Louisa's support over the last, I think, almost 2 years, year and a half or so, but there is a general manager position open for the Great Redwood Trail Agency. The filing deadline is July 14th. That position would cover Mendocino, Humboldt, and I think Del Norte counties. No, Trinity. Thank you. Sorry. You know, I think it's really important to have somebody in that position that's going to listen to and hear the feedback and then make sure that it's incorporated as the trail is built out. And again, each section is going to be different. So it's going to depend, the funding source is going to depend on the applicant. It's going to depend on what kind of trail they want to build. It's going to depend on the materials that they need to build. Everything is so intertied with the geographical location for the trail that there are going to have to be some open questions about that.
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, so the public process, I've gone to meetings, I would say with Caltrans, with CAL FIRE, probably others, where it felt like they're holding it because they have to check the box that they had a public input session. And I didn't feel heard. And yet, I mean, as a member of the public, you can't expect to show up and steer the policy as one person, right? Sometimes I don't get my way. But where that line, there's this fine line of at least walking away feeling like your concerns were written down. Somebody is consolidating to see are there other people with the same concern. There's brainstorming to try to address. I get a sense that some members of the public feel that they're showing up to give input to check that box that there was a public input session. And that's not really the same as being heard. And that, you know, regardless of the output, I think the process is important to people in our county. They want to feel that the process was fair. That, you know, imagine you have this trail cutting through your private property, and you have, you know, dry vegetation, and you have a farm in production. That's a real impact. Now you have to think about, do you fence it? I don't want to have that barbed wire up, but I don't know. Maybe I would, versus having people wander off, and maybe I'm responsible as they get hurt on my farm. I think they have some legitimate concerns. Some can be addressed. I haven't seen the process address the people's concerns yet, the people who are directly affected.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Well, I think that, you know, that's definitely good feedback for Alta and Louisa and the team, that there needs to be more transparency about the process of gathering the information. I think the challenge that we have right now is that we are in an information gathering timeline. It's not time yet to say, here's all of the, you know, here are the most concerns, although that some of that is already, you know, in the PowerPoint presentation, and here's how we plan to address them. It because we're still in the master planning process. Right now, what it is what's your concern? Do you have any suggested solutions? We're going to include that. And so then until the master plan is revealed, it's still in the actual planning process, which is why I would say, just for myself, sitting on this board and being a community member active in trail building and having been on the City of Ukiah City Council, when I am representing Mendocino County as a member of the Great Redwood Trail Agency, I am pulling up my notes, remembering what we talked about, sharing information that I've heard from the public. I'm constantly updating my list of questions and concerns and sharing that with my colleagues on the Great Redwood Trail Agency. So I think, maybe it's just the process is a very lengthy process as well. It's going to be well over a year of gathering input. So it may not feel like you're being heard, and I can take that feedback and try to improve on that.
Well, I feel like you're hearing me now, and it's good that we have this opportunity. I can't talk to you and John because of Brown Act. So this is really the only opportunity to convey information about the Great Redwood Trail. The biggest feedback I have or request is that we get cost recovery, that the state commit to that. I'd like a handshake. You throw enough money at it, all of these problems are solvable. But if it's underfunded, the make or break, it'll be the break. And that's where I haven't seen, I know there's a bullet point for funding. I haven't seen a commitment from the state. I don't understand how the legislature could approve this without a funding plan. You're creating a trail, but I can't be the first one to ask, where do people go to the bathroom? They're miles and miles out there. Where are they going to go? Who cleans that up?
Supervisor Hasjack.
Well, again, this is a process. I'm glad we're having this conversation. Sorry it took an hour when it was scheduled for 15 minutes. But the thing is that we're in this process of creating the master plan. Some of the takeaways I found were, this long-term funding needs to be addressed, and the alternatives need to be taken into consideration in the master plan. So certainly we'll be taking that back to the Great Redwood Trail Agency, and hopefully, these kind of solutions come through in the master plan. And that's really what we hope for today. So thank you, Louisa, for hanging in there this morning and your delivery today.
Okay, thank you. So with that, I think we can conclude this agenda.
If you're ready to, you have 4D left if you want to. I would say part of my role is to take care of staff as well. So if we think we can get through 4D quickly, I say let's give it a try. But if it's going to go into an hour, I think we might chew our arms off. So
I keep my mouth shut on this one.
Getting hungry.
All right. Okay, so item 4D is discussion and possible action, including appointment of an ad hoc committee regarding the response to the 2022-2023 grand jury report. Sponsor is County Council.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As the board can see, we attached a copy of there was only one grand jury report from this year that required board response as part of the required responses. This one had to do particularly with Mendocino County human resources and personnel practices. I'm asking the board to appoint an ad hoc to work with staff to prepare an appropriate response for the board. I will note this one is relatively in-depth, and there's a rather substantial number of recommendations and findings. So even though there's only one, I'd just note that whichever two supervisors are selected will probably have a fair amount of work on their plates.
Any volunteers, or shall I volunteer you? Would anyone like to serve on this ad hoc?
I'd be happy to, unless two others want to.
I would say the same. It's only fair that I take a turn, but if somebody else wants to, feel free.
No, that's fine with me.
And I'd like to note, I have an agenda item scheduled for the 25th. You're all going to think that it was in response to the grand jury report. It's not, it's just that I had the same findings as the grand jury. Unfortunately, we don't have that today because I think we may have two parallel efforts. So it looks like Jurdy and Williams are willing to serve.
Okay, so you have your ad hoc. Super.
I'm fine with that ad hoc, but in an effort of efficiency, perhaps you should withdraw your agenda item and roll your solutions into the grand jury report. I mean, I haven't seen the agenda item.
Or
but I'm just
the
saying.
grand jury report just justified the item, so you can support it. I would like some feedback from the full board before Supervisor Jurdy and I prepare a response to make sure that we're capturing the board's ideas about the grand jury report.
That seems reasonable to me. Gives us a chance to discuss it as a group. Everyone okay with that?
As long as it's quick, that was our commitment to CEO.
Okay, any further comments? Yes, Supervisor Mulhern.
So just point of clarification, you're asking for that feedback right now,
Yeah, I'm
correct?
asking for it right now, otherwise we're
Yeah.
going to go meet and work on it, and we can't talk to you. Is there anything you disagree with in the grand jury report?
No, absolutely not. And I think that this has been one of the challenges and includes some of the other agenda items about the Civil Service Commission, whatever's going to come. I think that there's a lot of work that needs to be done in HR. I think one of the challenges when the ad hoc is going to be looking at what the solutions are is how do we fund? How do we make sure that we're affording all of these things? And I would really hope that the ad hoc meets regularly or at least once with the department heads, because our departments have figured out essentially ways around the challenges that they have with HR, and some do it more successfully than others. And I think that if we could use the successful departments to create new policies and share that information with the other departments has been one of my goals all along.
Okay, that's reasonable, but County Council, can you guide us on the scope of the ad hoc? Is it just for the response, or is it to come up with an implementation plan?
So I would suggest creating the ad hoc just for the purposes of developing the response, but that's going to be responsible to the findings and the recommendations. So I don't know that I'd go so far as to implement. I'd recommend to get the language, come back to the board, and then sort of see where the board wants to go from there.
Okay.
Well, one of the issues that I see is that Chair McGordy and I were on an ad hoc trying to hire a HR director. And we spent, 6 months or a year trying to do that. And we are fortunate enough to kind of pass those duties on to Deputy CEO Sherry Johnson. And she's taken it on and really done a stellar job in keeping that department going. And I understand that position is not funded anymore. So that's kind of a real technical problem that we're going to have to deal with.
I thought it was a short-term solution, and I'll take responsibility in part for it, because often that's what we do at the University of California when I work for them, is you would split someone's position up and give them an interim assignment, and I hadn't meant it to be permanent, but Sherry is rather good at it, and I'm sure that CEO Antle could think of other things to do with the money, so it understands how things happen the way that it did. I would just comment on the grand jury report. I thought it was rather in-depth and pretty specific as grand jury reports go. So I think you have a lot to work with there.
And in discussing the response of how we might implement some of the recommendations, how much funding does the board want us to use?
Well, tell us how big a problem there is first.
Well, it's enormous. This county is unmanaged, has had weak leadership. Trickling all the way down for many years. It's basically unmanageable at this point. I mean, if you ask my opinion, I think it would be easier to start from scratch than fix what I've seen. But we can't do that, so we're going to try to fix it.
Well, that's the thing, is we've got some overlays on this that are complicated, like our civil service piece that was put in by the voters. I mean, I can tell you, having been a department head, that's an issue when you're working with employees and you have to take action on things.
So,
well, it seems to me that the role of this ad hoc is to deal with the recommendations, findings of the grand jury, and come back with what your thoughts are on those recommendations. And then we'll figure out, if we can afford whatever.
If I may, Mr. Chair, under the statute, there's really 3 responses you can give to the individual recommendations. Right? One is that you're going to implement it. The others are that you're not going to implement it, or that it needs additional study, and then you report back when you're going to have that studied. I suspect there's a broader conversation to be had as to what you really want to do on a lot of these specific proposals. However, some of them I suspect are going to have to be more in-depth board conversations, not just as to are we going to develop a program that does, say, X or Y, but specifically what that program is going to be, what it's going to look like. I think that's probably going to be a little bit beyond we've got 90 days to get a response back to the grand jury. So I think that's going to be a little bit beyond just the scope of the grand jury response.
Maybe you can help frame the question. We're going to do it response, there's a cost associated with every one of those responses. So I'm trying to figure out, what are we sizing our response to? Do we have $500,000 to work with, and we figure out which of the recommendations we can fit into that $500,000? If it's open-ended, I would say yes to every one of the recommendations. But I know that's not the case. We do have financial constraints. Rough, is it bigger than a bread box? Kind of, what do you want us to size it with? Or do you want us to come up with that?
So I, a whole bunch of thoughts are spinning in my head here. I mean, one of them is you could come up with what's a realistic scenario if you want to solve this. And I think that's one way to look at it is to say, if you want to do this, this is what it's going to cost. And then that comes back to the board where when you finish the report, we look at it and say, well, it's probably not feasible given our financial situation.
So at that time, we will answer the question that we're doing it or not based on the board's feedback.
I think so. And again, remember, our budgets are planning documents. So if we come back and say there's no way in the world we can continue with a third FTE directing this department, then that's when we start to discuss, okay, what's it going to cost? And that's when we make our plan.
And if I may just add, one thing you can also do in the response is if something is contingent upon funding, you can say the additional study is needed to determine whether the funding is available for the solution. You can have that be in the grand jury response, and then you have to identify a time within 6 months that'll come back to the board for the board to make that decision.
Okay, I'm good with it. Jerry?
That's the best route.
Okay, well then it's all settled. You two are the new ad hoc to respond to the grand jury's report on our HR department. Okay, let's see, we don't have anything for items 4E or 4F, so now we're on to item 4G, which is Supervisors Report regarding special board assignments, standing and ad hoc committee meetings, and other items of general interest.
Very briefly, I'll offer 2 bits of good news.
Okay.
Since we don't have a lot of that over here these days. So unlike the county, which is broke, we do actually have at least a few of our JPAs that we're a part of have some money. And Sonoma Clean Power, I just want to report, rates are now 5% below PG&E's rates for the consumption part of your bill, and yet reserves are still going up. So they have now in excess of, I believe they have in excess of 6 months operating expenses in reserves, which is where the city of Fort Bragg was when I left it 10, 11 years ago. And, but the county, of course, we only have, about 2 weeks of operating expenses in reserves. But just my point is that there are agencies out there that are financially sustainable. It's not true that everybody is as broke as the county of Mendocino, and that we should be looking to agencies like the Sonoma Clean Power and tap into their resources for projects and things, because they do have the staff wherewithal and the financial success to implement things. The other bit of good news is that our County Regional Transportation Planning Agency, MCOG, where Supervisor Hashak and I are at, since 1998, they've had periodic funding from the state every 2 years, an allocation as high as $17 million in one, at certain times as low as nothing at other times. For most of the years since 1998, the majority of the funds have gone to the Willits bypass, and at one point it was also going to go towards a Hopland bypass. We have successfully funded our share of the Willits bypass, no more money owed from MCOG to that, and several of us did successfully scuttle the Hopland bypass, therefore there is no obligation there anymore. And we're in the process of updating our spending priorities and plans for future dollars that will come into the county 4 or 5 years down the road. And this update acknowledges Willits fully funded, Hopland not an issue anymore, and that we can actually, for the first time in probably 10 years, we're changing the rules to reflect the changes in Sacramento that will allow us to spend some portion of these funds on rehabilitation of existing roads. So in the scoring system that we're recommending to the full MCOG board, we're recommending 15 points out of 100 for rehabilitation or completion of projects, which is not even something that we had as an eligible project for the last 10 years because the state didn't want us at that time to spend it on rehabilitation. They wanted us to spend it on traffic capacity. State priorities have shifted more towards rehabilitation and maintenance of the system and on bike and ped projects and less for freeway capacity increasing projects. Of course, living in a county in a region that barely has any population growth, I thought, building to infinity on the Highway 101 corridor didn't make a whole heck of a lot of sense anyway. But anyway, so I think those are 2 bits of good news for the future of Mendocino County.
Thank you. Nothing? Okay.
Well, I'll note that I've been going through budget books, working backwards in time, trying to figure out how we got here. And if you haven't read some of the old budget books, it's good nighttime reading. It's really puzzling. Year to year, I think we mix up discretionary with general fund. They're not the same. And what we report on is different. What we decide to report as far as what happened in the previous year sometimes is included, sometimes isn't. And there's elements that are missing out, like the staffing level. Probably going forward, that would be a good idea. CEOs pointed me at some paper budget books for the years before 2007. It doesn't seem we have the financial records, though. The budget book is a plan for the year ahead, right? And you can glean some idea of what was happening in that time period, but it doesn't paint the picture of what actually happened over the course of a year financially. I would think of maybe a summary or just the raw transactions. We don't seem to know if we have that information anywhere, which is puzzling because this is a county that didn't have a data retention policy and kept everything, except we don't seem to have kept the financial records. So I'm going to keep going backwards in time. I think some probably back to 1965 and just see what I can learn in the process. But I think it would be a good idea for the county to have an initiative to collect the historic documents that are directly related to governance of the county in one place, ideally digital. There may be more pieces of information that we want to extract from that over time.
CEO Antle, so what do you do with your financial records as we go from year to year? Where do they end up? How are they archived? Are they archived?
I'm sorry, CEO Antle, I turned my mic off. So the budget book is the historical document that's put together by the executive office, and how far back and how long it's been with the executive office. I don't have that historical knowledge either. But again, it's a budget book. It's about moving forward. The historical data, as discussed prior, is at the Auditor Controller's office. There may be information in the ACFR that you can glean, but I believe we haven't always done an ACFR, and that would be on the Auditor Controller's website as well.
Okay, thank you. I don't have anything for today. Supervisor Mulhern?
I don't have any reports for today, thank you.
Okay. Supervisor Hasjack?
Yeah, just a few things. We had the General Government Committee and meeting. One of the recommendations coming from that will be at the next meeting will be to not require annual renewals of cannabis cultivation permits, but rather extend them to every 5 years. With the Economic Development Standing Committee, we had our first meeting the other week, and a couple recommendations will be that we not have board representation on EDFC or the West Company boards to prevent any kind of Brown Act violations because of coverage of economic development issues in both of those arenas. And also, I think that we need to look at the configuration of the committee, because with the just two of us, Supervisor McGordy and myself on it, then we can't talk about any issues between the meetings. And so with just two, that's a Brown Act violation. And if we're having meetings every quarter, that means that we're just leaving it for 3 months to the CEO or whoever is running the technical advisory committees and whatever kind of format we're doing between those, in those 3-month periods. So I think we really need to look at how that committee is structured again, because it's we're trying to be more transparent, trying to highlight economic development, but at the same time, it's presenting problems of getting work done. And then Measure B, I just wanted to, say that, it was presented at the meeting last week that we had received a $9.3 million grant to help with the construction of the PUF. And so that will really help. Great news along that front, and for everyone who helped put that grant application together. And then the California Welcome Center is opening up this afternoon. The ribbon cuttings in Ukiah, and there's a great job from the Greater Ukiah Business and Tourism Alliance in getting that together. I think that will be a kind of a boon for tourism in Mendocino County, and I really appreciate that work done and the recognition. So that is going to be at the convention center where the Welcome Center will be.
Okay. All right, well, with that, I think we're ready to adjourn to closed session. So, on public comments?
You need to read
On closed.
You need to read the closed session.
Sure, let me read the closed session. So we're going to go to agenda item number 4.6, is the board will now adjourn to closed session to hear items 6A, 6B, and 6C. We will reconvene much later, at least probably 4 o'clock. If there's any public comment on the closed session items, this is a time for them now. I don't see any. And with that, I think we can reconvene from, we're closing open session, and we'll reconvene in closed.
What happened here? Where am I? I remember now. If only.
Could it be? Water?
If only he would have saved a bit of water, he wouldn't be stuck in this situation. Like fixing that leaky faucet you say you will get to but never do. Or not taking that extra long shower because you want to go through your whole playlist. Or not putting that single piece of clothing in the washer because it was definitely bothering you seeing it on the ground. The only way to prevent drought is if you help. For more information about your water, please visit www.rrwatershed.org.
Drought is a harsh reality for many communities across the country.
While the recent rains have helped develop reservoirs, it's still important to save water and be more resilient to drought. Drought can negatively impact everything from agriculture to industry to household use. Conserving water in our homes is very important. Simple steps such as fixing leaks, taking shorter showers, and using low-flow fixtures can make a huge difference. Another way to prepare for drought is to replace lawns with drought-tolerant landscapes. Drought-tolerant landscapes are able to thrive with less water and can help lessen the amount of irrigation required. While water is all around us, we should not take it for granted. Working together as a community, we can make a real difference in our ability to withstand drought. By making small changes in our daily habits, we can conserve more water and be more drought resilient. For more information about your water, please visit www.rrwatershed.org.
Water is the most important thing in the world. In order for our planet to flourish, we need an abundance of water. Due to droughts throughout California, wildfires have occurred, scorching Sonoma County several times. The Russian River is 115 miles long, and the main stem begins at Lake Mendocino. It flows through Ukiah, down to Cloverdale, through Healdsburg, and out to the Pacific Ocean. The river is home to 63 species of fish and has 238 streams and creeks flowing out of it. The river is a place for fun and relaxation for locals and tourists alike, as well as a home and resource for many creatures. So how can you help to preserve this bit of natural beauty? Start by being aware of your water usage. Take shorter showers, fix leaking sinks, use recycled water to water your plants, or better yet, switch to a more drought-tolerant landscape. In order for people to enjoy our beautiful river, we need to keep it safe. Be sure to conserve water. For more information about your water, please visit www.rrwatershed.org.
When I first realized that I was going to be a parent, I was super scared. After 2 or 3 weeks of meeting in the home visiting program, I was totally comfortable with the fact that I was going to have a baby. Yes, I was still scared, but at the same time, I felt like I had some sense of strength behind me.
If I didn't have those resources that Jeanette provided me, I think it would be harder now.
I got into the program and I realized, like, oh, this is nice. And now look at me, I work at a family resource center with parents and families, all this stuff.
I'm so grateful that I got the opportunity to meet my home visitor, because without her, I think that I would be 10 steps behind from where I'm at right now.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía. Cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
I don't know what's normal for a 22-month-old baby or an 18-month-old baby, you know. When we get together, we usually discuss and get some progress made with the baby. It makes me feel comfortable, and I associate my parenting with her, my home visitor, telling me, yeah, this is going great.
So it's nice to know where they're at, what stage they're at for every parent, and also to give, again, your children that head start in education.
If I had any questions with her, just call her up on the phone. You know, it was very relatable, very personal. And, you know, with her getting to know my kids, you know, she got to kind of help guide me along the way. I mean, there were so many cool things that I've learned.
I went from a very rough type of life. I was homeless, and she was able to help me get into school, and I actually have enough credits to graduate with the business degree right now.
I think I really want to mention just that I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
I want other people and parents to know that the home visiting is not something that you should be afraid of. It's actually something that is needed.
You know, because she's not just here for her, she's here to help with all of it. She helped me create a safe space where I feel comfortable enough to ask for help.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help. It's always okay to have extra support.
I suggest that I would say, give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. There's some perks, you know. They got great resources.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I realized that my life was going to change dramatically in ways that I did not know or understand or even comprehend. I was going to have to really go to the well and become accountable and adjust to a lot of things differently.
Que queríamos era que naciera, ya quiero tener, entonces ahorita lo que tenemos es aprovecharla, quererla y cuidarla lo más que se pueda.
Creo que a todos nos preocupa la primera vez que nos dicen que vamos a ser padres.
When we started the program, my daughter was about 3 months, and my daughter's 22 months now. Something I love about my child, that she's healthy, she's happy, she knows that she's cared for and loved. Those are some of the things that I wanted to make sure that she had, and she has them.
I'm happy today with my daughter. She's the greatest thing in my life, and I'm glad to wake up and see her, and everything I do it for her.
Sí, bueno, yo también vengo de una familia separada. Creo que por eso también me motiva a estar más presente con él, de quizás también estar de la forma quizás que yo no la tuve para Máximo, y también comprender que el padre no solo es el que pone los límites y las reglas, sino que también está ahí para hablar, acompañar, regalonear, jugar, cosas lindas también, no solo ser el guía para el niño, sino también un compañero de vida.
I was more of a elated and thankful because for 3 months I was in baby land, and when you're in baby world, you're just kind of flying by the seat of your pants and hoping that you're just supportive in the ways that you can be supportive.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía. Cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia, sino más bien un programa de estado programado para la ayuda solamente. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros, porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades. Siempre nos hemos podido apoyar en Gaby a través de su programa. Encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
You know, my experience has been nothing but positive. Annette has been wonderful. She's on time. She lets me know if there's going to be any changes in the schedule.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I still feel the challenge of being a parent now in today's world is immense. I think that you need support.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres, y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente, y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help, because you might think that you know what you're doing, but it's always okay to have extra support, and don't do it alone.
Give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
What happened here? Where am I? I remember now. If only.
Could it be water?
If only he would have saved a bit of water, he wouldn't be stuck in this situation. Like fixing that leaky faucet you say you will get to but never do. Or not taking that extra long shower because you want to go through your whole playlist. Or not putting that single piece of clothing in the washer because it was definitely bothering you seeing it on the ground. The only way to prevent drought is if you help. For more information about your water, please visit www.rrwatershed.org.
Drought is a harsh reality for many communities across the country. While the recent rains have helped develop reservoirs, it's still important to save water and be more resilient to drought. Drought can negatively impact everything from agriculture to industry to household use. Conserving water in our homes is very important. Simple steps such as fixing leaks, taking shorter showers, and using low-flow fixtures can make a huge difference. Another way to prepare for drought is to replace lawns with drought-tolerant landscapes. Drought-tolerant landscapes are able to thrive with less water and can help lessen the amount of irrigation required. While water is all around us, we should not take it for granted. Working together as a community, we can make a real difference in our ability to withstand drought. By making small changes in our daily habits, we can conserve more water and be more drought resilient. For more information about your water, please visit www.rrwatershed.org.
Water is the most important thing in the world. In order for our planet to flourish, we need an abundance of water. Due to droughts throughout California, wildfires have occurred, scorching Sonoma County several times. The Russian River is 115 miles long, and the main stem begins at Lake Mendocino. It flows through Ukiah, down to Cloverdale, through Healdsburg, and out to the Pacific Ocean. The river is home to 63 species of fish and has 238 streams and creeks flowing out of it. The river is a place for fun and relaxation for locals and tourists alike, as well as a home and resource for many creatures. So how can you help to preserve this bit of natural beauty? Start by being aware of your water usage. Take shorter showers, fix leaking sinks, use recycled water to water your plants, or better yet, switch to a more drought-tolerant landscape. In order for people to enjoy our beautiful river, we need to keep it safe. Be sure to conserve water. For more information about your water, please visit www.rrwatershed.org.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I think that as a parent now, I'm grateful for support more than I was before.
I filled out that form not knowing what I was doing. I am very, very grateful that I did it because it's really helping me a lot.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades.
Well, I was a new mom and I had no experience taking care of a newborn.
There isn't like a book on how to raise a kid.
We come from like a lot of family history of, drugs, violence, alcoholism, so we didn't want our daughter to experience any of that.
The thought that a parent was supposed to be loving, nurturing, supposed to be there for their kid, provide food, shelter, joy, and going in, becoming a parent for her, I had no clue how to provide that.
Cómo pensar educarla, cómo educar a un hijo porque pues nosotros nunca, es la primera vez que íbamos a ser padres.
What I think parents should know about home visiting is that you can learn a lot of new things and tips and tricks, how to take care of the baby and what to do, and if you're, stuck in a routine and everything being monotonous, like they give you new resources and new tools how to handle parenthood.
It was nice to have them kind of guiding me. Even though I was not a first-time mom, I felt like a first-time mom.
It totally blew my mind over time. So much information that I had no idea about. She was straightforward when, teaching me this stuff and answered any of my questions. It's just a really positive experience.
What I think that parents could benefit with the program is just having someone here for you, especially for first-time parents. It can be very isolating and it can be very lonely, and having the home visitor changes that, and it feels very good.
For me, having a home visitor is like having a second mom there.
A lot has changed. I'm definitely more knowledgeable taking care of her, and I know that anytime I need advice or help from somebody, I can just call her.
It's just that little positive nudge to, hey, I'm noticing something, let's find a way how to change it. And she's like, you know what, Amanda, let's pick you up, dust you off, and let's go over to, see about either getting your driver's license or seeing about, going to college, see if we can start something for you.
It's totally worth it. Like, even if you're on the fence at first, you don't feel like having a stranger coming in your house and teaching you about your little one, do it anyway. You get the help that you need. You get professional advice on things you may not know about your child. And the fact that the program has no fees or anything, it's all totally free, is fantastic.
Yo creo que si conozco a alguien que está próxima a ser mamá, lo primero que haría sería recomendarle el programa, porque te entrega mucho apoyo, mucha información y más que nada como apoyo emocional, una guía, te da una visión diferente de cómo es ser papá aquí, quizás en este país.
Y así pues es un bonito programa, porque pues es buena persona la señora y los ha atendido muy bien.
Pensé que nada más iba a ser un programa de orientación quizás para los nuevos padres, pero creo que nos llevamos una linda sorpresa porque Gaby es una persona muy cercana a nosotros, es como parte de nuestra familia, siempre ha estado dispuesta a ayudarnos y a escucharnos con nuestras dudas sobre la paternidad, y en nuestro caso, que estamos solos en este país, ha sido como de mucha ayuda.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres, y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente, y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Te ayuda como a ver los distintos recursos que tiene la comunidad para nuevos papás, entonces creo que es de gran ayuda.
No queda mucho que agregar, pero lo veo de la misma forma.
Que hemos aprendido algunas cosas aquí y pues los han ayudado, como este programa los ha ayudado para seguir creciendo a la bebé, como con buenos consejos y así.
Sí, y creo que también ha sido muy importante el tema de apoyarnos con el libro y saber qué actividades hacer con Máximo de acuerdo a su edad, cómo estimularlo, cómo cuidarlo de los peligros de la casa, como cosas que uno como papá nuevo no conoce, claro.
Pues a mí me gustaría que lo siguiéramos visitando aquí en la biblioteca de Covelo. Está tranquilo y muy bonito aquí.
Cuando no nos podemos reunir, nos comunicamos por Zoom o una llamada telefónica o por texto.
Donde nos visite, porque ha sido nuestra casa, a veces nosotros vamos a Wellits y puede ser en el parque. Gaby llega, hacemos un resumen de cómo ha ido nuestra semana o qué hemos hecho de nuevo, cómo va el trabajo. Luego hacemos las actividades del libro, vemos si podemos hacer un juguetito nuevo para Máximo, a veces ella lo evalúa, cómo está su sentido motriz, qué ha aprendido de nuevo, nuevas palabras, y jugamos un ratito y conversamos.
A mí personalmente también me ayudó mucho a obtener mi licencia a conducir, que era un objetivo que teníamos en cuanto a la familia, sí, para poder estar tranquilos, así que encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
El objetivo del programa es que las familias estén bien, y que las familias estén bien significa niños felices, niños sanos, y eso en un futuro es adultos sanos y un mundo mejor. Entonces está bueno.
She has made me feel like I'm important and I can go at my own pace, and that's all you need sometimes when you're feeling like you got nobody.
It was helpful to have somebody there kind of holding my hand and guiding me and letting me know this is kind of the normal. It felt like I was becoming a new mom, so it was very interesting and helpful, very, very helpful.
You know, there was that self-conscious part of me, like, will I be accepted even though I'm not perfect?
What I like the most is that she really listens.
The support that she gives me is special because she does it with love, and it's just natural, you know? That's all I could say. It just feels like somebody that I've known since I was little.
You know, I said to Jeanette, Jeanette, you're supposed to be with me for 5 years. Jeanette said, yeah, I know, I'm going to be with you guys for 5 years. That's when I said, well, I guess I can trust her. She's going to be with us for 5 years.
Yo creo que quizás pasó como a la segunda visita o algo así, como que ya nos presentamos formalmente. Y luego ya creo que en la segunda visita estaba como todo más tranquilo, como como que el ambiente era muy familiar, entonces yo me sentí muy cómoda.
Felt like she cared for Sparrow too, and Sparrow really enjoyed it. Yeah, she knew when Gabby came we were going to be making something or learning something, and she'd instantly start digging through Gabby's bags to find out what activity we were going to do.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I think the relationship that we've built has been she's a part of the family.
What happened here? Where am I? I remember now. If only.
Could it be water?
If only he would have saved a bit of water, he wouldn't be stuck in this situation. Like fixing that leaky faucet you say you will get to but never do. Or not taking that extra long shower because you want to go through your whole playlist. Or not putting that single piece of clothing in the washer because it was definitely bothering you seeing it on the ground. The only way to prevent drought is if you help. For more information about your water, please visit www.rrwatershed.org.
Drought is a harsh reality for many communities across the country. While the recent rains have helped develop reservoirs, it's still important to save water and be more resilient to drought. Drought can negatively impact everything from agriculture to industry to household use. Conserving water in our homes is very important. Simple steps such as fixing leaks, taking shorter showers, and using low-flow fixtures can make a huge difference. Another way to prepare for drought is to replace lawns with drought-tolerant landscapes. Drought-tolerant landscapes are able to thrive with less water and can help lessen the amount of irrigation required. While water is all around us, we should not take it for granted. Working together as a community, we can make a real difference in our ability to withstand drought. By making small changes in our daily habits, we can conserve more water and be more drought resilient. For more information about your water, please visit www.rrwatershed.org.
Water is the most important thing in the world. In order for our planet to flourish, we need an abundance of water. Due to droughts throughout California, wildfires have occurred, scorching Sonoma County several times. The Russian River is 115 miles long, and the main stem begins at Lake Mendocino. It flows through Ukiah, down to Cloverdale, through Healdsburg, and out to the Pacific Ocean. The river is home to 63 species of fish and has 238 streams and creeks flowing out of it. The river is a place for fun and relaxation for locals and tourists alike, as well as a home and resource for many creatures. So how can you help to preserve this bit of natural beauty? Start by being aware of your water usage. Take shorter showers, fix leaking sinks, use recycled water to water your plants, or better yet, switch to a more drought-tolerant landscape. In order for people to enjoy our beautiful river, we need to keep it safe. Be sure to conserve water. For more information about your water, please visit www.rrwatershed.org.
When I first realized that I was going to be a parent, I was super scared. After 2 or 3 weeks of meeting in the home visiting program, I was totally comfortable with the fact that I was going to have a baby. Yes, I was still scared, but at the same time, I felt like I had some sense of strength behind me.
If I didn't have those resources that Jeanette provided me, I think it would be harder now.
I got into the program and I realized, like, oh, this is nice. And now look at me, I work at a family resource center with parents and families, all this stuff.
I'm so grateful that I got the opportunity to meet my home visitor, because without her, I think that I would be 10 steps behind from where I'm at right now.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía. Cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
I don't know what's normal for a 22-month-old baby or an 18-month-old baby, you know. When we get together, we usually discuss and get some progress made with the baby. It makes me feel comfortable, and I associate my parenting with her, my home visitor, telling me, yeah, this is going great.
So it's nice to know where they're at, what stage they're at for every parent, and also to give, again, your children that head start in education.
If I had any questions with her, just call her up on the phone. You know, it was very relatable, very personal. And, you know, with her getting to know my kids, you know, she got to kind of help guide me along the way. I mean, there were so many cool things that I've learned.
I went from a very rough type of life. I was homeless, and she was able to help me get into school, and I actually have enough credits to graduate with the business degree right now.
The thing I really want to mention, just that I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
I want other people and parents to know that the home visiting is not something that you should be afraid of. It's actually something that is needed.
You know, because she's not just here for her, she's here to help with all of it. She helped me create a safe space where I feel comfortable enough to ask for help.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help. It's always okay to have extra support.
I would say, give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. There's some perks, you know. They've got some great resources.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I realized that my life was going to change dramatically in ways that I did not know or understand or even comprehend. I was going to have to really go to the well and become accountable and adjust to a lot of things differently.
Que queríamos era que naciera, ya quiero tener, entonces ahorita lo que tenemos es aprovecharla, quererla y cuidarla lo más que se pueda.
Creo que a todos nos preocupa la primera vez que nos dicen que vamos a ser padres.
When we started the program, my daughter was about 3 months, and my daughter's 22 months now. Something I love about my child, that she's healthy, she's happy, she knows that she's cared for and loved. Those are some of the things that I wanted to make sure that she had, and she has them.
I'm happy today with my daughter. She's the greatest thing in my life, and I'm glad to wake up and see her, and everything I do it for her.
Sí, bueno, yo también vengo de una familia separada. Creo que por eso también me motiva a estar más presente con él, de quizás también estar de la forma quizás que yo no la tuve para Máximo. Y también comprender que el padre no solo es el que pone los límites y las reglas, sino que también está ahí para hablar, acompañar, regalonear, jugar, cosas lindas también, no solo ser el guía para el niño, sino que también un compañero de vida.
I was more of a elated and thankful because for 3 months I was in babyland, and when you're in baby world, you're just kind of flying by the seat of your pants and hoping that you're just supportive in the ways that you can be supportive.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía, como cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia, sino más bien un programa de estado programado para la ayuda solamente. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros, porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades. Siempre nos hemos podido apoyar en Gaby a través de su programa. Encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
You know, my experience has been nothing but positive. Annette has been wonderful. She's on time. She lets me know if there's going to be any changes in the schedule.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I still feel the challenge of being a parent now in today's world is immense. I think that you need support.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres, y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente, y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa, que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help, because you might think that you know what you're doing, but it's always okay to have extra support, and don't do it alone.
Give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
What happened here? Where am I? I remember now. If only.
Could it be? Water?
If only he would have saved a bit of water, he wouldn't be stuck in this situation. Like fixing that leaky faucet you say you will get to but never do. Or not taking that extra long shower because you want to go through your whole playlist. Or not putting that single piece of clothing in the washer because it was definitely bothering you seeing on the ground. The only way to prevent drought is if you help. For more information about your water, please visit www.rrwatershed.org.
Drought is a harsh reality for many communities across the country. While the recent rains have helped develop reservoirs, it's still important to save water and be more resilient to drought. Drought can negatively impact everything from agriculture to industry to household use. Conserving water in our homes is very important. Simple steps such as fixing leaks, taking shorter showers, and using low-flow fixtures can make a huge difference. Another way to prepare for drought is to replace lawns with drought-tolerant landscapes. Drought-tolerant landscapes are able to thrive with less water and can help lessen the amount of irrigation required. While water is all around us, we should not take it for granted. Working together as a community, we can make a real difference in our ability to withstand drought. By making small changes in our daily habits, we can conserve more water and be more drought resilient. For more information about your water, please visit www.rrwatershed.org.
Water is the most important thing in the world. In order for our planet to flourish, we need an abundance of water. Due to droughts throughout California, wildfires have occurred, scorching Sonoma County several times. The Russian River is 115 miles long, and the main stem begins at Lake Mendocino. It flows through Ukiah, down to Cloverdale, through Healdsburg, and out to the Pacific Ocean. The river is home to 63 species of fish and has 238 streams and creeks flowing out of it. The river is a place for fun and relaxation for locals and tourists alike, as well as a home and resource for many creatures. So how can you help to preserve this bit of natural beauty? Start by being aware of your water usage. Take shorter showers, fix leaking sinks, use recycled water to water your plants, or better yet, switch to a more drought-tolerant landscape. In order for people to enjoy our beautiful river, we need to keep it safe. Be sure to conserve water. For more information about your water, please visit www.rrwatershed.org.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I think that as a parent now, I'm grateful for support more than I was before.
I filled out that form not knowing what I was doing. I am very, very grateful that I did it because it's really helping me a lot.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades.
Well, I was a new mom and I had no experience taking care of a newborn.
There isn't like a book on how to raise a kid.
We come from like a lot of family history of, drugs, violence, alcoholism, so we didn't want our daughter to experience any of that.
The thought that a parent was supposed to be loving, nurturing, supposed to be there for their kid, provide food, shelter, joy, and going in, becoming a parent for her, I had no clue how to provide that.
¿Cómo pensar educarla? Ajá. ¿Cómo educar a un hijo? Porque pues nosotros nunca, es la primera vez que íbamos a ser padres.
What I think parents should know about home visiting is that you can learn a lot of new things and tips and tricks, how to take care of the baby and what to do, and if you're, stuck in a routine and everything being monotonous, like they give you new resources and new tools how to handle parenthood.
It was nice to have them kind of guiding me. Even though I was not a first-time mom, I felt like a first-time mom.
It totally blew my mind over time. So much information that I had no idea about. She was straightforward when, teaching me this stuff and answered any of my questions. It's just a really positive experience.
What I think that parents could benefit with the program is just having someone here for you, especially for first-time parents. It can be very isolating and it can be very lonely, and having the home visitor changes that and it feels very good.
For me, having a home visitor is like having a second mom there.
A lot has changed. I'm definitely more knowledgeable taking care of her, and I know that anytime I need advice or help from somebody, I can just call her.
It's just that little positive nudge to, hey, I'm noticing something, let's find a way how to change it. And she's like, you know what, Amanda, let's pick you up, dust you off, and let's go over to, see about either getting your driver's license or seeing about, going to college, see if we can start something for you.
It's totally worth it. Like, even if you're on the fence at first, you don't feel like having a stranger coming in your house and teaching you about your little one, do it anyway. You get the help that you need. You get professional advice on things you may not know about your child. The fact that the program has no fees or anything, it's all totally free, is fantastic.
Yo creo que si conozco a alguien que está próxima a ser mamá, lo primero que haría sería recomendarle el programa, porque te entrega mucho apoyo, mucha información y más que nada como apoyo emocional, una guía, te da una visión diferente de cómo es ser papá aquí, quizás en este país.
Y así pues es algo, un bonito programa, porque pues es buena persona la señora y los ha atendido muy bien.
Pensé que nada más iba a ser un programa de orientación quizás para los nuevos padres, pero creo que nos llevamos una linda sorpresa porque Gaby es una persona muy cercana a nosotros, es como parte de nuestra familia, siempre ha estado dispuesta a ayudarnos y a escucharnos con nuestras dudas sobre la paternidad, y en nuestro caso, que estamos solos en este país, ha sido como de mucha ayuda.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres, y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente, y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Te ayuda como a ver los distintos recursos que tiene la comunidad para nuevos papás, entonces creo que es de gran ayuda.
No queda mucho que agregar, pero lo veo de la misma forma.
Que hemos aprendido algunas cosas aquí y pues los han ayudado, como este programa los ha ayudado para seguir creciendo a la bebé, como con buenos consejos y así.
Sí, y creo que también ha sido muy importante el tema de apoyarnos con el libro y saber qué actividades hacer con Máximo de acuerdo a su edad, cómo estimularlo, cómo cuidarlo de los peligros de la casa, como cosas que uno como papá nuevo no conoce, claro.
Pues a mí me gustaría que lo siguiéramos visitando aquí en la biblioteca de Covelo. Está tranquilo y muy bonito aquí.
Cuando no nos podemos reunir, nos comunicamos por Zoom o una llamada telefónica o por texto.
Donde nos visite, porque ha sido nuestra casa, a veces nosotros vamos a Willits y puede ser en el parque. Gaby llega, hacemos un resumen de cómo ha ido nuestra semana o qué hemos hecho de nuevo, cómo va el trabajo. Luego hacemos las actividades del libro, vemos si podemos hacer un juguetito nuevo para Máximo, a veces ella lo evalúa, cómo está su sentido motriz, qué ha aprendido de nuevo, nuevas palabras, y jugamos un ratito y conversamos.
A mí personalmente también me ayudó mucho a obtener mi licencia a conducir, que era un objetivo que teníamos en cuanto a la familia, sí, para poder estar tranquilos, así que encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
El objetivo del programa es que las familias estén bien, y que las familias estén bien significa niños felices, niños sanos, y eso en un futuro es adultos sanos y un mundo mejor. Entonces está bueno.
She has made me feel like I'm important and I can go at my own pace, and that's all you need sometimes when you're feeling like you got nobody.
It was helpful to have somebody there kind of holding my hand and guiding me and letting me know this is kind of the normal. It felt like I was becoming a new mom, so it was very interesting and helpful, very, very helpful.
You know, there was that self-conscious part of me, like, will I be accepted even though I'm not perfect?
What I like the most is that she really listens.
The support that she gives me is special because she does it with love, and it's just natural, you know. That's all I could say. It just feels like somebody that I've known since I was little.
You know, I said to Jeanette, Jeanette, you're supposed to be with me for 5 years. Jeanette said, yeah, I know, I'm going to be with you guys for 5 years. That's when I said, well, I guess I can trust her. She's going to be with us for 5 years.
Yo creo que quizás pasó como a la segunda visita o algo así, como que ya nos presentamos formalmente. Y luego ya creo que en la segunda visita estaba como todo más tranquilo, como muy como que el ambiente era muy familiar, entonces yo me sentí muy cómoda.
Felt like she cared for Sparrow too, and Sparrow really enjoyed it. Yeah, she knew when Gabby came we were going to be making something or learning something, and she'd instantly start digging through Gabby's bags to find out what activity we were going to do.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I think the relationship that we've built has been she's a part of the family.
What happened here? Where am I? I remember now. If only.
Could it be? Water?
If only he would have saved a bit of water, he wouldn't be stuck in this situation. Like fixing that leaky faucet you say you will get to but never do. Or not taking that extra long shower because you want to go through your whole playlist. Or not putting that single piece of clothing in the washer because it was definitely bothering you seeing it on the ground. The only way to prevent drought is if you help. For more information about your water, please visit www.rrwatershed.org.
Drought is a harsh reality for many communities across the country. While the recent rains have helped develop reservoirs, it's still important to save water and be more resilient to drought. Drought can negatively impact everything from agriculture to industry to household use. Conserving water in our homes is very important. Simple steps such as fixing leaks, taking shorter showers, and using low-flow fixtures can make a huge difference. Another way to prepare for drought is to replace lawns with drought-tolerant landscapes. Drought-tolerant landscapes are able to thrive with less water and can help lessen the amount of irrigation required. While water is all around us, we should not take it for granted. Working together as a community, we can make a real difference in our ability to withstand drought. By making small changes in our daily habits, we can conserve more water and be more drought resilient. For more information about your water, please visit www.rrwatershed.org.
Water is the most important thing in the world. In order for our planet to flourish, we need an abundance of water. Due to droughts throughout California, wildfires have occurred, scorching Sonoma County several times. The Russian River is 115 miles long, and the main stem begins at Lake Mendocino. It flows through Ukiah, down to Cloverdale, through Healdsburg, and out to the Pacific Ocean. The river is home to 63 species of fish and has 238 streams and creeks flowing out of it. The river is a place for fun and relaxation for locals and tourists alike, as well as a home and resource for many creatures. So how can you help to preserve this bit of natural beauty? Start by being aware of your water usage. Take shorter showers, fix leaking sinks, use recycled water to water your plants, or better yet, switch to a more drought-tolerant landscape. In order for people to enjoy our beautiful river, we need to keep it safe. Be sure to conserve water. For more information about your water, please visit www.rrwatershed.org.
When I first realized that I was going to be a parent, I was super scared. After 2 or 3 weeks of meeting in the home visiting program, I was totally comfortable with the fact that I was going to have a baby. Yes, I was still scared, but at the same time, I felt like I had some sense of strength behind me.
If I didn't have those resources that Jeanette provided me, I think it would be harder now.
I got into the program and I realized, like, oh, this is nice. And now look at me, I work at a family resource center with parents and families, all this stuff.
I'm so grateful that I got the opportunity to meet my home visitor, because without her, I think that I would be 10 steps behind from where I'm at right now.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía. Cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien, porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
I don't know what's normal for a 22-month-old baby or an 18-month-old baby, you know. When we get together, we usually discuss and get some progress made with the baby. It makes me feel comfortable, and I associate my parenting with her, my home visitor, telling me, yeah, this is going great.
So it's nice to know where they're at, what stage they're at for every parent, and also to give, again, your children that head start in education.
If I had any questions with her, just call her up on the phone. You know, it was very relatable, very personal. And, you know, with her getting to know my kids, you know, she got to kind of help guide me along the way. I mean, there were so many cool things that I've learned.
I went from a very rough type of life. I was homeless, and she was able to help me get into school, and I actually have enough credits to graduate with a business degree right now.
I think I really want to mention just that I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
I want other people and parents to know that the home visiting is not something that you should be afraid of. It's actually something that is needed.
You know, because she's not just here for her, she's here to help with all of it. She helped me create a safe space where I feel comfortable enough to ask for help.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help. It's always okay to have extra support.
I suggest that I would say, give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. There's some perks, you know. They got great resources.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I realized that my life was going to change dramatically in ways that I did not know or understand or even comprehend. I was going to have to really go to the well and become accountable and adjust to a lot of things differently.
Que queríamos era que naciera, ya quiero tener, entonces ahorita lo que tenemos es aprovecharla, quererla y cuidarla lo más que se pueda.
Creo que a todos nos preocupa la primera vez que nos dicen que vamos a ser padres.
When we started the program, my daughter was about 3 months, and my daughter's 22 months now. Something I love about my child, that she's healthy, she's happy, she knows that she's cared for and loved. Those are some of the things that I wanted to make sure that she had, and she has them.
I'm happy today with my daughter. She's the greatest thing in my life, and I'm glad to wake up and see her, and everything I do it for her.
Sí, bueno, yo también vengo de una familia separada. Creo que por eso también me motiva a estar más presente con él, de quizás también estar de la forma quizás que yo no la tuve para Máximo. Y también comprender que el padre no solo es el que pone los límites y las reglas, sino que también está ahí para hablar, acompañar, regalonear, jugar, cosas lindas también, no solo ser el guía para el niño, sino que también un compañero de vida.
I was more of a elated and thankful because for 3 months I was in baby land and when you're in baby world you're just kind of flying by the seat of your pants and hoping that you're just supportive in the ways that you can be supportive.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía, como cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien porque pues cosas que yo no sabía pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia, sino más bien un programa de estado programado para la ayuda solamente. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros, porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades. Siempre nos hemos podido apoyar en Gaby a través de su programa. Encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
You know, my experience has been nothing but positive. Annette has been wonderful. She's on time. She lets me know if there's going to be any changes in the schedule.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I still feel the challenge of being a parent now in today's world is immense. I think that you need support.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres, y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente, y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help, because you might think that you know what you're doing, but it's always okay to have extra support, and don't do it alone.
Give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
happened here? Where am I? I remember now. If only.
Could it be? Water?
If only he would have saved a bit of water, he wouldn't be stuck in this situation. Like fixing that leaky faucet you say you will get to but never do. Or not taking that extra long shower because you want to go through your whole playlist. Or not putting that single piece of clothing in the washer because it was definitely bothering you seeing it on the ground. The only way to prevent drought is if you help. For more information about your water, please visit www.rrwatershed.org.
Drought is a harsh reality for many communities across the country. While the recent rains have helped develop reservoirs, it's still important to save water and be more resilient to drought. Drought can negatively impact everything from agriculture to industry to household use. Conserving water in our homes is very important. Simple steps such as fixing leaks, taking shorter showers, and using low-flow fixtures can make a huge difference. Another way to prepare for drought is to replace lawns with drought-tolerant landscapes. Drought-tolerant landscapes are able to thrive with less water and can help lessen the amount of irrigation required. While water is all around us, we should not take it for granted. Working together as a community, we can make a real difference in our ability to withstand drought. By making small changes in our daily habits, we can conserve more water and be more drought resilient. For more information about your water, please visit www.rrwatershed.org.
Water is the most important thing in the world. In order for our planet to flourish, we need an abundance of water. Due to droughts throughout California, wildfires have occurred, scorching Sonoma County several times. The Russian River is 115 miles long, and the main stem begins at Lake Mendocino. It flows through Ukiah, down to Cloverdale, through Healdsburg, and out to the Pacific Ocean. The river is home to 63 species of fish and has 238 streams and creeks flowing out of it. The river is a place for fun and relaxation for locals and tourists alike, as well as a home and resource for many creatures. So how can you help to preserve this bit of natural beauty? Start by being aware of your water usage. Take shorter showers, fix leaking sinks, use recycled water to water your plants, or better yet, switch to a more drought-tolerant landscape. In order for people to enjoy our beautiful river, we need to keep it safe. Be sure to conserve water. For more information about your water, please visit www.rrwatershed.org.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I think that as a parent now, I'm grateful for support more than I was before.
I filled out that form not knowing what I was doing. I am very, very grateful that I did it because it's really helping me a lot.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia. A través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades.
Well, I was a new mom and I had no experience taking care of a newborn.
There isn't like a book on how to raise a kid.
We come from like a lot of family history of, drugs, violence, alcoholism, so we didn't want our daughter to experience any of that.
The thought that a parent was supposed to be loving, nurturing, supposed to be there for their kid, provide food, shelter, joy, and going in, becoming a parent for her, I had no clue how to provide that.
¿Cómo pensar educarla? Ajá. ¿Cómo educar a un hijo? Porque pues nosotros nunca, es la primera vez que íbamos a ser padres.
What I think parents should know about home visiting is that you can learn a lot of new things and tips and tricks, how to take care of the baby and what to do, and if you're, stuck in a routine and everything being monotonous, like they give you new resources and new tools how to handle parenthood.
It was nice to have them kind of guiding me. Even though I was not a first-time mom, I felt like a first-time mom.
It totally blew my mind over time. So much information that I had no idea about. She was straightforward when, teaching me this stuff and answered any of my questions. Just a really positive experience.
What I think that parents could benefit with the program is just having someone here for you, especially for first-time parents. It can be very isolating and it can be very lonely, and having the home visitor changes that and it feels very good.
For me, having a home visitor is like having a second mom there.
A lot has changed. I'm definitely more knowledgeable taking care of her, and I know that anytime I need advice or help from somebody, I can just call her.
It's just that little positive nudge to, hey, I'm noticing something, let's find a way how to change it. And she's like, you know what, Amanda, let's pick you up, dust you off, and let's go over to, see about either getting your driver's license or seeing about, going to college, see if we can start something for you.
It's totally worth it. Like, even if you're on the fence at first, you don't feel like having a stranger coming in your house and teaching you about your little one, do it anyway. You get the help that you need. You get professional advice on things you may not know about your child. The fact that the program has no fees or anything, it's all totally free, is fantastic.
Yo creo que si conozco a alguien que está próxima a ser mamá, lo primero que haría sería recomendarle el programa porque te entrega mucho apoyo, mucha información y más que nada como apoyo emocional, una guía, te da una visión diferente de cómo es ser papá aquí, quizás en este país.
Y así pues es algo, un bonito programa, porque pues es buena persona la señora y los ha atendido muy bien.
Pensé que nada más iba a ser un programa de orientación quizás para los nuevos padres, pero creo que nos llevamos una linda sorpresa porque Gaby es una persona muy cercana a nosotros, es como parte de nuestra familia, siempre ha estado dispuesta a ayudarnos y a escucharnos con nuestras dudas sobre la paternidad, y en nuestro caso, que estamos solos en este país, ha sido como de mucha ayuda.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres, y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente, y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Te ayuda como a ver los distintos recursos que tiene la comunidad para nuevos papás, entonces creo que es de gran ayuda.
No queda mucho que agregar, pero lo veo de la misma forma.
Que hemos aprendido algunas cosas aquí y pues los han ayudado, como este programa los ha ayudado para seguir creciendo a la bebé, como con buenos consejos y así.
Sí, y creo que también ha sido muy importante el tema de apoyarnos con el libro y saber qué actividades hacer con Máximo de acuerdo a su edad, cómo estimularlo, cómo cuidarlo de los peligros de la casa, como cosas que uno como papá nuevo no conoce, claro.
Pues a mí me gustaría que lo siguiéramos visitando aquí en la biblioteca de Covelo. Está tranquilo y muy bonito aquí.
Cuando no nos podemos reunir, nos comunicamos por Zoom o una llamada telefónica o por texto.
Donde nos visite, porque ha sido nuestra casa, a veces nosotros vamos a Willits y puede ser en el parque. Gaby llega, hacemos un resumen de cómo ha ido nuestra semana o qué hemos hecho de nuevo, cómo va el trabajo. Luego hacemos las actividades del libro. Vemos si podemos hacer un juguetito nuevo para Máximo, a veces ella lo evalúa, cómo está su sentido motriz, qué ha aprendido de nuevo, nuevas palabras, y jugamos un ratito y conversamos.
A mí personalmente también me ayudó mucho a obtener mi licencia a conducir, que era un objetivo que teníamos en cuanto a la familia, sí, para poder estar tranquilos, así que encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
El objetivo del programa es que las familias estén bien, y que las familias estén bien significa niños felices, niños sanos, y eso en un futuro es adultos sanos y un mundo mejor. Entonces está bueno.
She has made me feel like I'm important and I can go at my own pace, and that's all you need sometimes when you're feeling like you got nobody.
It was helpful to have somebody there kind of holding my hand and guiding me and letting me know this is kind of the normal. It felt like I was becoming a new mom, so it was very interesting and helpful, very, very helpful.
You know, there was that self-conscious part of me, like, will I be accepted even though I'm not perfect?
What I like the most is that she really listens.
The support that she gives me is special because she does it with love, and it's just natural, you know. That's all I could say. It just feels like somebody that I've known since I was little.
You know, I said to Jeanette, Jeanette, you're supposed to be with me for 5 years. Jeanette said, yeah, I know, I'm going to be with you guys for 5 years. That's when I said, well, I guess I can trust her. She's going to be with us for 5 years.
Yo creo que quizás pasó como a la segunda visita o algo así, como que ya nos presentamos formalmente. Y luego ya creo que en la segunda visita estaba como todo más tranquilo, como muy como que el ambiente era muy familiar, entonces yo me sentí muy cómoda.
I felt like she cared for Sparrow too, and Sparrow really enjoyed it. Yeah, she knew when Gabby came we were going to be making something or learning something, and she'd instantly start digging through Gabby's bags to find out what activity we were going to do.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I think the relationship that we've built has been she's a part of the family.
What happened here? Where am I? I remember now. If only.
Could it be? Water?
If only he would have saved a bit of water, he wouldn't be stuck in this situation. Like fixing that leaky faucet you say you will get to but never do. Or not taking that extra long shower because you want to go through your whole playlist. Or not putting that single piece of clothing in the washer because it was definitely bothering you seeing it on the ground. The only way to prevent drought is if you help. For more information about your water, please visit www.rrwatershed.org.
Drought is a harsh reality for many communities across the country. While the recent rains have helped develop reservoirs, it's still important to save water and be more resilient to drought. Drought can negatively impact everything from agriculture to industry to household use. Conserving water in our homes is very important. Simple steps such as fixing leaks, taking shorter showers, and using low-flow fixtures can make a huge difference. Another way to prepare for drought is to replace lawns with drought-tolerant landscapes. Drought-tolerant landscapes are able to thrive with less water and can help lessen the amount of irrigation required. While water is all around us, we should not take it for granted. Working together as a community, we can make a real difference in our ability to withstand drought. By making small changes in our daily habits, we can conserve more water and be more drought resilient. For more information about your water, please visit www.rrwatershed.org.
Water is the most important thing in the world. In order for our planet to flourish, we need an abundance of water. Due to droughts throughout California, wildfires have occurred, scorching Sonoma County several times. The Russian River is 115 miles long, and the main stem begins at Lake Mendocino. It flows through Ukiah, down to Cloverdale, through Healdsburg, and out to the Pacific Ocean. The river is home to 63 species of fish and has 238 streams and creeks flowing out of it. The river is a place for fun and relaxation for locals and tourists alike, as well as a home and resource for many creatures. So how can you help to preserve this bit of natural beauty? Start by being aware of your water usage. Take shorter showers, fix leaking sinks, use recycled water to water your plants, or better yet, switch to a more drought-tolerant landscape. In order for people to enjoy our beautiful river, we need to keep it safe. Be sure to conserve water. For more information about your water, please visit www.rrwatershed.org.
When I first realized that I was going to be a parent, I was super scared. After 2 or 3 weeks of meeting in the home visiting program, I was totally comfortable with the fact that I was going to have a baby. Yes, I was still scared, but at the same time, I felt like I had some sense of strength behind me.
If I didn't have those resources that Jeanette provided me, I think it would be harder now.
I got into the program and I realized, like, oh, this is nice. And now look at me. I work at a family resource center with parents and families, all this stuff.
I'm so grateful that I got the opportunity to meet my home visitor, because without her, I think that I would be 10 steps behind from where I'm at right now.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía. Cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien, porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
I don't know what's normal for a 22-month-old baby or an 18-month-old baby, you know. When we get together, we usually discuss and get some progress made with the baby. It makes me feel comfortable, and I associate my parenting with her, my home visitor, telling me, yeah, this is going great.
So it's nice to know where they're at, what stage they're at for every parent, and also to give, again, your children that head start in education.
If I had any questions with her, just call her up on the phone. You know, it was very relatable, very personal. And, you know, with her getting to know my kids, you know, she got to kind of help guide me along the way. I mean, there were so many cool things that I've learned.
I went from a very rough type of life. I was homeless, and she was able to help me get into school, and I actually have enough credits to graduate with a business degree right now.
I think I really want to mention just that I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
I want other people and parents to know that the home visiting is not something that you should be afraid of. It's actually something that is needed.
You know, because she's not just here for her, she's here to help with all of it. She helped me create a safe space where I feel comfortable enough to ask for help.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help. It's always okay to have extra support.
I would say, give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. There's some perks, you know. They got great resources.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I realized that my life was going to change dramatically in ways that I did not know or understand or even comprehend. I was going to have to really go to the well and become accountable and adjust to a lot of things differently.
Lo que queríamos era que naciera, ya, sí, ya quiero tener, entonces ahorita lo que tenemos es aprovecharla, quererla y cuidarla lo más que se pueda.
Creo que a todos nos preocupa la primera vez que nos dicen que vamos a ser padres.
When we started the program, my daughter was about 3 months, and my daughter's 22 months now. Something I love about my child, that she's healthy, she's happy, she knows that she's cared for and loved. Those are some of the things that I wanted to make sure that she had, and she has them.
I'm happy today with my daughter. She's the greatest thing in my life, and I'm glad to wake up and see her, and everything I do it for her.
Sí, bueno, yo también vengo de una familia separada. Creo que por eso también me motiva a estar más presente con él. de quizás también estar de la forma quizás que yo no la tuve para Máximo. Y también comprender que el padre no solo es el que pone los límites y las reglas, sino que también está ahí para hablar, acompañar, regalonear, jugar, cosas lindas también, no solo ser el guía para el niño, sino que también un compañero de vida.
I was more of a elated and thankful because for 3 months I was in baby land. And when you're in baby world, you're just kind of flying by the seat of your pants and hoping you know that you're just supportive in the ways that you can be supportive.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía. Cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia, sino más bien un programa de estado programado para la ayuda solamente. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros, porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades. Siempre nos hemos podido apoyar en Gaby a través de su programa. Encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
You know, my experience has been nothing but positive. Annette has been wonderful. She's on time. She lets me know if there's going to be any changes in the schedule.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I still feel the challenge of being a parent now in today's world is immense. I think that you need support.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres, y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente, y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa, que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help, because you might think that you know what you're doing, but it's always okay to have extra support, and don't do it alone.
Give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
What happened here? Where am I? I remember now. If only.
Could it be? Water?
If only he would have saved a bit of water, he wouldn't be stuck in this situation. Like fixing that leaky faucet you say you will get to but never do. Or not taking that extra long shower because you want to go through your whole playlist. Or not putting that single piece of clothing in the washer because it was definitely bothering you seeing it on the ground. The only way to prevent drought is if you help. For more information about your water, please visit www.rrwatershed.org.
Drought is a harsh reality for many communities across the country. While the recent rains have helped develop reservoirs, it's still important to save water and be more resilient to drought. Drought can negatively impact everything from agriculture to industry to household use. Conserving water in our homes is very important. Simple steps such as fixing leaks, taking shorter showers, and using low-flow fixtures can make a huge difference. Another way to prepare for drought is to replace lawns with drought-tolerant landscapes. Drought-tolerant landscapes are able to thrive with less water and can help lessen the amount of irrigation required. While water is all around us, we should not take it for granted. Working together as a community, we can make a real difference in our ability to withstand drought. By making small changes in our daily habits, we can conserve more water and be more drought resilient. For more information about your water, please visit www.rrwatershed.org.
Water is the most important thing in the world. In order for our planet to flourish, we need an abundance of water. Due to droughts throughout California, wildfires have occurred, scorching Sonoma County several times. The Russian River is 115 miles long, and the main stem begins at Lake Mendocino. It flows through Ukiah, down to Cloverdale, through Healdsburg, and out to the Pacific Ocean. The river is home to 63 species of fish and has 238 streams and creeks flowing out of it. The river is a place for fun and relaxation for locals and tourists alike, as well as a home and resource for many creatures. So how can you help to preserve this bit of natural beauty? Start by being aware of your water usage. Take shorter showers, fix leaking sinks, use recycled water to water your plants, or better yet, switch to a more drought-tolerant landscape. In order for people to enjoy our beautiful river, we need to keep it safe. Be sure to conserve water. For more information about your water, please visit www.rrwatershed.org.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I think that as a parent now, I'm grateful for support more than I was before.
I filled out that form not knowing what I was doing. I am very, very grateful that I did it because it's really helping me a lot.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades.
Well, I was a new mom and I had no experience taking care of a newborn.
There isn't like a book on how to raise a kid.
We come from like a lot of family history of, drugs, violence, alcoholism, so we didn't want our daughter to experience any of that.
The thought that a parent was supposed to be loving, nurturing, supposed to be there for their kid, provide food, shelter, joy, and going in, becoming a parent for her, I had no clue how to provide that.
Cómo pensar educarla, cómo educar a un hijo porque pues nosotros nunca, es la primera vez que íbamos a ser padres.
What I think parents should know about home visiting is that you can learn a lot of new things and tips and tricks, how to take care of the baby and what to do, and if you're, stuck in a routine and everything being monotonous, like they give you new resources and new tools how to handle parenthood.
It was nice to have them kind of guiding me. Even though I was not a first-time mom, I felt like a first-time mom.
It totally blew my mind over time. So much information that I had no idea about. She was straightforward when, teaching me this stuff and answered any of my questions. Just a really positive experience.
What I think that parents could benefit with the program is just having someone here for you, especially for first-time parents. It can be very isolating and it can be very lonely, and having the home visitor changes that, and it feels very good.
For me, having a home visitor is like having a second mom there.
A lot has changed. I'm definitely more knowledgeable taking care of her, and I know that anytime I need advice or help from somebody, I can just call her.
It's just that little positive nudge to, hey, I'm noticing something, let's find a way how to change it. And she's like, you know what, Amanda, let's pick you up, dust you off, and let's go over to, see about either getting your driver's license or seeing about, going to college, see if we can start something for you.
It's totally worth it. Like, even if you're on the fence at first, you don't feel like having a stranger coming in your house and teaching you about your little one, do it anyway. You get the help that you need. You get professional advice on things you may not know about your child. And the fact that the program has no fees or anything, it's all totally free, is fantastic.
Yo creo que si conozco a alguien que está próxima a ser mamá, lo primero que haría sería recomendarle el programa, porque te entrega mucho apoyo, mucha información y más que nada como apoyo emocional, una guía, te da una visión diferente de cómo es ser papá aquí, quizás en este país.
Y así pues es un bonito programa, porque pues es buena persona la señora y los ha atendido muy bien.
Pensé que nada más iba a ser un programa de orientación quizás para los nuevos padres, pero creo que nos llevamos una linda sorpresa porque Gaby es una persona muy cercana a nosotros, es como parte de nuestra familia, siempre ha estado dispuesta a ayudarnos y a escucharnos con nuestras dudas sobre la paternidad, y en nuestro caso, que estamos solos en este país, ha sido como de mucha ayuda.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres, y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente, y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Te ayuda como a ver los distintos recursos que tiene la comunidad para nuevos papás, entonces creo que es de gran ayuda.
No queda mucho que agregar, pero lo veo de la misma forma.
Que hemos aprendido algunas cosas aquí y pues los han ayudado, como este programa los ha ayudado para seguir creciendo a la bebé, como con buenos consejos y así.
Sí, y creo que también ha sido muy importante el tema de apoyarnos con el libro y saber qué actividades hacer con Máximo de acuerdo a su edad, cómo estimularlo, cómo cuidarlo de los peligros de la casa, como cosas que uno como papá nuevo no conoce, claro.
Pues a mí me gustaría que lo siguiéramos visitando aquí en la biblioteca de Covelo. Está tranquilo y muy bonito aquí.
Cuando no nos podemos reunir, nos comunicamos por Zoom o una llamada telefónica o por texto.
Donde nos visite, porque ha sido nuestra casa, a veces nosotros vamos a Wellits y puede ser en el parque. Gaby llega, hacemos un resumen de cómo ha ido nuestra semana o qué hemos hecho de nuevo, cómo va el trabajo. Luego hacemos las actividades del libro, vemos si podemos hacer un juguetito nuevo para Máximo, a veces ella lo evalúa, cómo está su sentido motriz, qué ha aprendido de nuevo, nuevas palabras, y jugamos un ratito y conversamos.
A mí personalmente también me ayudó mucho a obtener mi licencia a conducir, que era un objetivo que teníamos en cuanto a la familia. Sí. Para poder estar tranquilos, así que encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
El objetivo del programa es que las familias estén bien, y que las familias estén bien significa niños felices, niños sanos, y eso en un futuro es adultos sanos y un mundo mejor. Entonces está bueno.
She has made me feel like I'm important and I can go at my own pace, and that's all you need sometimes when you're feeling like you got nobody.
It was helpful to have somebody there kind of holding my hand and guiding me and letting me know this is kind of the normal. It felt like I was becoming a new mom, so it was very interesting and helpful, very, very helpful.
You know, there was that self-conscious part of me, like, will I be accepted even though I'm not perfect?
What I like the most is that she really listens.
The support that she gives me is special because she does it with love, and it's just natural, you know? That's all I could say. It just feels like somebody that I've known since I was little.
You know, I said to Jeanette, Jeanette, you're supposed to be with me for 5 years. Jeanette said, yeah, I know, I'm going to be with you guys for 5 years. That's when I said, well, I guess I can trust her. She's going to be with us for 5 years.
Yo creo que quizás pasó como a la segunda visita o algo así, como que ya nos presentamos formalmente. Y luego ya creo que en la segunda visita estaba como todo más tranquilo, como muy como que el ambiente era muy familiar, entonces yo me sentí muy cómoda.
I felt like she cared for Sparrow too, and Sparrow really enjoyed it. Yeah, she knew when Gabby came we were going to be making something or learning something, and she'd instantly start digging through Gabby's bags to find out what activity we were going to do.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I think the relationship that we've built has been she's a part of the family.
What happened? Where am I? I remember now. If only.
Could it be water?
If only he would have saved a bit of water, he wouldn't be stuck in this situation. Like fixing that leaky faucet you say you will get to but never do. Or not taking that extra long shower because you want to go through your whole playlist. Or not putting that single piece of clothing in the washer because it was definitely bothering you seeing it on the ground. The only way to prevent drought is if you help. For more information about your water, please visit www.rrwatershed.org.
Drought is a harsh reality for many communities across the country. While the recent rains have helped develop reservoirs, it's still important to save water and be more resilient to drought. Drought can negatively impact everything from agriculture to industry to household use. Conserving water in our homes is very important. Simple steps such as fixing leaks, taking shorter showers, and using low-flow fixtures can make a huge difference. Another way to prepare for drought is to replace lawns with drought-tolerant landscapes. Drought-tolerant landscapes are able to thrive with less water and can help lessen the amount of irrigation required. While water is all around us, we should not take it for granted. Working together as a community, we can make a real difference in our ability to withstand drought. By making small changes in our daily habits, we can conserve more water and be more drought resilient. For more information about your water, please visit www.rrwatershed.org.
Water is the most important thing in the world. In order for our planet to flourish, we need an abundance of water. Due to droughts throughout California, wildfires have occurred, scorching Sonoma County several times. The Russian River is 115 miles long, and the main stem begins at Lake Mendocino. It flows through Ukiah, down to Cloverdale, through Healdsburg, and out to the Pacific Ocean. The river is home to 63 species of fish and has 238 streams and creeks flowing out of it. The river is a place for fun and relaxation for locals and tourists alike, as well as a home and resource for many creatures. So how can you help to preserve this bit of natural beauty? Start by being aware of your water usage. Take shorter showers, fix leaking sinks, use recycled water to water your plants, or better yet, switch to a more drought-tolerant landscape. In order for people to enjoy our beautiful river, we need to keep it safe. Be sure to conserve water. For more information about your water, please visit www.rrwatershed.org.
When I first realized that I was going to be a parent, I was super scared. After 2 or 3 weeks of meeting in the home visiting program, I was totally comfortable with the fact that I was going to have a baby. Yes, I was still scared, but at the same time, I felt like I had some sense of strength behind me.
If I didn't have those resources that Jeanette provided me, I think it would be harder now.
I got into the program and I realized, like, oh, this is nice. And now look at me, I work at a family resource center with parents and families, all this stuff.
I'm so grateful that I got the opportunity to meet my home visitor, because without her, I think that I would be 10 steps behind from where I'm at right now.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía. Cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien, porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
I don't know what's normal for a 22-month-old baby or an 18-month-old baby, you know. When we get together, we usually discuss and get some progress made with the baby. It makes me feel comfortable, and I associate my parenting with her, my home visitor, telling me, yeah, this is going great.
So it's nice to know where they're at, what stage they're at for every parent, and also to give, again, your children that head start in education.
If I had any questions with her, just call her up on the phone. You know, it was very relatable, very personal. And, you know, with her getting to know my kids, you know, she got to kind of help guide me along the way. I mean, there were so many cool things that I've learned.
I went from a very rough type of life. I was homeless, and she was able to help me get into school, and I actually have enough credits to graduate with the business degree right now.
I think I really want to mention just that I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
I want other people and parents to know that the home visiting is not something that you should be afraid of. It's actually something that is needed.
You know, because she's not just here for her, she's here to help with all of it. She helped me create a safe space where I feel comfortable enough to ask for help.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help. It's always okay to have extra support.
I would say, give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. There's some perks, you know. They got some great resources.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I realized that my life was going to change dramatically in ways that I did not know or understand or even comprehend. I was going to have to really go to the well and become accountable and adjust to a lot of things differently.
Si queríamos era que naciera, ya, si la quiero tener, entonces ahorita lo que tenemos es aprovecharla, quererla y cuidarla lo más que se pueda.
Creo que a todos nos preocupa la primera vez que nos dicen que vamos a ser padres.
When we started the program, my daughter was about 3 months, and my daughter's 22 months now. Something I love about my child, that she's healthy, she's happy, she knows that she's cared for and loved. Those are some of the things that I wanted to make sure that she had, and she has them.
I'm happy today with my daughter. She's the greatest thing in my life, and I'm glad to wake up and see her, and everything I do it for her.
Sí, bueno, yo también vengo de una familia separada. Creo que por eso también me motiva a estar más presente con él, de quizás también estar de la forma quizás que yo no la tuve para Máximo. Y también comprender que el padre no solo es el que pone los límites y las reglas, sino que también está ahí para hablar, acompañar, regalonear, jugar, cosas lindas también, no solo ser el guía para el niño, sino que también un compañero de vida.
I was more of a elated and thankful because for 3 months I was in baby land, and when you're in baby world, you're just kind of flying by the seat of your pants and hoping that you're just supportive in the ways that you can be supportive.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía, como cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia, sino más bien un programa de estado programado para la ayuda solamente. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros, porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades. Siempre nos hemos podido apoyar en Gaby a través de su programa. Encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
You know, my experience has been nothing but positive. Annette has been wonderful. She's on time. She lets me know if there's going to be any changes in the schedule.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I still feel the challenge of being a parent now in today's world is immense. I think that you need support.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres, y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente, y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help, because you might think that you know what you're doing, but it's always okay to have extra support, and don't do it alone.
Give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
What happened here? Where am I? I remember now. If only.
Could it be water?
If only he would have saved a bit of water, he wouldn't be stuck in this situation. Like fixing that leaky faucet you say you will get to but never do. Or not taking that extra long shower because you want to go through your whole playlist. Or not putting that single piece of clothing in the washer because it was definitely bothering you seeing it on the ground. The only way to prevent drought is if you help. For more information about your water, please visit www.rrwatershed.org.
Drought is a harsh reality for many communities across the country. While the recent rains have helped develop reservoirs, it's still important to save water and be more resilient to drought. Drought can negatively impact everything from agriculture to industry to household use. Conserving water in our homes is very important. Simple steps such as fixing leaks, taking shorter showers, and using low-flow fixtures can make a huge difference. Another way to prepare for drought is to replace lawns with drought-tolerant landscapes. Drought-tolerant landscapes are able to thrive with less water and can help lessen the amount of irrigation required. While water is all around us, we should not take it for granted. Working together as a community, we can make a real difference in our ability to withstand drought. By making small changes in our daily habits, we can conserve more water and be more drought resilient. For more information about your water, please visit www.rrwatershed.org.
Water is the most important thing in the world. In order for our planet to flourish, we need an abundance of water. Due to droughts throughout California, wildfires have occurred, scorching Sonoma County several times. The Russian River is 115 miles long, and the main stem begins at Lake Mendocino. It flows through Ukiah, down to Cloverdale, through Healdsburg, and out to the Pacific Ocean. The river is home to 63 species of fish and has 238 streams and creeks flowing out of it. The river is a place for fun and relaxation for locals and tourists alike, as well as a home and resource for many creatures. So how can you help to preserve this bit of natural beauty? Start by being aware of your water usage. Take shorter showers, fix leaking sinks, use recycled water to water your plants, or better yet, switch to a more drought-tolerant landscape. In order for people to enjoy our beautiful river, we need to keep it safe. Be sure to conserve water. For more information about your water, please visit www.rrwatershed.org.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I think that as a parent now, I'm grateful for support more than I was before.
I filled out that form not knowing what I was doing. I am very, very grateful that I did it because it's really helping me a lot.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades.
Well, I was a new mom and I had no experience taking care of a newborn.
There isn't like a book on how to raise a kid.
We come from like a lot of family history of, drugs, violence, alcoholism, so we didn't want our daughter to experience any of that.
The thought that a parent was supposed to be loving, nurturing, supposed to be there for their kid, provide food, shelter, joy, and going in, becoming a parent for her, I had no clue how to provide that.
Cómo pensar educarla, ajá. Cómo educar a un hijo porque pues nosotros nunca, es la primera vez que íbamos a ser padres.
What I think parents should know about home visiting is that you can learn a lot of new things and tips and tricks, how to take care of the baby and what to do, and if you're, stuck in a routine and everything being monotonous, like they give you new resources and new tools how to handle parenthood.
It was nice to have them kind of guiding me, even though I was not a first-time mom. I felt like a first-time mom.
It totally blew my mind over time. So much information that I had no idea about. She was straightforward when, teaching me this stuff and answered any of my questions. Just a really positive experience.
What I think that parents could benefit with the program is just having someone here for you, especially for first-time parents. It can be very isolating and it can be very lonely, and having the home visitor changes that and it feels very good.
For me, having a home visitor is like having a second mom there.
A lot has changed. I'm definitely more knowledgeable taking care of her, and I know that anytime I need advice or help from somebody, I can just call her.
It's just that little positive nudge to, hey, I'm noticing something, let's find a way how to change it. And she's like, you know what, Amanda, let's pick you up, dust you off, and let's go over to, see about either getting your driver's license or seeing about, going to college, see if we can start something for you.
It's totally worth it. Like, even if you're on the fence at first, you don't feel like having a stranger coming in your house and teaching you about your little one, do it anyway. You get the help that you need. You get professional advice on things you may not know about your child. And the fact that the program has no fees or anything, it's all totally free, is fantastic.
Yo creo que si conozco a alguien que está próxima a ser mamá, lo primero que haría sería recomendarle el programa porque te entrega mucho apoyo, mucha información y más que nada como apoyo emocional, una guía, te da una visión diferente de cómo es ser papá aquí, quizás en este país.
Y así pues es un bonito programa porque pues es buena persona la señora y los ha atendido muy bien.
Pensé que nada más iba a ser un programa de orientación quizás para los nuevos padres, pero creo que nos llevamos una linda sorpresa porque Gaby es una persona muy cercana a nosotros, es como parte de nuestra familia, siempre ha estado dispuesta a ayudarnos y a escucharnos con nuestras dudas sobre la paternidad y en nuestro caso que estamos solos en este país ha sido como de mucha ayuda.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Te ayuda como a ver los distintos recursos que tiene la comunidad para nuevos papás, entonces creo que es de gran ayuda.
No queda mucho que agregar, pero lo veo de la misma forma.
Que hemos aprendido algunas cosas aquí y pues los han ayudado, como este programa los ha ayudado para seguir creciendo a la bebé, como con buenos consejos y así.
Sí, y creo que también ha sido muy importante el tema de apoyarnos con el libro y saber qué actividades hacer con Máximo de acuerdo a su edad, cómo estimularlo, cómo cuidarlo de los peligros de la casa, como cosas que uno como papá nuevo no conoce, claro.
Pues a mí me gustaría que lo siguiéramos visitando aquí en la biblioteca de Covelo. Está tranquilo y muy bonito aquí.
Cuando no nos podemos reunir, nos comunicamos por Zoom o una llamada telefónica o por texto.
Donde nos visite, porque ha sido nuestra casa, a veces nosotros vamos a Willits y puede ser en el parque. Gaby llega, hacemos un resumen de cómo ha ido nuestra semana o qué hemos hecho de nuevo, cómo va el trabajo. Luego hacemos las actividades del libro. Vemos si podemos hacer un juguetito nuevo para Máximo, a veces ella lo evalúa, cómo está su sentido motriz, qué ha aprendido de nuevo, nuevas palabras y jugamos un ratito y conversamos.
A mí personalmente también me ayudó mucho a obtener mi licencia a conducir, que era un objetivo que teníamos en cuanto a la familia, sí, para poder estar tranquilos, así que encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
El objetivo del programa es que las familias estén bien y que las familias estén bien significa niños felices, niños sanos y eso en un futuro es adultos sanos y un mundo mejor. Entonces está bueno.
She has made me feel like I'm important and I can go at my own pace, and that's all you need sometimes when you're feeling like you got nobody.
It was helpful to have somebody there kind of holding my hand and guiding me and letting me know this is kind of the normal. It felt like I was becoming a new mom, so it was very interesting and helpful, very, very helpful.
You know, there was that self-conscious part of me, like, will I be accepted even though I'm not perfect?
What I like the most is that she really listens.
The support that she gives me is special because she does it with love and it's just natural, you know? That's all I could say. It just feels like somebody that I've known since I was little.
You know, I said to Jeanette, Jeanette, you're supposed to be with me for 5 years. Jeanette said, yeah, I know, I'm going to be with you guys for 5 years. That's when I said, well, I guess I can trust her. She's going to be with us for 5 years.
Yo creo que quizás pasó como a la segunda visita o algo así, como que ya nos presentamos formalmente. Y luego ya creo que en la segunda visita estaba como todo más tranquilo, como muy, como que el ambiente era muy familiar, entonces yo me sentí muy cómoda.
Felt like she cared for Sparrow too, and Sparrow really enjoyed it. Yeah, she knew when Gabby came we were going to be making something or learning something, and she'd instantly start digging through Gabby's bags to find out what activity we were going to do.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I think the relationship that we've built has been she's a part of the family.
What happened here? Where am I? I remember now. If only.
Could it be? Water?
If only he would have saved a bit of water, he wouldn't be stuck in this situation. Like fixing that leaky faucet you say you will get to but never do. Or not taking that extra long shower because you want to go through your whole playlist. Or not putting that single piece of clothing in the washer because it was definitely bothering you seeing it on the ground. The only way to prevent drought is if you help. For more information about your water, please visit www.rrwatershed.org.
Drought is a harsh reality for many communities across the country. While the recent rains have helped develop reservoirs, it's still important to save water and be more resilient to drought. Drought can negatively impact everything from agriculture to industry to household use. Conserving water in our homes is very important. Simple steps such as fixing leaks, taking shorter showers, and using low-flow fixtures can make a huge difference. Another way to prepare for drought is to replace lawns with drought-tolerant landscapes. Drought-tolerant landscapes are able to thrive with less water and can help lessen the amount of irrigation required. While water is all around us, we should not take it for granted. Working together as a community, we can make a real difference in our ability to withstand drought. By making small changes in our daily habits, we can conserve more water and be more drought resilient. For more information about your water, please visit www.rrwatershed.org.
Water is the most important thing in the world. In order for our planet to flourish, we need an abundance of water. Due to droughts throughout California, wildfires have occurred, scorching Sonoma County several times. The Russian River is 115 miles long, and the main stem begins at Lake Mendocino. It flows through Ukiah, down to Cloverdale, through Healdsburg, and out to the Pacific Ocean. The river is home to 63 species of fish and has 238 streams and creeks flowing out of it. The river is a place for fun and relaxation for locals and tourists alike, as well as a home and resource for many creatures. So how can you help to preserve this bit of natural beauty? Start by being aware of your water usage. Take shorter showers, fix leaking sinks, use recycled water to water your plants, or better yet, switch to a more drought-tolerant landscape. In order for people to enjoy our beautiful river, we need to keep it safe. Be sure to conserve water. For more information about your water, please visit www.rrwatershed.org.
When I first realized that I was going to be a parent, I was super scared. After 2 or 3 weeks of meeting in the home visiting program, I was totally comfortable with the fact that I was going to have a baby. Yes, I was still scared, but at the same time, I felt like I had some sense of strength behind me.
If I didn't have those resources that Jeanette provided me, I think it would be harder now.
I got into the program and I realized, like, oh, this is nice. And now look at me, I work at a family resource center with parents and families, all this stuff.
I'm so grateful that I got the opportunity to meet my home visitor, because without her, I think that I would be 10 steps behind from where I'm at right now.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía. Cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien, porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
I don't know what's normal for a 22-month-old baby or an 18-month-old baby, you know. When we get together, we usually discuss and get some progress made with the baby. It makes me feel comfortable, and I associate my parenting with her, my home visitor, telling me, yeah, this is going great.
So it's nice to know where they're at, what stage they're at for every parent, and also to give, again, your children that head start in education.
If I had any questions with her, just call her up on the phone. You know, it was very relatable, very personal. And, you know, with her getting to know my kids, you know, she got to kind of help guide me along the way. I mean, there were so many cool things that I've learned.
I went from a very rough type of life. I was homeless, and she was able to help me get into school, and I actually have enough credits to graduate with the business degree right now.
I think I really want to mention just that I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
I want other people and parents to know that the home visiting is not something that you should be afraid of. It's actually something that is needed.
You know, because she's not just here for her, she's here to help with all of it. She helped me create a safe space where I feel comfortable enough to ask for help.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help. It's always okay to have extra support.
I would say, give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. There's some perks, you know. They've got some great resources.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I realized that my life was going to change dramatically in ways that I did not know or understand or even comprehend. I was going to have to really go to the well and become accountable and adjust to a lot of things differently.
Que queríamos era que naciera, ya quiero tener, entonces ahorita lo que tenemos es aprovecharla, quererla y cuidarla lo más que se pueda.
Creo que a todos nos preocupa la primera vez que nos dicen que vamos a ser padres.
When we started the program, my daughter was about 3 months, and my daughter's 22 months now. Something I love about my child, that she's healthy, she's happy, she knows that she's cared for and loved. Those are some of the things that I wanted to make sure that she had, and she has them.
I'm happy today with my daughter. She's the greatest thing in my life, and I'm glad to wake up and see her, and everything I do it for her.
Sí, bueno, yo también vengo de una familia separada. Creo que por eso también me motiva a estar más presente con él. de quizás también estar de la forma quizás que yo no la tuve para Máximo. Y también comprender que el padre no solo es el que pone los límites y las reglas, sino que también está ahí para hablar, acompañar, regalonear, jugar, cosas lindas también, no solo ser el guía para el niño, sino que también un compañero de vida.
I was more of a elated and thankful because for 3 months I was in baby land and when you're in baby world you're just kind of flying by the seat of your pants and hoping you know that you're just supportive in the ways that you can be supportive.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía. Cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia, sino más bien un programa de estado programado para la ayuda solamente. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros, porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades. Siempre nos hemos podido apoyar en Gaby a través de su programa. Encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
You know, my experience has been nothing but positive. Annette has been wonderful. She's on time. She lets me know if there's going to be any changes in the schedule.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I still feel the challenge of being a parent now in today's world is immense. I think that you need support.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres, y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente, y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help, because you might think that you know what you're doing, but it's always okay to have extra support, and don't do it alone.
Give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
What happened here? Where am I? I remember now. If only.
Could it be? Water?
If only he would have saved a bit of water, he wouldn't be stuck in this situation. Like fixing that leaky faucet you say you will get to but never do. Or not taking that extra long shower because you want to go through your whole playlist. Or not putting that single piece of clothing in the washer because it was definitely bothering you seeing it on the ground. The only way to prevent drought is if you help. For more information about your water, please visit www.rrwatershed.org.
Drought is a harsh reality for many communities across the country. While the recent rains have helped develop reservoirs, it's still important to save water and be more resilient to drought. Drought can negatively impact everything from agriculture to industry to household use. Conserving water in our homes is very important. Simple steps such as fixing leaks, taking shorter showers, and using low-flow fixtures can make a huge difference. Another way to prepare for drought is to replace lawns with drought-tolerant landscapes. Drought-tolerant landscapes are able to thrive with less water and can help lessen the amount of irrigation required. While water is all around us, we should not take it for granted. Working together as a community, we can make a real difference in our ability to withstand drought. By making small changes in our daily habits, we can conserve more water and be more drought resilient. For more information about your water, please visit www.rrwatershed.org.
Water is the most important thing in the world. In order for our planet to flourish, we need an abundance of water. Due to droughts throughout California, wildfires have occurred, scorching Sonoma County several times. The Russian River is 115 miles long, and the main stem begins at Lake Mendocino. It flows through Ukiah, down to Cloverdale, through Healdsburg, and out to the Pacific Ocean. The river is home to 63 species of fish and has 238 streams and creeks flowing out of it. The river is a place for fun and relaxation for locals and tourists alike, as well as a home and resource for many creatures. So how can you help to preserve this bit of natural beauty? Start by being aware of your water usage. Take shorter showers, fix leaking sinks, use recycled water to water your plants, or better yet, switch to a more drought-tolerant landscape. In order for people to enjoy our beautiful river, we need to keep it safe. Be sure to conserve water. For more information about your water, please visit www.rrwatershed.org.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I think that as a parent now, I'm grateful for support more than I was before.
I filled out that form not knowing what I was doing. I am very, very grateful that I did it because it's really helping me a lot.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades.
Well, I was a new mom and I had no experience taking care of a newborn.
There isn't like a book on how to raise a kid.
We come from like a lot of family history of, drugs, violence, alcoholism, so we didn't want our daughter to experience any of that.
The thought that a parent was supposed to be loving, nurturing, supposed to be there for their kid, provide food, shelter, joy, and going in, becoming a parent for her, I had no clue how to provide that.
¿Cómo pensar educarla? Ajá. ¿Cómo educar a un hijo? Porque pues nosotros nunca, es la primera vez que íbamos a ser padres.
What I think parents should know about home visiting is that you can learn a lot of new things and tips and tricks, how to take care of the baby and what to do, and if you're, stuck in a routine and everything being monotonous, like they give you new resources and new tools how to handle parenthood.
It was nice to have them kind of guiding me, even though I was not a first-time mom. I felt like a first-time mom.
It totally blew my mind over time. So much information that I had no idea about. She was straightforward when, teaching me this stuff and answered any of my questions. It's just a really positive experience.
What I think that parents could benefit with the program is just having someone here for you, especially for first-time parents. It can be very isolating and it can be very lonely, and having the home visitor changes that and it feels very good.
For me, having a home visitor is like having a second mom there.
A lot has changed. I'm definitely more knowledgeable taking care of her. And I know that anytime I need advice or help from somebody, I can just call her.
It's just that little positive nudge to, hey, I'm noticing something, let's find a way how to change it. And she's like, you know what, Amanda, let's pick you up, dust you off, and let's go over to, see about either getting your driver's license or seeing about, going to college, see if we can start something for you.
It's totally worth it. Like, even if you're on the fence at first, you don't feel like having a stranger coming in your house and teaching you about your little one, do it anyway. You get the help that you need. You get professional advice on things you may not know about your child. The fact that the program has no fees or anything, it's all totally free, is fantastic.
Yo creo que si conozco a alguien que está próxima a ser mamá, lo primero que haría sería recomendarle el programa, porque te entrega mucho apoyo, mucha información y más que nada como apoyo emocional, una guía, te da una visión diferente de cómo es ser papá aquí, quizás en este país.
Y así pues es algo, un bonito programa, porque pues es buena persona la señora y los ha atendido muy bien.
Pensé que nada más iba a ser un programa de orientación quizás para los nuevos padres, pero creo que nos llevamos una linda sorpresa porque Gaby es una persona muy cercana a nosotros, es como parte de nuestra familia, siempre ha estado dispuesta a ayudarnos y a escucharnos con nuestras dudas sobre la paternidad y en nuestro caso que estamos solos en este país ha sido como de mucha ayuda.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Te ayuda como a ver los distintos recursos que tiene la comunidad para nuevos papás, entonces creo que es de gran ayuda.
No queda mucho que agregar, pero lo veo de la misma forma.
Que hemos aprendido algunas cosas aquí y pues los han ayudado, como este programa los ha ayudado para seguir creciendo a la bebé, como con buenos consejos y así.
Sí, y creo que también ha sido muy importante el tema de apoyarnos con el libro y saber qué actividades hacer con Máximo de acuerdo a su edad, cómo estimularlo, cómo cuidarlo de los peligros de la casa, como cosas que uno como papá nuevo no conoce, claro.
Pues a mí me gustaría que lo siguiéramos visitando aquí en la biblioteca de Covelo. Está tranquilo y muy bonito aquí.
Cuando no nos podemos reunir, nos comunicamos por Zoom o una llamada telefónica o por texto.
Donde nos visite, porque ha sido nuestra casa, a veces nosotros vamos a Willits y puede ser en el parque. Gaby llega, como hacemos un resumen de cómo ha ido nuestra semana o qué hemos hecho de nuevo, cómo va el trabajo. Luego hacemos las actividades del libro, vemos si podemos hacer un juguetito nuevo para Máximo, a veces ella lo evalúa, cómo está su sentido motriz, qué ha aprendido de nuevo, nuevas palabras y jugamos un ratito y conversamos.
A mí personalmente también me ayudó mucho a obtener mi licencia a conducir, que era un objetivo que teníamos en cuanto a la familia, sí, para poder estar tranquilos, así que encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
El objetivo del programa es que las familias estén bien y que las familias estén bien significa niños felices, niños sanos y eso en un futuro es adultos sanos y un mundo mejor. Entonces está bueno.
She has made me feel like I'm important and I can go at my own pace, and that's all you need sometimes when you're feeling like you got nobody.
It was helpful to have somebody there kind of holding my hand and guiding me and letting me know this is kind of the normal. It felt like I was becoming a new mom, so it was very interesting and helpful, very, very helpful.
You know, there was that self-conscious part of me, like, will I be accepted even though I'm not perfect?
What I like the most is that she really listens.
The support that she gives me is special because she does it with love and it's just natural, you know. That's all I could say. It just feels like somebody that I've known since I was little.
You know, I said to Jeanette, Jeanette, you're supposed to be with me for 5 years. Jeanette said, yeah, I know, I'm going to be with you guys for 5 years. That's when I said, well, I guess I can trust her. She's going to be with us for 5 years.
Yo creo que quizás pasó como a la segunda visita o algo así, como que ya nos presentamos formalmente. Y luego ya creo que en la segunda visita estaba como todo más tranquilo, como muy como que el ambiente era muy familiar, entonces yo me sentí muy cómoda.
Felt like she cared for Sparrow too, and Sparrow really enjoyed it. Yeah, she knew when Gabby came we were going to be making something or learning something, and she'd instantly start digging through Gabby's bags to find out what activity we were going to do.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I think the relationship that we've built has been she's a part of the family.
What happened here? Where am I? I remember now. If only.
Could it be? Water?
If only he would have saved a bit of water, he wouldn't be stuck in this situation. Like fixing that leaky faucet you say you will get to but never do. Or not taking that extra long shower because you want to go through your whole playlist. Or not putting that single piece of clothing in the washer because it was definitely bothering you seeing it on the ground. The only way to prevent drought is if you help. For more information about your water, please visit www.rrwatershed.org.
Drought is a harsh reality for many communities across the country. While the recent rains have helped develop reservoirs, it's still important to save water and be more resilient to drought. Drought can negatively impact everything from agriculture to industry to household use. Conserving water in our homes is very important. Simple steps such as fixing leaks, taking shorter showers, and using low-flow fixtures can make a huge difference. Another way to prepare for drought is to replace lawns with drought-tolerant landscapes. Drought-tolerant landscapes are able to thrive with less water and can help lessen the amount of irrigation required. While water is all around us, we should not take it for granted. Working together as a community, we can make a real difference in our ability to withstand drought. By making small changes in our daily habits, we can conserve more water and be more drought resilient. For more information about your water, please visit www.rrwatershed.org.
Water is the most important thing in the world. In order for our planet to flourish, we need an abundance of water. Due to droughts throughout California, wildfires have occurred, scorching Sonoma County several times. The Russian River is 115 miles long, and the main stem begins at Lake Mendocino. It flows through Ukiah, down to Cloverdale, through Healdsburg, and out to the Pacific Ocean. The river is home to 63 species of fish and has 238 streams and creeks flowing out of it. The river is a place for fun and relaxation for locals and tourists alike, as well as a home and resource for many creatures. So how can you help to preserve this bit of natural beauty? Start by being aware of your water usage. Take shorter showers, fix leaking sinks, use recycled water to water your plants, or better yet, switch to a more drought-tolerant landscape. In order for people to enjoy our beautiful river, we need to keep it safe. Be sure to conserve water. For more information about your water, please visit www.rrwatershed.org.
When I first realized that I was going to be a parent, I was super scared. After 2 or 3 weeks of meeting in the home visiting program, I was totally comfortable with the fact that I was going to have a baby. Yes, I was still scared, but at the same time, I felt like I had some sense of strength behind me.
If I didn't have those resources that Jeanette provided me, I think it would be harder now.
I got into the program and I realized, like, oh, this is nice. And now look at me. I work at a family resource center with parents and families, all this stuff.
I'm so grateful that I got the opportunity to meet my home visitor, because without her, I think that I would be 10 steps behind from where I'm at right now.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía. Cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien, porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
I don't know what's normal for a 22-month-old baby or an 18-month-old baby, you know. When we get together, we usually discuss and get some progress made with the baby. It makes me feel comfortable, and I associate my parenting with her, my home visitor, telling me, yeah, this is going great.
So it's nice to know where they're at, what stage they're at for every parent, and also to give, again, your children that head start in education.
If I had any questions with her, just call her up on the phone. You know, it was very relatable, very personal. And, you know, with her getting to know my kids, you know, she got to kind of help guide me along the way. I mean, there were so many cool things that I've learned.
I went from a very rough type of life. I was homeless, and she was able to help me get into school, and I actually have enough credits to graduate with the business degree right now.
I think I really want to mention just that I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
I want other people and parents to know that the home visiting is not something that you should be afraid of. It's actually something that is needed.
You know, because she's not just here for her, she's here to help with all of it. She helped me create a safe space where I feel comfortable enough to ask for help.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help. It's always okay to have extra support.
I suggest that I would say, give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. There's some perks, you know. They got great resources.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I realized that my life was going to change dramatically in ways that I did not know or understand or even comprehend. I was going to have to really go to the well and become accountable and adjust to a lot of things differently.
Que queríamos era que naciera, ya quiero tener, entonces ahorita lo que tenemos es aprovecharla, quererla y cuidarla lo más que se pueda.
Creo que a todos nos preocupa la primera vez que nos dicen que vamos a ser padres.
When we started the program, my daughter was about 3 months, and my daughter's 22 months now. Something I love about my child, that she's healthy, she's happy, she knows that she's cared for and loved. Those are some of the things that I wanted to make sure that she had, and she has them.
I'm happy today with my daughter. She's the greatest thing in my life, and I'm glad to wake up and see her, and everything I do it for her.
Sí, bueno, yo también vengo de una familia separada. Creo que por eso también me motiva a estar más presente con él. de quizás también estar de la forma quizás que yo no la tuve para Máximo. Y también comprender que el padre no solo es el que pone los límites y las reglas, sino que también está ahí para hablar, acompañar, regalonear, jugar, cosas lindas también, no solo ser el guía para el niño, sino que también un compañero de vida.
I was more of a elated and thankful because for 3 months I was in baby land. And when you're in baby world, you're just kind of flying by the seat of your pants and hoping you know that you're just supportive in the ways that you can be supportive.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía. Cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia, sino más bien un programa de estado programado para la ayuda solamente. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros, porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades. Siempre nos hemos podido apoyar en Gaby a través de su programa. Encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
You know, my experience has been nothing but positive. Annette has been wonderful. She's on time. She lets me know if there's going to be any changes in the schedule.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I still feel the challenge of being a parent now in today's world is immense. I think that you need support.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres, y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente, y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa, que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help, because you might think that you know what you're doing, but it's always okay to have extra support, and don't do it alone.
Give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
What happened here? Where am I? I remember now. If only.
Could it be water?
If only he would have saved a bit of water, he wouldn't be stuck in this situation. Like fixing that leaky faucet you say you will get to but never do. Or not taking that extra long shower because you want to go through your whole playlist. Or not putting that single piece of clothing in the washer because it was definitely bothering you seeing it on the ground. The only way to prevent drought is if you help. For more information about your water, please visit www.rrwatershed.org.
Drought is a harsh reality for many communities across the country. While the recent rains have helped develop reservoirs, it's still important to save water and be more resilient to drought. Drought can negatively impact everything from agriculture to industry to household use. Conserving water in our homes is very important. Simple steps such as fixing leaks, taking shorter showers, and using low-flow fixtures can make a huge difference. Another way to prepare for drought is to replace lawns with drought-tolerant landscapes. Drought-tolerant landscapes are able to thrive with less water and can help lessen the amount of irrigation required. While water is all around us, we should not take it for granted. Working together as a community, we can make a real difference in our ability to withstand drought. By making small changes in our daily habits, we can conserve more water and be more drought resilient. For more information about your water, please visit www.rrwatershed.org.
Water is the most important thing in the world. In order for our planet to flourish, we need an abundance of water. Due to droughts throughout California, wildfires have occurred, scorching Sonoma County several times. The Russian River is 115 miles long, and the main stem begins at Lake Mendocino. It flows through Ukiah, down to Cloverdale, through Healdsburg, and out to the Pacific Ocean. The river is home to 63 species of fish and has 238 streams and creeks flowing out of it. The river is a place for fun and relaxation for locals and tourists alike, as well as a home and resource for many creatures. So how can you help to preserve this bit of natural beauty? Start by being aware of your water usage. Take shorter showers, fix leaking sinks, use recycled water to water your plants, or better yet, switch to a more drought-tolerant landscape. In order for people to enjoy our beautiful river, we need to keep it safe. Be sure to conserve water. For more information about your water, please visit www.rrwatershed.org.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I think that as a parent now, I'm grateful for support more than I was before.
I filled out that form not knowing what I was doing. I am very, very grateful that I did it because it's really helping me a lot.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades.
Well, I was a new mom and I had no experience taking care of a newborn.
There isn't like a book on how to raise a kid.
We come from like a lot of family history of, drugs, violence, alcoholism, so we didn't want our daughter to experience any of that.
The thought that a parent was supposed to be loving, nurturing, supposed to be there for their kid, provide food, shelter, joy, and going in, becoming a parent for her, I had no clue how to provide that.
Cómo pensar educarla, cómo educar a un hijo porque pues nosotros nunca, es la primera vez que íbamos a ser padres.
What I think parents should know about home visiting is that you can learn a lot of new things and tips and tricks, how to take care of the baby and what to do, and if you're, stuck in a routine and everything being monotonous, like they give you new resources and new tools how to handle parenthood.
It was nice to have them kind of guiding me. Even though I was not a first-time mom, I felt like a first-time mom.
It totally blew my mind over time. So much information that I had no idea about. She was straightforward when, teaching me this stuff and answered any of my questions. Just a really positive experience.
What I think that parents could benefit with the program is just having someone here for you, especially for first-time parents. It can be very isolating and it can be very lonely, and having the home visitor changes that and it feels very good.
For me, having a home visitor is like having a second mom there.
A lot has changed. I'm definitely more knowledgeable taking care of her, and I know that anytime I need advice or help from somebody, I can just call her.
It's just that little positive nudge to, hey, I'm noticing something, let's find a way how to change it. And she's like, you know what, Amanda, let's pick you up, dust you off, and let's go over to, see about either getting your driver's license or seeing about, going to college, see if we can start something for you.
It's totally worth it. Like, even if you're on the fence at first, you don't feel like having a stranger coming in your house and teaching you about your little one, do it anyway. You get the help that you need. You get professional advice on things you may not know about your child. And the fact that the program has no fees or anything, it's all totally free, is fantastic.
Yo creo que si conozco a alguien que está próxima a ser mamá, lo primero que haría sería recomendarle el programa porque te entrega mucho apoyo, mucha información y más que nada como apoyo emocional, una guía, te da una visión diferente de cómo es ser papá aquí, quizás en este país.
Y así pues es algo, un bonito programa, porque pues es buena persona la señora y los ha atendido muy bien.
Pensé que nada más iba a ser un programa de orientación quizás para los nuevos padres, pero creo que nos llevamos una linda sorpresa porque Gaby es una persona muy cercana a nosotros, es como parte de nuestra familia, siempre ha estado dispuesta a ayudarnos y a escucharnos con nuestras dudas sobre la paternidad, y en nuestro caso, que estamos solos en este país, ha sido como de mucha ayuda.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres, y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente, y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Te ayuda como a ver los distintos recursos que tiene la comunidad para nuevos papás, entonces creo que es de gran ayuda.
No queda mucho que agregar, pero lo veo de la misma forma.
Que hemos aprendido algunas cosas aquí y pues los han ayudado, como este programa los ha ayudado para seguir creciendo a la bebé, como con buenos consejos y así.
Sí, y creo que también ha sido muy importante el tema de apoyarnos con el libro y saber qué actividades hacer con Máximo de acuerdo a su edad, cómo estimularlo, cómo cuidarlo de los peligros de la casa, como cosas que uno como papá nuevo no conoce, claro.
Pues a mí me gustaría que lo siguiéramos visitando aquí en la biblioteca de Covelo. Está tranquilo y muy bonito aquí.
Cuando no nos podemos reunir, nos comunicamos por Zoom o una llamada telefónica o por texto.
Donde nos visite, porque ha sido nuestra casa, a veces nosotros vamos a Wellits y puede ser en el parque. Gaby llega, hacemos un resumen de cómo ha ido nuestra semana o qué hemos hecho de nuevo, cómo va el trabajo. Luego hacemos las actividades del libro, vemos si podemos hacer un juguetito nuevo para Máximo, a veces ella lo evalúa, cómo está su sentido motriz, qué ha aprendido de nuevo, nuevas palabras, y jugamos un ratito y conversamos.
A mí personalmente también me ayudó mucho a obtener mi licencia a conducir, que era un objetivo que teníamos en cuanto a la familia, sí, para poder estar tranquilos, así que encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
El objetivo del programa es que las familias estén bien, y que las familias estén bien significa niños felices, niños sanos, y eso en un futuro es adultos sanos y un mundo mejor. Entonces está bueno.
She has made me feel like I'm important and I can go at my own pace, and that's all you need sometimes when you're feeling like you got nobody.
It was helpful to have somebody there kind of holding my hand and guiding me and letting me know this is kind of the normal. It felt like I was becoming a new mom, so it was very interesting and helpful, very, very helpful.
You know, there was that self-conscious part of me, like, will I be accepted even though I'm not perfect?
What I like the most is that she really listens.
The support that she gives me is special because she does it with love, and it's just natural, you know. That's all I could say. It just feels like somebody that I've known since I was little.
You know, I said to Jeanette, Jeanette, you're supposed to be with me for 5 years. Jeanette said, yeah, I know, I'm going to be with you guys for 5 years. That's when I said, well, I guess I can trust her. She's going to be with us for 5 years.
Yo creo que quizás pasó como a la segunda visita o algo así, como que ya nos presentamos formalmente. Y luego ya creo que en la segunda visita estaba como todo más tranquilo, como muy como que el ambiente era muy familiar, entonces yo me sentí muy cómoda.
Felt like she cared for Sparrow too, and Sparrow really enjoyed it. Yeah, she knew when Gabby came we were going to be making something or learning something, and she'd instantly start digging through Gabby's bags to find out what activity we were going to do.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I think the relationship that we've built has been she's a part of the family.
What happened here? Where am I? I remember now. If only.
Could it be water?
If only he would have saved a bit of water, he wouldn't be stuck in this situation. Like fixing that leaky faucet you say you will get to but never do. Or not taking that extra long shower because you want to go through your whole playlist. Or not putting that single piece of clothing in the washer because it was definitely bothering you seeing on the ground. The only way to prevent drought is if you help. For more information about your water, please visit www.rrwatershed.org.
Drought is a harsh reality for many communities across the country. While the recent rains have helped develop reservoirs, it's still important to save water and be more resilient to drought. Drought can negatively impact everything from agriculture to industry to household use. Conserving water in our homes is very important. Simple steps such as fixing leaks, taking shorter showers, and using low-flow fixtures can make a huge difference. Another way to prepare for drought is to replace lawns with drought-tolerant landscapes. Drought-tolerant landscapes are able to thrive with less water and can help lessen the amount of irrigation required. While water is all around us, we should not take it for granted. Working together as a community, we can make a real difference in our ability to withstand drought. By making small changes in our daily habits, we can conserve more water and be more drought resilient. For more information about your water, please visit www.rrwatershed.org.
Water is the most important thing in the world. In order for our planet to flourish, we need an abundance of water. Due to droughts throughout California, wildfires have occurred, scorching Sonoma County several times. The Russian River is 115 miles long, and the main stem begins at Lake Mendocino. It flows through Ukiah, down to Cloverdale, through Healdsburg, and out to the Pacific Ocean. The river is home to 63 species of fish and has 238 streams and creeks flowing out of it. The river is a place for fun and relaxation for locals and tourists alike, as well as a home and resource for many creatures. So how can you help to preserve this bit of natural beauty? Start by being aware of your water usage. Take shorter showers, fix leaking sinks, use recycled water to water your plants, or better yet, switch to a more drought-tolerant landscape. In order for people to enjoy our beautiful river, we need to keep it safe. Be sure to conserve water. For more information about your water, please visit www.rrwatershed.org.
When I first realized that I was going to be a parent, I was super scared. After 2 or 3 weeks of meeting in the home visiting program, I was totally comfortable with the fact that I was going to have a baby. Yes, I was still scared, but at the same time, I felt like I had some sense of strength behind me.
If I didn't have those resources that Jeanette provided me, I think it would be harder now.
I got into the program and I realized, like, oh, this is nice. And now look at me, I work at a family resource center with parents and families, all this stuff.
I'm so grateful that I got the opportunity to meet my home visitor, because without her, I think that I would be 10 steps behind from where I'm at right now.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía. Cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
I don't know what's normal for a 22-month-old baby or an 18-month-old baby, you know. When we get together, we usually discuss and get some progress made with the baby. It makes me feel comfortable, and I associate my parenting with her, my home visitor, telling me, yeah, this is going great.
So it's nice to know where they're at, what stage they're at for every parent, and also to give, again, your children that head start in education.
If I had any questions with her, just call her up on the phone. You know, it was very relatable, very personal. And, you know, with her getting to know my kids, you know, she got to kind of help guide me along the way. I mean, there were so many cool things that I've learned.
I went from a very rough type of life. I was homeless, and she was able to help me get into school, and I actually have enough credits to graduate with a business degree right now.
I think I really want to mention just that I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
I want other people and parents to know that the home visiting is not something that you should be afraid of. It's actually something that is needed.
You know, because she's not just here for her, she's here to help with all of it. She helped me create a safe space where I feel comfortable enough to ask for help.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help. It's always okay to have extra support.
I would say, give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. There's some perks, you know. They got great resources.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I realized that my life was going to change dramatically in ways that I did not know or understand or even comprehend. I was going to have to really go to the well and become accountable and adjust to a lot of things differently.
Que queríamos era que naciera, ya, sí, ya quiero tener, entonces ahorita lo que tenemos es aprovecharla, quererla y cuidarla lo más que se pueda.
Creo que a todos nos preocupa la primera vez que nos dicen que vamos a ser padres.
When we started the program, my daughter was about 3 months, and my daughter's 22 months now. Something I love about my child, that she's healthy, she's happy, she knows that she's cared for and loved. Those are some of the things that I wanted to make sure that she had, and she has them.
I'm happy today with my daughter. She's the greatest thing in my life, and I'm glad to wake up and see her, and everything I do it for her.
Sí, bueno, yo también vengo de una familia separada. Creo que por eso también me motiva a estar más presente con él. de quizás también estar de la forma quizás que yo no la tuve para Máximo. Y también comprender que el padre no solo es el que pone los límites y las reglas, sino que también está ahí para hablar, acompañar, regalonear, jugar, cosas lindas también, no solo ser el guía para el niño, sino que también un compañero de vida.
I was more of a elated and thankful because for 3 months I was in baby land and when you're in baby world you're just kind of flying by the seat of your pants and hoping you know that you're just supportive in the ways that you can be supportive.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía. Cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia, sino más bien un programa de estado programado para la ayuda solamente. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades. Siempre nos hemos podido apoyar en Gaby a través de su programa. Encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
You know, my experience has been nothing but positive. Annette has been wonderful. She's on time. She lets me know if there's going to be any changes in the schedule.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I still feel the challenge of being a parent now in today's world is immense. I think that you need support.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help. Because, you know, you might think that you know what you're doing, but it's always okay to have extra support, and don't do it alone.
Give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. I'm grateful that I took advantage because it's something that has put me in touch with my child or closer to my child and her development.
What happened here? Where am I? I remember now. If only.
Could it be? Water?
If only he would have saved the water, he wouldn't be stuck in this situation. Like fixing that leaky faucet you say you will get to but never do. Or not taking that extra long shower because you want to go through your whole playlist. Or not putting that single piece of clothing in the washer because it was definitely bothering you seeing it on the ground. The only way to prevent drought is if you help. For more information about your water, please visit www.rrwatershed.org.
Drought is a harsh reality for many communities across the country. While the recent rains have helped develop reservoirs, it's still important to save water and be more resilient to drought. Drought can negatively impact everything from agriculture to industry to household use. Conserving water in our homes is very important. Simple steps such as fixing leaks, taking shorter showers, and using low-flow fixtures can make a huge difference. Another way to prepare for drought is to replace lawns with drought-tolerant landscapes. Drought-tolerant landscapes are able to thrive with less water and can help lessen the amount of irrigation required. While water is all around us, we should not take it for granted. Working together as a community, we can make a real difference in our ability to withstand drought. By making small changes in our daily habits, we can conserve more water and be more drought resilient. For more information about your water, please visit www.rrwatershed.org.
Water is the most important thing in the world. In order for our planet to flourish, we need an abundance of water. Due to droughts throughout California, wildfires have occurred, scorching Sonoma County several times. The Russian River is 115 miles long, and the main stem begins at Lake Mendocino. It flows through Ukiah, down to Cloverdale, through Healdsburg, and out to the Pacific Ocean. The river is home to 63 species of fish and has 238 streams and creeks flowing out of it. The river is a place for fun and relaxation for locals and tourists alike.
Back into regular session.
Resource
We
for many
have
creatures.
no reportable action
So how
from closed session. Meeting adjourned.